Honourable members, it is indeed the most wonderful time of year. Please be seated.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2. Adjourned debate. Honourable Ms. Furr.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is Bill 80. Teamwork can, in fact, make the dream work. The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe I have been called dreamy on occasion. It's a pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Bill 80, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act. So this bill, of course, as all of the red tape reduction bills do, has many different changes which is bringing forward, but we do have concerns with a particular change that is being proposed in this bill and the potential implications for Albertans on income support. Now, I know one of my colleagues brought forward an amendment on this to attempt to make a change, and that was rejected by the government members who were in the chamber at the time. But the concerns we continue to have is that we do not need more changes to income support from this government. We have already had many conversations in this House, and indeed with the current Minister of Community and Social Services, about the concerns around changes this government has made. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that my office has heard from several people here in our community who were facing eviction because they had had their additional shelter benefit taken away by decision of this government, and were left then without enough income to be able to afford to pay for a place to live. Now, the minister continues to insist that no such change has been made, but the facts on the ground are quite clear, Mr. Speaker. And I will assure the minister those are real Albertans, despite his attempts to dismiss them earlier today when we brought their voices to question period. We have seen other changes in particular around the area of advanced education, which this bill is proposing to make changes of. Now, of course, the government is claiming at this time that they are merely taking it out of one section of the legislation. They're going to move it towards regulation. But again, we've had this conversation many times, Mr. Speaker, about this government's propensity for putting more and more power in the hands of its ministers. Regulation that's crafted behind closed doors, out of the eyes of this House, and again, given the track record of this government, and particularly on things like AISH and income support, where they have consistently made things more difficult for a number of Albertans, I am loath to trust them on this one. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we look back to a story we highlighted this past summer, back in July, when we called on this government to reverse a damaging policy that forces Albertans to give up on post-secondary education and career aspirations. The Alberta Learner Income Support and the Skills Investment Bursary both help adult learners to pay for their basic education, upgrading or English as a second language. Now, of course, as government talks about its desire to see more Albertans have more opportunity to access better jobs, to access better education. You know, and historically that funding has not been considered a reportable benefit for income tax purposes, but for tax year 2020, this government decided to make a sudden change. They decided they would issue the T5007 income tax form, statement of benefits, to Albertans who had accessed those supports. So they had accessed the supports already, Mr. Speaker. They hadn't had any warning that this was coming. Suddenly they get the T5007 and they have to report this as reported income when it comes to tax time. So that means that for the tax year 2021, low-income Albertans who had accessed those critical learning supports now no longer qualify for other important government benefits, like the GST credit, or the Alberta Child and Family Benefit. So it's a decision of this government, Mr. Speaker, actually making them no longer qualify for other federal benefits. Again, an example of this government making life more difficult for Albertans. Indeed, there was one particular Albertan that stood with us, Asila Ashmawi, who is a Syrian refugee, a mother of three, forced to cancel her ESL program at Columbia College because as a result of this government's policy change, she would have been forced to report thousands in additional income, which would have meant she no longer qualified for the Alberta Child Benefit. In her words, I was forced to decide between my career, my dreams, or caring for my 3 children. Mr. Speaker, there is no reason for this government to be forcing Albertans into this kind of impossible choice. It benefits no one. For whatever paltry savings this government might realize, it has enormous costs for this particular family, for this particular woman in terms of her opportunity to improve her education, to improve her economic opportunity, which is a net benefit for everybody, including the government. But what we have seen, unfortunately, repeatedly is this sort of short-sighted decision, such as I mentioned, knocking thousands of Albertans off of being able to access the additional shelter benefit, which does no value for the paltry savings the government realizes when they have no plan B in place to assist those Albertans. Having them on the street costs more for everybody, not to mention the very real impact it has for those real Albertans, Mr. Speaker. So if, in fact, this government was not planning to cut funding from income support, further funding, Mr. Speaker, because we should be clear, they have cut funding from these programs already. $83 million from employment and income support in budget 2021, Mr. Speaker. So if it is not the intent of this government to cut further funding from income support, then there is no need to move forward with this particular change. There was no need to vote down the amendment that we brought forward. Because frankly, newcomers, adult learners, those who are dependent on these supports and these opportunities to improve their lot here in the province of Alberta so that they can make larger contributions and enjoy that quality of life that this government likes to brag about so much. Then there is not the need to make this change and put that in danger. But as I said, this government voted down that amendment. They insist on moving forward with this change. Now, the claim from the government is that this will be replaced under regulation in advanced education. The regulation is currently part of the section titled Foundational Assistance Learning Program. They're claiming that the new program will streamline the processes and expand eligibility, but we have seen this trick with this government before, Mr. Speaker, where they combine and consolidate, they rename, and then put in less, and deliver less than was there for Albertans before. Because again, this is a government that seems to be focused on nickel and diming Albertans in so many different ways, rather than finding ways that we can support more Albertans and lift a wider number of Albertans up. This, of course, is a government that also campaigned on not de-indexing income support and other benefits like AISH. That was a promise, Mr. Speaker, in their election platform. A promise they pretty much immediately broke when they brought forward a budget, Mr. Speaker. But yet, we're being asked to trust them today that this change they are going to make in regulation behind closed doors, out of sight of Albertans, is not going to do the same, is not going to undermine even more Albertans who are simply trying to improve their opportunities, who are trying to make a change for the better, for themselves and for their families. We do not need this government making more hidden changes to the income support program, through changes that are tucked away in the midst of a piece of omnibus legislation. Albertans in need of government assistance, Mr. Speaker, Albertans who are trying to access post-secondary education, who are trying to put themselves in a better position to look after themselves and their families, they are not red tape, Mr. Speaker. They do not deserve to have their lives impacted by these changes buried in the middle of an omnibus bill. But unfortunately, that is the level of disregard, lack of care that we have seen from this government towards so many Albertans who face these kinds of challenges. So certainly, Mr. Speaker, we will be watching closely, or as closely as we can, given again that this is the government that resists transparency and scrutiny at every turn. We will certainly be doing our best as the opposition and as folks who indeed represent many of the individuals who have been affected by this government's changes so far and may be affected by these changes as well. We will be watching carefully to see the impact this has on those individuals, and to continue to stand up and speak out for those real Albertans. For however much the government wants to deny the impacts they are having, we see them and we hear about them every day. Here in Edmonton, where we've seen our homeless population double, people who lack housing. And that is in part because of decisions that have been made by this government that will choose to nickel and dime some of the most vulnerable Albertans while giving away billions in corporate giveaways. But again, Mr. Speaker, we will watch closely. Albertans are watching closely. And we'll continue to advocate for and stand up for those who have been harmed by this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the Honourable Deputy Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask for unanimous consent to go to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening, including the first bell of Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, the Deputy Government Whip has requested unanimous consent for 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening and including when the Assembly dissolves into committee this evening. I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed to 1-minute bells? If so, indicate now. Unanimous consent is granted. There will be 1-minute bells. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora has the call.
What a delightful idea, Mr. Speaker. I wish I could say the same about the bill that's under consideration. I appreciate a few of the components that are within it, and given the hour and the stage we're at in this session, I think I'm going to focus on a couple of areas that are still of concern to me. As my colleague from Edmonton City Centre rightfully highlighted, the adult learning stream for income support is a significant concern for us. We know that there are students across the province who rely on this funding to be able to advance their own education, take the opportunity to enhance their English skills, and that is certainly under threat in this legislation as it is currently structured. We know that opportunities for post-secondary advancement are already difficult for many families, particularly low and middle income families, to access, as research is well documented that folks who are lower and middle income are more hesitant when it comes to taking on personal or collective debt, but especially personal debt. And we know that taking away opportunities for people to further their education and at the same time be able to provide for themselves and their families will definitely not lead our province in a way that's collaborative, forward-thinking, or create greater opportunities for us all. So I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton City Centre for re-articulating some of the concerns that we've raised on that regard. I also want to take a few minutes to reflect on some of the discussion that we've heard from the Minister of Finance as of late. He's definitely been making the rounds on talk radio shows alike. The Premier likes to come in here and say all sorts of disrespectful things about CBC, but I heard the Minister of Finance on CBC. So interesting, they like to use that opportunity to get their message out and then use the opportunity in this place to disparage the messages that they espouse on those shows themselves. So the Minister of Finance was on CBC Morning Show late last week and spent a considerable amount of time talking about the number of people who are fleeing the province. And particularly young Albertans were of conversation in that area. And the Minister of Finance was straight out asked about personal income taxes and dodged the question, was incredibly evasive when it came to questions of bringing in a PST in this province. That one, it shouldn't take a lot of backbone to be able to say to a reporter on a morning show that you don't have any time to consider a PST, but that definitely wasn't the message delivered by the Minister of Finance. And one of the other big topics that he's been asked about as of late is around healthcare premiums. And this, of course, relates to this bill, as this is creating an opportunity through Bill 80 to consolidate Alberta healthcare insurance plans into one piece of legislation.
Order. Okay. The members would like to continue on conversations. Private conversations, they're welcome to do so in the back. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, of course, Bill 80 consolidates healthcare insurance plan rules into one piece of legislation and repeals the Health Insurance Act, which many have asserted creates an opportunity for healthcare premiums to ride into Albertans' bank books and into our bank accounts. And we've seen when past Conservative governments in this province tried to ram through healthcare premiums, how Albertans responded to that. But here we go, an omnibus piece of legislation trying to create all of these opportunities for new fees and burdens to be added to working families. I can't help but remember when the Minister, now Minister of Municipal Affairs, then opposition private member in the PC caucus, when legalization of cannabis was coming into force here in the province of Alberta about 4 years ago, right now. The minister, now minister, the then private member for Calgary Hayes, talking about how ridiculous it was that he said only the NDP could create a system for pot legalization that wouldn't make money. And of course, across Canada, jurisdictions were working to get rid of the illicit market, and with that meant that there had to be aggressive competitive pricing in the legal market so that people would choose to purchase their products legally instead of illegally. And guess what? It didn't take long to start making money. In fact, this last year, AGLC made about $200,000, and it's made money pretty much every year through the online sale of cannabis at competitive prices to folks across this province. And the government's taking this piece of legislation to get rid of that. And I know $200,000 isn't a huge line item, especially for the government, but that's the amount of money that we make that pays for 2 teachers to help kids learn in a classroom, or pays for about 4 educational assistants, 5 in many parts of this province. It would pay for a handful of LPNs to work in long-term care centres and help seniors. And the government in this bill is deciding that they're going to forgo that income and they're going to pass it on to corporate entities, friends and insiders, it seems, through the dissolution of AGLC in terms of the online cannabis sales. So, the now minister, former private member for Calgary Hayes, talking about the NDP not making much money selling pot, and then here we go. Now we've got the current Conservative government deciding to give all that money away to private entities. And according to AGLC online sales, we're only about 1.5% of the total cannabis sales per year. So, you know, it wasn't like there was a huge amount that was being sold publicly, but this was one little piece that was being done through AGLC, and the government's decided through this bill that they're going to take that away. Again, probably the most hurtful and I'd say wrong-headed piece is around taking away the opportunities for people to receive their compensation while furthering their post-secondary studies, including English language acquisition. I think that for a Premier who claims to care a lot about newcomers, taking away these income streams from newcomer families is definitely a test of one's actual character when it comes to determining whether or not they will put their collective money where their mouth is, and this is something that I think will have long-term negative consequences for the people of Alberta. And yeah, just to take another minute or two, there are some pieces in it that aren't a huge concern to me, but the few areas that are, I think, are of significant concern. So rather than the government continuing to bring in large omnibus pieces of legislation that impact many, many bills all at once, and then trying to give it a flashy title, it would be great if the government came into this place with clear amendments, act by act, because I think some of these pieces we could absolutely get behind. However, the ones that are problematic are very problematic. And for those reasons, I'm encouraging my colleagues to oppose this piece of legislation, not because it's all bad, but because the pieces that are bad, I think, are really bad. And especially want to highlight again my concerns around the finance minister failing to commit to no PST and failing to commit to no healthcare premiums. And then, of course, at the same time, we see a bill come into this House that creates an opening for healthcare premiums to be downloaded onto everyday working people. So those are some of my biggest concerns at this point in this stage. And it seems that this session is coming to a close and that the government is keen to move forward on these nonetheless. But I do want to say to the people of this province who are going to feel the negative impacts that we are fighting back, and that we are standing up for a more fair and just Alberta, one where people can continue to receive the income support they need and further themselves educationally, one where they can receive the health care they need without fear that they're going to be stuck with a bill at the end of the day or forced premiums onto working families when we know times have been made ever so tough by COVID and by decisions of the current government to further download pressures onto everyday families. So those are the main pieces I want to leave my colleagues with here tonight. And again, an urgency to oppose this legislation, as the harm it does in those areas, I think, is too great for us to come in with a vote of support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, are there others who would like to join in the debate? The member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to rise and contribute to the debate on Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, number 2. Of course, this piece of legislation makes changes to the following acts, as we all know: the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act, the Alberta Human Rights Act, the Credit Union Act, Ensuring Fiscal Sustainability Act, Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act, the Income and Employment Supports Act, Insurance Act, Loan and Trust Corporation Act, and of course the Mines and Minerals Act. But of course, the substantial change that my colleagues and I are most concerned about is the fact that they're removing the adult learner stream from income support. And I wanted to perhaps just contribute a little bit to the debate on how this impacts racialized people, because of course in Edmonton Ellerslie, as the members may recall from previous interjections that I've made in the House, 50% of the electorate in Edmonton Ellerslie happen to be ethnically diverse. And a lot of the people that come into my office and are trying to access income supports are also from these communities. And a lot of the times, it seems that in order to get the support that they need, there's certain conditions that have to be met. And of course, a lot of the times they're just shy of having one prerequisite in order to actually get the funding for what they need. And so it's saddening to me that they're making this change, Mr. Speaker, because it's a program that benefits quite a substantial number of people. I know that the members on the opposite side have made arguments that it will help those going into post-secondary, but of course, those are not the people that, the majority of the people that are actually accessing this particular type of program. Now, I ask myself, is it due to the fact that the members on the other side of the House, do they just not come into contact with more marginalized Albertans? Why is it that they think that they can make a move like this, which will actually detrimentally impact families? Because, I ask myself, we're here to govern for all Albertans. Now, I can understand that you may be an affluent individual, you can live a life of privilege, and you may not come into contact with certain groups of people because of the lifestyle that you live. But that doesn't mean that those people don't exist, Mr. Speaker. It's like the argument that, well, if you don't see lobsters crawling through the streets, that lobsters don't exist. Of course, we know they exist. They happen to exist in the ocean. We know that they're there. Some affluent people like to eat lobster, right? I'm not that big a fan of lobster. I never have been. Not that I would discourage people from eating lobster by any means, Mr. Speaker. I'm just happen to be more of a prawns kind of guy. Prawns and salmon. Actually, Mr. Speaker, I've actually taken upon myself to turn towards a more vegan diet of late, stop eating as much meat right now. I know that many of the members on the other side were thinking, oh, what sacrilege is this? You're not going to eat meat. But of course, we go through and we learn different things at different times through our life when we come into contact with people who have diverse opinions. And when we come into contact with people who have diverse opinions, Mr. Speaker, we can learn a thing or two about a thing or two. As I once heard from a good conservative friend of mine back when I was in university days, we would have these debates, and he would always tell me, I know a thing or two about a thing or two. And that's the beauty of coming into contact with people from other backgrounds. And I'm not just speaking ethnically. I'm also speaking of people who just live a completely different lifestyle than you. So the question that often runs through my head as I see pieces of legislation come before, or bills, proposed legislation that come across the floor in this House, I ask myself, well, I wonder if the members on the other side have actually had an opportunity to walk a mile in the shoes of someone that actually has to access income support. Have they asked questions of these individuals? And it's not the same to be like, okay, well, because I've heard people say, well, I have a next door neighbor who's, I don't know, pick whatever ethnicity you want. So you think that you kind of know what their life is like. But the truth is that unless you actually delve deeper into the reality that that person is living, that you're not going to have a clue about life's challenges that they go through, their actual experiences. And so this is why especially when it comes to this particular bill, I ask myself, have any of the members on the other side of the House actually had the opportunity? And maybe they have. But the piece of legislation that we have here before us doesn't reflect that, in my humble opinion. Because if they did, then they know how difficult it is, number one, just to access income support, all the conditions that have to be met in order for you to access it, and in particular this program that they now want to take away from an already marginalized group of people that are having less and less opportunities to improve themselves. See, this is what the crazy thing is that, like these conservatives like to talk about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, making yourself better. And here we have individuals that are trying to do exactly that through this government program. Now I get it. Some of the members on the other side, and heck, even on this side of the House, sometimes we have family to rely on. Or we have good friends that can, give us that, offer us that loan that eventually we'll pay back. Or, some of us may have family that are like, hey, just take this money and take the course that you need to take. Don't worry about paying me back. It's okay. It's fine. But a lot of the times, marginalized people, they don't have those same resources, those same family connections, those friends that happen to be a little bit more affluent that can provide a loan so that you can go and better yourself and get some education. So the only opportunity they have then is to recur to a government program. A lot of the times, racialized people here in the province of Alberta, I'm not saying all of them, because a lot of them do have extended family that they can rely on. But a lot of the times, racialized people don't have those same resources and family members that actually call Alberta home as they do and can actually access through different channels an opportunity to really better themselves. And I'd make the argument that as much as a lot of my conservative friends on the other side of the House like to state that they pulled themselves up by their own bootstraps, a lot of the times they relied on family. And perhaps they even relied on a family inheritance or something to that effect. I'm not saying all of them, because I know not everybody lives that life of affluence, but help always comes in different forms. And at the end of the day, there's community members that actually end up helping other community members. So I'm hoping that the members on the other side would contemplate that when it comes to Albertans that don't have the same connections, the family connections, the friends that can actually help you out. And they have nothing left but to recur to a government program such as this one, which the members think that it's perfectly fine to just cut out. It's quite unfortunate, actually. And so I wish that they would consider that when it actually comes to the changes that they're proposing for this bill. So, of course, the Income and Employment Supports Act currently provides support for both training benefits and income support and benefits. And the bill actually removes access to this training benefit if a person is not accepted in a training program that commences before April 1st of 2022. Now, you remember, Mr. Speaker, I was talking about you know, they have to meet certain requirements, and here it is, right? It's just like, okay, so why this? I'm wondering if any of the members on the other side can actually tell me why the date of April 1st, 2022 was selected. Why? Right? So this means that the government is essentially sunsetting the training benefit for people who need it the most. And it does this by amending Section 6, 10, and 11 of the Income and Employment Supports Act to require that for members of a household to be eligible for income and employment supports as full and part-time learners, they must be accepted in an approved training program that commences before April 1st of 2022. And this means that the full-time learner stream of income support will no longer exist. Now, the members on the other side, or better stated, the cabinet claims that full-time learner income support is no longer needed because changes made to the Student Financial Assistance Act achieve the same end. However, the changes made in the regulation give the minister complete power to decide who receives funding and how much of the funding they get. And Section 3 in the regulation states that the minister may provide foundational learning assistance only if money is available for assistance, and that this is substantially weaker than legislated requirements and is arbitrary and states no criteria for who receives funding. So, as I argued many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, here again we have a piece of legislation that actually does put more power into the hands of the minister to decide something so important for someone who is actually applying for this kind of funding. So, of course, the members on the other side made changes to support for low-income post-secondary students earlier in the year, and they changed the Alberta Learner Income Support and the Skills Investment Bursary for part-time students, which helps adult learners pay for basic education, upgrading, or English as a second language, to no longer be considered a reportable benefit on income taxes. So why would you do this? Like, I just don't understand why you would do this and actually make life more difficult for people who are already having a challenging time. And especially for racialized people. You know, the Minister of Justice likes to get up in this House and say that he's done so much to help racialized people here in the province of Alberta. And yet here we have a piece of legislation that's actually making it more difficult so I would really hope that all members on that side of the House would take a second look at this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes the time allotted for that particular remarks. The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take a few moments to speak to Bill 80, the red tape reduction bill, or Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, 2021. And of course, as the speakers before me, I certainly have some deep concerns with this particular act, as I know that the phrase red tape itself is actually just a euphemism. It doesn't actually mean anything. There is no actual tape of the color red in anything. And in this particular case, it's used as these kind of phrases are used to cover up the reality that's underlying the statement being made, to make it less transparent, to ensure that only people with the time and the ability to investigate more deeply will actually understand what is happening. Because, of course, if the government were to be completely transparent around these kinds of actions, it would certainly be raising substantial concern by members of our proud province, and they not something that they would like very much. I want to give you an example of just an experience I even had today that really is an example of what happens when things are said to be red tape reduction and said to be minor changes that are not effective, that do not affect people substantively in their lives in any kind of negative way. And yet, the reality is that most often when the Conservatives use red tape, they mean they're going to give a swift kick to someone who is of low income. It seems to be their perennial cruel turn of the screw that we see in this House all the time. And I just want to give an example of a conversation I had this morning. I was on my what my office calls my tour of seniors' residences, in which I bring sort of flowers to all the seniors' residences, wish them Merry Christmas, often share some, chocolates or Tim Hortons or something like that. So I always bring poinsettias, so it's all called my poinsettia tour in my office. And it's something I really enjoy, and in fact, I enjoyed it even more this year because I had to miss it completely last year. Most of the institutions that I go to visit would just simply not allow me to enter into the building given COVID. And so, while I did send things, it just wasn't the same. It's the conversation is what's really important here. So I happened to have an opportunity today in my poinsettia tour to go to a residence in my constituency that's part of the Good Samaritan Society's set of institutions and homes for people for various reasons. And this one particularly is called Wedman House, which is a lovely seniors residence in south of my constituency that has a main lodge and then, of course, a number of small buildings where people can live in groups of just 3 at a time. So it, as much as possible, reflects living in the community. And it really is a very well-designed institution. But it's more than an institution, it is a home. And it's a home for people that have lived there, many of them, for significant parts of their life. The vast majority of them, of course, are seniors, but some are there because of disability that has brought them into the residence at a much earlier stage in their life, and therefore sometimes see 20 or 30 years of residence in these kind of institutions. And today I just had the delightful conversation with members of Wedman House. About a dozen of us sat around and enjoying some Tim Horton Timbits and telling stories. I had the opportunity to hear a little bit about how many of them felt about Grant Notley, a quite revered MLA in this House for many years, and how they enjoyed him and the work that he did, and how that reflected so well in terms of the great work that his daughter has been doing since she became an MLA, and of course in her role as Premier. I also had the opportunity to have delightful conversations about my own grandfather's experiences after World War I, returning back to Canada just at the time that the Winnipeg General Strike was going on, and not being able to go back to his family farm because there was no way to get there and there was no way to contact them. And it turned out anyways, when he finally did make the journey out into the wilderness to find his family farm that the family had moved while he was off fighting the war in Europe, and as a result he had to come back into town. It took him 3 days to find his family in Winnipeg. So we had these delightful conversations. But, past all the positive chit-chat and coffee time that we had, there were certainly a number of things that they were very concerned about. Number one was healthcare. And I heard a lot about healthcare and the deep fear of these women, all women, by the way, most of whom have outlived their husbands, are very concerned about the moves by this government they really feel to take apart our public health care system. But within that, there was also another specific conversation that they wanted me to pass on here, because in one of these red tape reduction, yes, I'm getting back to the bill, in one of these red tape reduction events of the past, a decision was made by this government to reduce a laundry services allowance for these people by $60 a month. The whole allowance, by the way, which was $60 a month, was removed. And I sat and listened to this 90-year-old woman who was in a wheelchair and had been living in this house, well, at least for the last 6.5 years since I've been visiting, tell me that while she was sure that $60 was not meaningful to this government with a $50 billion plus budget, that $60 every month was significant to her and did make a difference in terms of the choices that she had available. And she understood that from this government's perspective, it was simply red tape reduction. We're getting rid of a small line in a budget somewhere along the way. But in the conversation that we were having at Wedman House this morning, there was a lot of conversation about the fact that they understood right now that they were taking from the money that was available in society and not being able to contribute back into it. But they were very clear that they had contributed throughout their whole lives into these budget lines, and that being 90 years of age, having lived in Alberta her whole life, she certainly had contributed substantially to this province, and felt that for the province then to return the work that she had given on behalf of herself and her family to the well-being of all the rest of Albertans, and to return that kind of gift from her by taking away from her a $60 a month laundry services budget, just felt like a degrading and reprehensible move from her part. And so I just want the government to realize and to remember that there are real people who are affected by these real decisions. And again, we have a concern here in this debate regarding Bill 80, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act, where again the government is making decisions which appear to be minor or small from a government that deals with $50 billion, but it is significant and substantive to individuals who have to suffer the consequence of these choices. And just one example that I want to pull out from the many things that we could complain about in this bill is the removal of the adult learning stream from income support. And I'm very concerned about this because it sounds like a small thing to do. It sounds like it's not going to affect a lot of people, but I want to actually pay some attention to who it is going to affect. Because what adult learning really is about second chances. It's about people that did not have the opportunity for one reason or another to take advantage of advanced education when they were younger, for a variety of reasons, primarily for reasons outside of their own control. They may be, for example, immigrants or refugees coming from another country where life did not treat them with great fairness. And they had to make the very difficult decision to leave family and friends, to come to Canada to try to start again, and to try to provide a positive and a hopeful future for their children. These are the people of second chance. And we know that when immigrants are given that opportunity, when they come into Canada, they very quickly move from being people who are asking for services in order to get themselves established to people who contribute well beyond the average in a short period of time. In fact, most of the studies I've read indicate that it takes somewhere around, on average, 5 years or less for immigrants to become net contributors to a country. I mean, that's a very short period of time in someone's life that they have to ask for services, whether it might be public assistance or it might be educational or some other kinds of service. And then very quickly, for the next 50 years of their life, they're going to be contributors, substantive contributors to the well-being of all of us here in the province. And they can only do that if they're given a second chance. And one of those second chances has always been adult learning, a chance to come and learn a new language, to learn a new trade, to learn any of a set of variety of skills or knowledges that will help them to move from being people that are requesting assistance to people that are providing assistance to others. Those are the people that we are going after. Those are the people that we are taking out here. Other people who experience second chances and who need second chances are people who have grown up in families of great dysfunction, for example, whose families in one way were neglectful or abusive, and who, as a result of the invitations that are inherent in those kind of awful family structures, they themselves ended up in difficult positions, perhaps with homelessness or perhaps with addictions, or any other number of consequences of behavior that really originated outside of themselves and were not about their own free choice. And these are the kind of people who have somehow, in spite of all the pulls and the pressures to go down the wrong road, the road to perdition, have made a decision that they themselves do not want to follow through with the push that society and fortune and fate have given them to head in a bad direction, and are trying to take a second chance to go back to school, to right themselves in the course of their life, and to become positive net contributors in this province of Alberta. And now, when they choose to do that, we have a government that's making the choice not to be there for them, not to provide that opportunity for second chance, to make a transition, which is positive and in many ways wonderful, to actually overcome the barriers that have been systematically placed in their way, and to override the tendency to allow life and fate to direct how you are in the world, to choose in a way that they have never had a chance to choose before. And that's the kind of thing that's being taken away when we go after programs like the adult learning stream. So in the same way as I spoke about the laundry services, I feel the same way here. Please do not hurt vulnerable people. Thank you.
Are there others? The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo. There is approximately 7 minutes for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that time check as well. You know, I have looked through the bill, of course, and had opportunity to debate it several times. And I want to say that there is one thing that I can stand behind and appreciate in this bill. Just one thing. And that is with regard to the treatment of municipalities around the whole entertainment district. It's in the AGLC changes that are before us here. And it says that municipalities that pass bylaws can establish entertainment districts. And that's really the first time I've seen this UCP government look at municipal councils and councillors as fully capable, grown up able orders of government. The rest of the time, I think this government is guilty of treating local councils as, people who don't know what they're doing, councils who don't know what they're doing. They know, the provincial government in this UCP government knows better than local councils. That's, of course, not anywhere close to true. Local councils have been doing, for instance, Calgary's over 1.2 million people. Council of 15 there operates to address the needs of their citizens every day. Edmonton Council, 13 councillors here and mayor, and they are fully capable of deciding what the needs of and addressing the needs of their citizenry. And this Bill 80 surprisingly treats local councils in this regard, entertainment districts, as capable of setting their own municipal bylaws to address the needs of their citizens. That's great. The rest of this bill disappoints. My colleague just focused on an area that I want to spend some time on, because I think the whole area of the adult learning stream in the Income and Employment Supports Act and the downgrading of what was a statutory requirement to be addressed by the government, no matter which government, has been downgraded to be a regulation now. And a regulation that, as I understand it, if there's budget monies for that adult learning benefit, there will be support for those adult learners. If there's no budget monies, then the subsequent learners that come towards that and want to get the support to, as my colleagues were saying, better their situation, make sure that they're going back to school, they're getting a second chance, as my colleague was saying. People who come to that program as a result of Bill 80, and if the budget monies are exhausted for that and it's no longer a statutory requirement, the government doesn't have to provide that person any support. The government can say, basically the cupboard's bare, you have to go somewhere else, do something else, don't go back to school, you don't qualify for any supports under the adult learning stream. And everybody knows that a statutory requirement is better than a one that's in regulation. Everybody knows that. People fight for that all across this country in different statutory supports. But this government is downgrading, and it means that the government will also decide how much funding goes to that, and they can lowball the need. And that will be something that's problematic, not only for the adult learners and their families, but as people on this side were saying, it's problematic for the growing of capacity of skilled learners in this province that'll assist in lifting this province back to the high level it was for many, many years in terms of GDP growth, in terms of the highest incomes per capita. All of those things we've been at in the past, and programs like that were statutory assisted in that regard. It assisted the people who needed that support. So with Bill 80, we're seeing a degrading of all of those things. We're seeing an omnibus bill come before us, and we know that it will degrade the ability of future governments to help out Albertans under programs that have long been supportive of the education needs of Albertans. Mr. Speaker, the total number of changes, of course, to this bill, and you would think that they would, each.
I hesitate to interrupt the honourable member for Calgary Buffalo, but pursuant to Government Motion 112, agreed to earlier today, which states that after 1 hour of debate, all questions must be decided to conclude the debate on Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2. On the motion, as moved by the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, for third reading of Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2. All those in favor of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 80. All those in favor of third reading, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Ms. Armstrong-Homenack, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Jones, Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Tour, Mrs. Ahir, Mrs. Pitt.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Shepherd, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Sabir, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 42, total against 7.
Honorable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2, is now read a third time.
Under government motion number 104, adjourn debate on amendment. Ms. Fry.
Honorable members, before the Assembly, Government Motion 104. Are there others wishing to join in the debate? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. Honorable members. Order. That is what I have said.
Yeah, that's what I want to speak.
The honourable member for Calgary, Boular, McCall, in the most generous way possible from the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me, for your indulgence, for your generosity. And with that, I will be moving an amendment as well.
Order, order, order. If the page can go grab the amendment, I will get a copy of that to the table. I will allow members to disperse, and then we'll get back to the orders, the business of the day. Order. Honorable members, this is a sub-amendment to Amendment A1. This will be referred to as Amendment SA1. The honorable member has the call.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. I will make some brief remarks about government amendment to their own motion 104. And then
Record, or you're going to read it into the record and then make remarks?
if you want me to read it in record.
Why don't you go ahead and read it into the record, and then you can make your remarks.
Member from Calgary Borough McCall to move that Amendment A1 to Government Motion 104 be amended in Clause B as follows. A, in Section 4, by striking out express solidarity with the 20 First Nation Band Council and their communities situated along, and substituting express support for those First Nation and Indigenous people that hold constitutional rights in the lands along and surrounding, and sub 2, by striking out in their negotiation for project agreements and substituting as they continue to seek solutions. B, by adding the following immediately after Section 4. 4.1, acknowledge and express its support for the Memorandum of Understanding agreed to in February 2020 between the Government of Canada, the Government of British Columbia, and Wet'suwet'en Nation, and as signed by Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs, that established the term by which the parties agreed to engage in a constructive dialogue to achieve meaningful solutions that respectfully address the rights of all parties. 4.2, express its support for an approach to resource project that relies on negotiations along with proportionate regulatory enforcement being the best means for the parties to achieve meaningful and predictable progress on these projects while similarly upholding entrenched constitutional principles and rights such as the rule of law and indigenous rights. 4.3, acknowledge that indigenous rights, which include the rights of First Nation hereditary chiefs, are legally complex and have been judicially considered in the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Delgamuukw and British Columbia, Haida Nation and British Columbia, and Silcotin and British Columbia. Madam Speaker, I will make brief remarks about government amendment to their own motion 104, and then I will make some remarks about the sub-amendment that I am proposing. But before I do, some context. While it may be rare to find common ground across the floor of this legislature, last week our caucus rose in the Legislative Assembly here to speak in favor of government motion 104. And we spoke to condemn the words of David Suzuki, and moreover to condemn violence and incitement to violence in any form. In a civil and democratic society, we said, violent acts and threats must never be normalized under any circumstances. We recognized and supported unequivocally everyone's right to protest, including civil disobedience. But, Madam Speaker, violence is not a legitimate form of protest. We supported Government Motion 104, and we continue to support the notion that was introduced and debated last week. Madam Speaker, with its amendments, the government is attempting to rewrite their own motion and to change the intent of the motion significantly. I would like to formally say on the record that procedurally, we do not believe that the amendment under discussion is in order. The government amendment, alters the substance of the original motion, the debate, and the sheer expression of condemnation that occurred in this legislature on the government's original motion 104. However, if we consider the content of the government amendment as proposed, we nevertheless believe there is common ground to be achieved in this assembly to recognize the economic potential of this project for so many communities, and also to recognize the constitutional requirement to work in a careful and considered way with Indigenous right holders. But in our view, we must reasonably amend government amendment to ensure that we do not risk creating additional conflict that will jeopardize the project. We must keep our eyes focused on the outcome we are all trying to achieve. Those outcomes include getting our products to market, diversifying our economy, lowering overall GHG emissions with cleaner natural gas, and of course, furthering our collective responsibility towards reconciliation. To find this common ground, we are proposing a simple and factual amendments. We urge the government caucus to support these amendments in the interest of this project, in the interest of economic diversification, and above all, in the interest of reconciliation. Madam Speaker, as you know, we have advocated for a stable investment climate in Alberta that puts the rule of law at the heart of that stability. The rule of law, as we know, includes clear regulatory processes for project proponents and also requirements to consult and work together with First Nations and Indigenous right holders under both treaty and under Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada. A real commitment to the rule of law, Madam Speaker, is how our government ultimately advanced and achieved the construction of TMX pipeline. We would therefore urge the members opposite to support our sub-amendments to recognize the existing constitutional law and rights of Indigenous people, to support negotiations and proportionate enforcement, and perhaps most importantly, to endorse and express support for constructive dialogue under the tripartite Memorandum of Understanding agreed to by the Government of Canada, the Government of British Columbia, Wet'suwet'en Nation, as signed by Wet'suwet'en Nation hereditary chiefs. Madam Speaker, we invite the member opposite to join in recognizing the rights of First Nations and all Indigenous right holders, and to support the hard work to find solution with respect to Coastal GasLink project. Madam Speaker, let us focus on the best way to move this very important project forward in a way that respects the rule of law and Indigenous rights. That is what this sub-amendment does. Let's not drive wedges. Let's build bridges. Let's build pipelines. And as we help do that, let's also be focused on facts and the rule of law. To do it otherwise serves to put both the Coastal GasLink project and Indigenous reconciliation at additional risk. When the government motion 104 first came to the floor, we had a united expression of solidarity from this legislature. In that same spirit, I hope members will accept this sub-amendment so that we can continue to have a united expression of solidarity. This project and Indigenous reconciliation is too important to be subject to any form of political games. Nobody wants games. People want investment. They want diversification. They want us to respect the rule of law. They want us to respect Indigenous rights, treaty rights, their Section 35 constitutional rights. And so let us focus on those priorities and speak as one voice in this legislature. I urge all members of this House to support this sub-amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the opportunity to rise on the sub-amendment. It's quite shocking to continue to see the official opposition not just take a simple step of following, frankly, David Suzuki's lead and apologizing for the horrendous position of their party. Mr. Suzuki calling or in any way implying that there would be violence towards infrastructure, towards pipelines, was wrong, Madam Speaker, which is why his foundation condemned his remarks, and which is why he finally apologized for his remarks, which is why, in the end, there's an amendment on the floor to adjust this motion slightly to recognize David Suzuki apologizing for it. What he has said about our oil and gas industry is outrageous. But nevertheless, I think we should recognize that he did apologize for his remarks. The NDP still have not apologized for their actions when it comes to pipelines. First, let's start off with, Madam Speaker, the fact is that the policy wing of their party, just a few short weeks ago, with 85% support, passed a motion supported by members of the official opposition, members of this chamber, Madam Speaker, calling on people to break the law, Madam Speaker, and block legally being built pipelines inside BC, Madam Speaker. Shame on them for still not condemning that. We are now several days into this debate, and all they can do is bring forward another amendment trying to water down a very important motion, have the nerve, Madam Speaker, to stand up in this place and call on people to follow the rule of the law when their party's passing motions not to follow the law, Madam Speaker. They are so desperate to try to hide their hatred for the energy industry and for the men and women who work in it. But, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, their record speaks for themselves. The leader of the official opposition, when she was Premier, did not fight for Keystone, refused to fight for Keystone. In fact, Madam Speaker, she said to CBC Radio in 2015, when asked about Keystone, she said, "We are against it, Madam Speaker." Against it. Not that they don't want to pursue it, that they're against it, Madam Speaker. Further on, there was efforts, and then she made very clear that she would abandon efforts to get Keystone built. Shortly after that, Madam Speaker, she called home Rob Merrifield, Alberta's representative inside Washington, and told him to down tools on fighting for pipelines. That's their record, Madam Speaker. So you should not be shocked today to see the Deputy Governor or Opposition House Leader rise and pass a motion trying to water down a motion that simply calls on people to follow the law. Now, Northern Gateway abandoned no effort for the then Premier, now the leader of the NDP, to fight for Northern Gateway. Zero effort, Madam Speaker. And when it came to Keystone, a critical component for the future of this province, the NDP did a wine ban for about 30 days. And then they removed the wine ban, put a bill into this House to be able to shut down the taps, an idea that came from the then official opposition party, the United Conservative Party at that time. It was polling so well, Madam Speaker, that the NDP had to put a bill into this place which passed, but they would not implement that legislation, Madam Speaker. They were so dedicated to their anti-pipeline rhetoric and their true goal of destroying the energy industry inside this country and this province that they would symbolically try to do something in here, but then not go all the way. And Premier Horgan at the time, and remember, the leader of the official opposition used to work for Premier Horgan. They're in the same party. They're both from the NDP party. Then the Premier of Alberta, I want you to think about this. Some of you were not in the 29th legislature. Flew down to Victoria to have a meeting with the Premier of BC. While illegal activity was taking place, plus several court issues to stop TMX from being built, absolutely critical to the future of the province. And they have a bilateral meeting, Madam Speaker. And we are all eagerly waiting here to find out what the then Premier of Alberta would do, the NDP, to be able to get the pipeline built. They come out, Premier heads back home to answer questions to us, and question period shortly after that, and Premier Horgan, the Premier of BC, comes out and is asked by reporters, what did the Premier do, the now leader of the opposition, the member from Strathcona? What did she raise with you, they say to the Premier? Do you know what Premier Horgan said? Remember, this is a friend of hers. He says, she never even raised it with me. Never even raised it with me. They will not fight for pipelines in this province. Madam Speaker, there are people sitting across from us right now in this House who have stood on the steps of the legislature and chanted no more pipelines. They can't have it both ways. The honourable member wanted to rise and water down an amendment that simply says this: follow the law and respect the First Nations rights inside BC. That's his choice. Is he going to rise inside this chamber and condemn the policy wing of his party, who is calling on people to break the law? That's the choice before this chamber right now, Madam Speaker. We certainly will not, I certainly will not, and I suspect all of my colleagues will agree with me, support an amendment from the NDP that says anything less than we expect the rule of law to be followed, Madam Speaker, and we respect the First Nation communities of BC who are depending on this pipeline for their prosperity to be respected, the rights, I should say, Madam Speaker. That's the choice before the NDP. So, Madam Speaker, I encourage all of us to vote down this ridiculous sub-amendment. Pass our amendment making it clear that we expect the rule of law to be followed. And let's have a vote and find out if the NDP stand with people breaking the law, Madam Speaker, or if they are actually going to stand up for Albertans right now and demand that our energy infrastructure gets built inside this country. That's the choice before them. That simple, Madam Speaker.
Any other speakers to the sub-amendment? Seeing none, I will call the question on sub-amendment 1 as moved by the honourable member for Calgary McCall-Bular. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Amendment has been defeated. A division has been called. To ring the bells.
It's cute, right?
Members, a division has been called on the sub-amendment 1. Honourable members, all those in favour, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Sabier, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Dreesham, Ms. Armstrong-Harmonick, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Jones, the Honourable Ms. Pond. Mr. Hanson, Mr. Singh, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Tour, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Godfrey. Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
6. Madam Speaker, total for the sub-amendment 7, total against 46.
Well, members, that is defeated. We're back on the amendment, Amendment A1. Any members wishing to join the debate? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1. Is moved by the Honourable Member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Members, the division has been called on Amendment A1. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister Lagrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Dreeshen, Ms. Armstrong-Humanock, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Jones, the Honourable Ms. Pond. Mr. Singh, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Tour, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
All those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Sabier, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
Madam Speaker, total for the amendment 47, total against 7.
Members, that is carried. We are... Hold on, that's just the amendment. Let's deal with the motion. Government motion number 104. Are there any members wishing to join the debate? As amended. The Honourable Government House Leader, are you closing debate?
I am joining the debate.
Are you closing the debate?
Yeah, I'd like to close the debate, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry, are there any other speakers wishing to speak before the Honourable Minister closes the debate? Seeing none, the
Well,
Honourable
Madam Speaker, I'll be brief. There's a lot of work before the chamber tonight, but I just want to be clear, Madam Speaker, through you to all members of the Assembly. The option here in a moment is to vote. And to abstain is the same way as supporting people that are trying to illegally block pipelines, Madam Speaker, and supporting First Nation communities of BC that are depending on this important piece of infrastructure to get built. There's no way around that. You don't get to hide from your responsibility that you're either for it or you're against it, Madam Speaker.
Here, here, here.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion as amended? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. A division has been called to ring the bells. Members, the division has been called on Government Motion 104 as amended. All those in favour, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Dreeshen, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, the Honorable Mr. Horner, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Jones, the Honorable Ms. Pond. Mr. Singh, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Tour, Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
Any opposed, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Sabier, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 47, total against 7.
Honorable members, that is carried.
Under government motions, government motion 115, Honorable Mr. Nixon.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 115 as follows. Be it resolved that, 1, a select special committee examine safe supply be established to consist of the following members. Nixon from Calgary-Klein as chair, MLA Allard as deputy chair, MLA Amory, MLA Fian, MLA Fry, MLA Goering, MLA Milliken, MLA Rosen, MLA Sigurdsson from Edmonton Riverview, MLA Stefan, MLA Sweet, and MLA Yao. 2, the committee's mandate is limited to the consideration of the following matters. A, examine the concept of safe supply, defined as the provision of a pharmaceutical opioid, heroin, crystal methamphetamine, cocaine, or other substances to people who are addicted to or dependent on these substances. B, whether there is evidence that a proposed safe supply would have an impact on fatal or non-fatal overdose, drug diversion, or associated health and community impacts. C, whether there is evidence that a proposed safe supply would be accompanied by increased risk to individuals, the community, other entities, or jurisdictions. D, examine historical evidence regarding the overprescribing of opioids. And E, whether there is evidence that a proposed safe supply would be accompanied by any other benefits or consequences. 3, during the course of its review, the committee A, continue despite a prorogation of the session of the 30th legislature, and B, may without leave of the Assembly meet during a period when the Assembly is prorogued. 4, the committee may, subject to the chair's approval, pay any reasonable costs necessary for the effective conduct of its responsibilities, specifically the cost of advertising, staff assistance, equipment and supplies, rent, travel, and other similar costs. 5, the committee may, during the course of its review, utilize the services of any of the following. A, Legislative Assembly Office employees, or B, subject to the approval of the head of a department or an office of the legislature, the public service employees of that department or office. 6, no later than April 30th, 2020, the committee must submit a report to the Assembly that sets out its recommendations, if any. 7, if the Assembly is not sitting on the day that the committee completes its report, the chair of the committee must, as soon as practicable, A, deposit the report with the clerk in accordance with Standing Order 38.1, and B, provide a copy of the report to each member of the Legislative Assembly.
Honorable members, this is a debatable motion. Are there any members wishing to speak? The Honorable Member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be quick. I would just like to move an amendment to Government Motion 115, if I could. Madam Speaker, I would move that. Oh, sorry.
Have a copy. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will continue now. That I move that Government Motion 115 be amended in Section 1A by striking out Feehan and substituting Irwin, B by striking out Goring and substituting Ganley, and C by striking out Sweet and substituting Shepherd. Madam Speaker, that's a pretty straightforward amendment. I will leave it at that.
Any members to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Any speakers to the main motion? Motion 115, the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for moving the motion, the amendment. I certainly look forward, should it be the will of this House to approve this motion, to participating in this committee. However, I would like to move an amendment.
You grab the amendment. Members, this will be A2. Honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll read this amendment into the record. That Government Motion 115 be amended as follows. A, by striking out paragraph 2A and substituting the following. A, examine the concept of safe supply defined as the provision of safe, legal, and regulated pharmaceutical alternatives to toxic street drugs as a means to protect the lives of individuals who meet legally prescribed medical criteria, such as having attempted recovery from their addiction multiple times and being subject to an extremely high risk of death resulting from a poisoned drug supply. And B, striking out the quotation marks in respect of safe supply wherever they occur. A relatively straightforward amendment, Madam Speaker, that will make the definition of safe supply accurate to how this policy is practiced across the country and will allow the committee to focus on the need to save lives. Madam Speaker, I have spoken in favor of moving forward with this form of a safe supply. The current definition that is put forward in the amendment includes many things that I and no member of the opposition have any interest in seeing implemented in the province of Alberta, and certainly is not practiced anywhere in Canada by any provincial government. Now, I do not want to think, Madam Speaker, that there are any cynical intentions with this committee. Indeed, as noted in the Edmonton Journal today, on Monday, the Mental Health and Addictions Associate Minister told reporters that the committee's aim is to get the facts and hear from experts on both sides, and stated, as a former law enforcement officer, I want to look at objective evidence. I absolutely agree, Madam Speaker. That is precisely what we wish to do with this committee. But however, while this government and members of this government have discussed safe supply, they have made some, I believe, inaccurate and egregious claims that do not represent the policies that are actually currently in practice by governments in Canada. In June, we called for many different things, including, and I quote, providing safe, legal, and regulated pharmaceutical alternatives for Albertans who use highly toxic street drugs. Since that press conference, the UCP has misrepresented that policy. Indeed, the Edmonton Journal article goes on to note that after the minister made that statement in question period, he referred to safe supply as a taxpayer-funded supply of drugs and questioned how such policies benefit those struggling with substance use and addiction. We saw at the UCP AGM the Premier speaking about the intent of this call to be driving drugs to people's homes. The Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions has compared it to simply spreading Oxycontin on the streets, and referred to it as so-called safe supply. That is not objective, Madam Speaker, and we support moving forward with an objective consideration on this committee of policies that are actually in practice and have been proposed by members in this chamber. In reality, safe supply as it is practiced in Canada is a technique that is reserved for people who have failed at recovery. There are about 17 safe supply programs across the country in 5 different provinces currently serving less than 500 people. So if the government indeed wants its committee to genuinely study a policy accurately, I believe it should be defined accurately. If this committee is a way to study the impacts of a policy that could prevent deaths from a dangerous and lethal toxic drug supply, then I believe it makes sense to reference a toxic drug supply in this definition. Madam Speaker, 4 people are dying a day from drug poisoning related deaths. And the committee mandate should be genuine in studying a policy that could prevent these deaths. Now, the second part of this amendment simply takes out the use of quotation marks around safe supply. They are not necessarily grammatically, and stylistically, they would suggest an attempt to delegitimize the policy. Again, not the sort of objectivity that the minister has stated he wishes to have. If this committee is meant to indeed be objective in its study, its mandate should not have these kinds of scare quotes around the topic it is meant to study. We have an opportunity here, Madam Speaker, to do good work, not presupposing whatever the decision of this committee might be, what its recommendations might be. But I would hope that we can establish this committee based on realistic terms of actually functional policy, of what has actually been considered and proposed. And that we could have a motion that does not attempt to disparage the concept before it has even been considered or heard. So I put forward this amendment to the Assembly. I look forward to hearing from members on it. Thank you.
Speakers to Amendment A2, the Honourable Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his comments. Certainly, a couple things that certainly are concerning to me about this amendment. First of all, it does indicate that there's no practice anywhere in Canada by any province, but then also goes on to say that there are 15 programs operating across the country. So a little bit of inconsistency, I would say. At least that's what was heard. I would also have some concerns that this is dramatically changing, or at least maybe changing, I would say, the scope of the committee, which is something that we do not want to do. We want to examine safe supply. Certainly the concern that I have as well is that we do not want to prejudge the outcome of the work of the committee. I want to encourage all members on both sides to bring in experts. And those experts will provide evidence. And the committee, expectation that I believe that this chamber will have is that the evidence will be examined and will be then thoroughly discussed, at which point I'm hoping that a report will be given to this chamber whereby we will hear what evidence was examined at that particular committee. So with that, Madam Speaker, I certainly have some concerns in regards to this amendment. I will not be supporting this amendment, and I encourage all members of this House not to support the amendment. Thank you.
Any members to join the debate on Amendment A2, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief in my remarks, but I certainly stand in support of the amendment brought forward by the member for Edmonton City Centre. As mentioned, of course, we've had a horrendous number of people in our province die of drug poisoning over the last number of years. Annually, it seems to be increasing, and of course, I've mentioned in the House before that my nephew was one of these individuals a little over 2 years ago. So indeed, examining the concept of safe supply should be properly defined for this committee, so indeed it does delve into it in a meaningful way, it doesn't gloss over it, and ensures that safe supply is a topic that's covered in depth in committee and really looks to examine not only the government's preferred methodology of attacking this problem, that of simply looking at recovery options, but simply looks at the concept of safe supply in a realistic and honest and forthright manner, so that indeed the evidence can be brought forward in the committee showing that a multifaceted approach, including safe supply, is part of government policy as it spearheads its movement towards this plague upon our province. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is one of those amendments that further illustrate the difference between members on this side and the members opposite. The amendment that has been put forward by the member from Edmonton City Centre would essentially seek to say to the committee, this is the definition you must go with in terms of what constitutes self-supply. He is essentially asking the committee members that no, you can't probe into the doctrine of self-supply. You can't. Whereas the motion moved by the the government house leader on the concept of self-supply does not prejudge what that means. And that is the way it should be. And oftentimes, I have often stood before the floor of this assembly to say the members opposite are not interested in actually looking at the substance of the issues before them. They are only interested in the politics of it. And this is a classical example. A definition of self-supply that will be, according to their motion, defined as the provision of safe, legal, and regulated pharmaceutical alternatives. What else is the committee to do with that particular doctrine? Nothing. They've already given the definition, as opposed to the definition given in the original motion that says, examine the concept of self-supply defined as the provision of pharmaceutical, opioid, heroin, crystal, and on and on. They have not tied the original motion, as moved by the government house leader, have not tied the hands of the committee members in terms of what constitutes self-supply. Second, subsection B, striking out the quotation marks in respect of self-supply wherever they occur. The original motion is asking the committee to look into that. That is why it's in quotation marks. Maybe they're nervous. Because there is a committee that is charged with the responsibility to deal with that particular issue. The members opposite, it would be beneficial to the members of this particular house, all of us, for the members opposite to really focus on the issues and the substance of the issues before us rather than the politics of it. Madam Speaker, it is quite clear that there's no way that we could support this amendment, and I urge all members to vote it down.
Any other speakers to Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question. On Amendment A2 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment is defeated. We're back on the main motion as amended. Any members wishing to join the debate? Not. Would the Honourable Government House Leader like to close the debate? Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion as amended? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Under government motions, government motion number 113, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do rise to move government motion 113. Be resolved that when further consideration of Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2, is resumed not more than 1 hour, shall be allowed to any further consideration of the bill in committee of the whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at that stage shall be put forthwith. Madam Speaker, we have dozens of hours on this piece of legislation already. More work to come. 2 stages to come, Madam Speaker, but it is time for the House to start to make some decisions on this piece of legislation. I encourage everybody to get to work in the Committee of the Whole portion, Mr. Speaker, and look forward to seeing the rest of the debate on that. And of course, the work we have to, I should say, Madam Speaker, I apologize, and look forward to the rest of the debate as we work through the third reading of this. We cannot have legislation parked for weeks blocking other work of this Assembly. important bill, important work that needs to take place when it comes to amendments, Madam Speaker. I would encourage all members of the House, but particularly the official opposition, to stop filibustering as they try to stop and make sure the AFL loophole can remain, Madam Speaker, and instead get to work with the time that they have inside the chamber, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we see that we have arrived at the time when the government can no longer tolerate their own impatience with regard to other people who might disagree with them on a topic, including all Albertans. I know I was amused to hear earlier today the government House leader actually suggesting that he could no longer follow arguments after 15 minutes, and that was the motivation for his desire to see debate curtailed. And I just want to suggest that Albertans are not so easily put off or easily fatigued, and would like to have an opportunity to hear a fulsome discussion on a bill that is so important to democracy here in the province of Alberta. The core and the center of that which we do here in the House. And they'd like an opportunity to make sure the government understands that they, as Albertans, believe the government is on the wrong track. I mean, they've certainly been trying ways to let the government know. For example, the polls that have been done on favorite political parties for well over a year have indicated that this government is very low in the polls, and reviews of leadership have had the leadership of the government down as low as 20%. And I understand even within their own party that 29 EDAs have requested an early leadership review. So what we're seeing is Albertans, in the ways that they can, reaching out and asking that we actually spend time preserving democracy in this province. And now we have a government stepping forward, trying to intrude on that democracy through Bill 81. And when we stand up to protect democracy, they now want to prevent us from exercising the utmost caution and care in amending that democracy here in the House by allocating time to a limit of 1 hour. This is really unacceptable, and it's unacceptable on the face, and really should be unacceptable for a government in a Western democracy that is trying to, that should be preserving that which we have been handed by generations of people who have fought for democracy over the years, including people like my grandfather. And, I just want to point out that we are currently just on an amendment, and we anticipate other amendments. And, if we can't have a chance to even change the act before it is ultimately passed, because there's not enough time to bring forward all the amendments, then we haven't even heard the arguments, so the government House leader couldn't possibly become fatigued by them. And I just would like an opportunity to speak to that which is important to all of us here, not only in Alberta, but across Canada and around the world, where we are trying to support democracy and not allow it to fall into disuse because it's at the convenience of a government. Thank you.
My apologies, only the official opposition may speak on this particular motion. I will call the question on, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. members, the division has been called on Government Motion 113. All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Ms. Armstrong Hominack, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Rain, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Jones, the Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Singh, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Tour, Mrs. Ahir.
All those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Sabir, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 45, total against 9.
Members, that is carried.
Committee of the Whole.
Well, members, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Number 2, we are on Amendment A2. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wanted to, begin the conversation on this amendment in Committee of the Whole this evening, to highlight once again the purpose of Bill 81, a commitment that we made to the people of Alberta in 2019, that if given the mandate to govern our province, that we would remove big money and foreign money from Alberta politics. We also committed, Madam Chair, that we would do everything we can to ensure that we close the AFL loophole created by the NDP that allowed Gil McGowan and the Alberta Federation of Labour and their allies, as enshrined in Section 7 of the NDP Constitution, from pouring millions, tens of millions of dollars in funding the NDP campaign. Madam Chair, since that loophole was created, tens of millions of dollars. And Madam Chair, what is so disturbing about the role that AFL plays in the NDP is this. Section 7 of the Constitution of the NDP creates what they call a provincial council. That provincial council is made up of all kinds of people, including the Alberta Federation of Labour that holds a voting power, a voting right, in whatever decision that is taken by the Alberta Provincial Council of the NDP. Madam Chair, but it doesn't just stop with the AFL holding a voting right. It also extends, it also allows at least 2 affiliates of AFL to also be able to vote.
Honourable Member, Minister, I have to interrupt. Just a reminder, we're on Amendment A2.
Absolutely, Madam.
Speak to the amendment.
And so you know, Madam Chair, at the end of the day, that is part of the commitment that we made to the people of our province to make sure that those multi-millions of dollars have no role to play in our politics. And Madam Chair, here we have an amendment that absolutely have got nothing to do with Bill 81 before us. Bill 81, you know, ensures that we keep those commitments. Bill 81, you know, will ensure that only the people of Alberta can impact the outcome of our elections. So, Madam Chair, that is what we have tonight. In this amendment, unless someone can stand before the floor of this particular assembly and point to how this amendment would improve Bill 81. I haven't seen that in this amendment, Madam Chair. There's nothing in this amendment that would confirm that Bill 81 will be improved. And Madam Chair, what I have done, I have been carefully listening to the concerns raised by the members of this assembly with respect to some aspect of Bill 81 that they consider to be problematic. And we have put forward an amendment that addresses each of those concerns. You know, Madam Chair, one of the concerns that was addressed is quite simple. A cap on nomination, individual contribution to nomination contestant. I heard that as currently drafted in Bill 81, that it would lead to the contribution of unlimited donation to nomination contestant. I have taken on board that concern. We have provided an amendment that seeks to address that particular issue. We now have a cap of $4,000. A cap of $4,000. Global $4,000. Madam Chair, the second concern that we had.
Just a reminder, we're on Amendment A2. I'm happy to get a copy to you and allow you to speak at a later date if that is all helpful. And perhaps we could go from there.
Madam Chair, if you, so again, Madam Chair, you know, the Amendment A2 before us deals with it seeks to amend Section 25 by striking out an annual membership fee paid for and substituting an annual membership fee paid by a person for the person's own. Now, again, Madam Chair, what I was alluding to before was the concerns that I heard in the course of the debate. And we have tabled an amendment that addresses those concerns. There's nothing in this amendment that would strengthen the current Act itself, the EFCDA, Section 25 of the Act. This amendment would seek to introduce something that is not currently in the current provisions of the EFCDA. In Bill 81, on page 123, we included the request by the Chief Electoral Officer to clarify the current interpretation of the Section 25. And this amendment would then seem to suggest that there is a prohibition in the EFCDA on the content of this amendment. That is not true. That is not true. Section 35 of the Act talks about prohibited contributions. Section 25 talks about how you pay for the membership and when the payment constitutes a contribution and when it does not constitute a contribution. And this amendment would essentially strike out an annual membership fee paid for and substitute it with an annual membership fee paid by a person for that person's own. Madam Chair, I would not support this amendment. It's that simple, because I am of the belief that the amendment we made in Bill 81 conforms with the request by the Chief Electoral Officer. And this amendment would essentially seek to prohibit what is currently not prohibited in the current EFCDA. And I have not sought to change that in the current in the bill before this assembly. Again, unless, Madam Chair, that anyone before the floor of this assembly can stand up and point to where that prohibition is, then perhaps I would consider that. But so far, in listening to all of the contributions and commentary on Section 25 as contained in Bill 81, I have not had a single person make the argument that there is a prohibition. No one. Madam Chair, I recognize that many folks, some of the folks have pointed to Bulletin number 6 that was published on November the 19th by the Elections Alberta. Madam Chair, I am obviously of the view that, and I do have the bulletin right here. And Madam Chair, I have the bulletin here. And whilst I can't speak to the interpretation offered by Elections Alberta, what I do know is that I've got the capacity to interpret statutory provisions. The Elections Alberta, on page 2, under purchasing membership, wrote an interpretation of Section 25 that would enable an individual to pay for an annual membership on behalf of others would be inconsistent with Section 34. That is the interpretation being offered by the Elections Alberta. Madam Chair, I reject that. I reject that. I do think that Elections Alberta on this particular interpretation is mistaken. Because there is no prohibition in the current EFCDA. An interpretation that has already been upheld by the actions of Elections Alberta. To date, in their actions, Elections Alberta have not taken a contrary view in their actions, in their interpretation, in their application of Section 25. And Madam Chair, to be clear, for our viewers back home, again, I'm going to read Section 25 of the current EFCDA. it states, an annual membership fee paid for membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party or in both is not a contribution for the purposes of this act if the fee or when a fee is paid to the party and to a constituency association of that party, the total of those fees does not exceed $50. In other words, if that fee does not exceed $50, if you spend $50 in purchasing membership, that doesn't say, there's nothing there that says you have to spend $50 in buying membership for yourself. That's nothing there. That's nothing there. It refers to the purchase of membership. If it's not more than $50, then it is not a contribution. The same section 25 in B says, however, if it exceeds $50, the amount of the excess shall be considered as a contribution. In other words, if you spend $55, $5 will be deemed as a contribution. So there seems to be a confusion by some in a combined interpretation of Section 25, 34, and Section 44. Section 41.4. And some have relied on the combined reading of those three provisions to say that it is prohibited for anyone to buy membership for someone else. That is not correct. Because, Madam Chair, the reality is, if the drafters of the EFCDA had intended to do so, they would have written that in the Act, just like they did in Section 35. In Section 35 of the Act, Madam Chair, it talks about, remember, we're talking about a payment for membership that would lead to a contribution. When would that be deemed to be a contribution? And who can pay for that contribution? Those are the legal questions and the legal issues before us here. Section 35 of the EFCDA, and mind you, Section 35 comes way after Section 34, Section 25, and Section 34. And the heading of Section 35 is titled Prohibited Contributions. The drafters of the EFCDA and the legislature at the time, in their wisdom, decided to identify what contributions are to be prohibited and what are not to be prohibited. As I said, if it is not prohibited, when you are dealing with the performance of an action, the doing of a thing, you can't import that into the legislation. You can't do that. There has to be an express authority for you to be able to infer that into the Act. You can't impute what you cannot impute. Madam Chair, as a young law student, one of the judges that had a profound impact on my legal mind is a United Kingdom's one of United Kingdom's most accomplished jurist, Lord Denning. Lord Denning, Madam Chair, was the Master of the Rolls in England. Master of the Rolls is the equivalent of the Court of Appeal here. And he had, whilst at the Court of Appeal, at the Master of the Rolls, he had one of the most profound impact on the United Kingdom's legal system. If you pick up any of his judgment, the moment you read the very first sentence, you will not drop that particular judgment until you finish it, even if it is 2,000 pages. That is how profound Lord Denning was to law students and judges. You know, Lord Denning was then elevated to the House of Lords in England. That is the dream of any judge, the judges or justices. That is the height of their judicial career, elevated to the House of Lords. You know, Lord Denning didn't spend so much time at the House of Lords. Lord Denning was of the view that the members of the House of Lords were boring. Here is a man who had a first class in mathematics and then went on to study law. You can imagine how sharp his minds were. But whilst at the Court of Appeal, he had the most profound impact of any judges in the United Kingdom. As a consequence, he was elevated to the highest court of that particular land, but he deemed that particular court to be boring. Why? Because he was of the view that you cannot, the approach to judicial statutory interpretation has to conform with the intentions of the drafters, that there is no room for judicial activism. So if you are looking for the origin in the United Kingdom of the doctrine against judicial activism, you are looking at the man, Lord Denning. And it's a lesson that must be learned by any lawyers, law students across the globe. They are taught that your responsibility in the interpretation of the law is to stick to the intentions of the drafters of the law. Madam Chair, the EFCDA does not provide a prohibition on membership purchase by someone else. The Chief Electoral Officer says, provide a clarification, and we've done so. And therefore, Madam Chair, I urge all members to vote against the amendment.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A. Oh, sorry, I did not see you. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The lawyer in the table beside you is a little taller than you, and I can understand how you couldn't see me. Although I think you're a little taller than I am, too. So, Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity to speak to this amendment. Now, as we just heard from the Honourable Justice Minister, it's not my opinion, or as I understand it, the Justice Minister's opinion, that this particular amendment will improve the legislation as it stands. Now, of course, during the debate, the opposition pointed out what they thought were a number of changes in the legislation. And that's their job to do that. I respect that. They stood in the House and pointed to a whole number of things. And they spent a lot of time doing it, which is fair. It's their right to do that, and kind of a bit of a testament to how many hours this legislation has been in the House since it started. But when you think about the purpose of the bill, really the bill is designed to impose a $30,000 limit on donor contributions to PACs. And Madam Chair, this amendment doesn't actually help with that. It does not. The bill, a big purpose of the bill, and Madam Chair, you may remember when you weren't in the chair, when you were on one of the partisan sides talking about, and I agreed with you, by the way, when you said it about how the NDP with the legislation that they put through when they were in office was stacking the deck in their favor. I think many of us remember that that famous speech that you gave. It was a good one, and really that's not what should happen in here. Although when the other side was in government, they sure went out of the way to stack the deck in their favor. I remember one of the contributions they put on happened to line up perfectly with the pattern of their average donor, and not at all with the pattern of the donors from the other side, which is, I think, pretty much the definition of stacking the deck in their own favor. So in the meantime, along came our Justice Minister and our government trying to balance the playing field in the next election, which I think is the right thing to do. And what I don't see in this amendment is a real improvement in that. Now, what's interesting about this, Madam Speaker, is that with this amendment they brought forward, I guess one of the key things for the folks at home to keep track of is to make it just slightly more complicated for those who sell memberships to their political party. Now, I don't think you have to be real imaginative to know that selling memberships is something that goes on in the Conservative Party a lot more than it does in the NDP Party. Well, they have memberships, don't get me wrong. But what's different is we're a party unto our own, with no legal or official affiliation to the federal Conservative Party, which is quite a bit different than our colleagues across the aisle. Because here's what one of the big differences is, Madam Chair, is that if you buy or get a member, I don't even know how you get a membership in the NDP Party. I've never had one. Maybe I'll get one, or maybe I won't. But the point is, from what I understand it, is if you end up with a federal NDP Party membership, then you have a provincial NDP Party membership. Where if you get a Conservative federal party membership that you have to pay for, then you still got to buy a provincial party. So it's completely different. So really, again, even in opposition with the amendment, they're trying to stack the deck in their own favor. Because the purchasing of memberships, which is a bigger part of what we actually do in the nomination process and selling of memberships, is a much more important part of our process, because unlike most of the NDP nominations, we have competitive nomination contests. Heck, sometimes there's 3, 4, 5 people wanting to be an MLA for the United Conservative Party, which, just as a short aside, which really speaks to the quality of the people on this side, because they've all had to actually earn their way onto the benches here. They were not awarded their... They just didn't have their names on the ballot awarded. In many cases, they actually had to fight for it, and fight off, in many cases, some other really talented, quality people. We've been blessed that way as a party. Many times when we're running our nominations, the leader just doesn't tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, you, it's your turn, and trust me, no one will be allowed to run against you. Here, you actually have to fight for it. To earn it. I am speaking to the amendment. Thank you for reminding to the honourable member from Edmonton Glenora, for reminding everybody in this chamber and everybody at home watching that one of the big differences here that has everything to do with this amendment, which is about how you buy memberships, is the fact that on the United Conservative side, we sell memberships, and to get our name on the ballot, and then you still have to win an election to get in here, but before you even get your name on the ballot to run in the election, the way it works is we go out and we sell memberships, we knock on doors, we have coffee parties, we go meet people, we meet constituents, we go out and sometimes hit Tim Hortons and go table to table and sell a membership. So this amendment, to make it a little more complicated, is actually something that makes it more complicated for the United Conservative Party and not at all for the NDP party, because almost all of their nominations are not competitive. You see the difference? Again, even in opposition, they're trying to stack the deck in their favor with this particular amendment. And really, it's a little bit troubling. And again, it's not consistent with what our government said. I mean, again, one of the things that we said that we wanted to do is one of the big things is to block the AFL loophole, which prohibits groups formerly affiliated with political parties, like the AFL in the NDP's case, from having undue influence over the process. And also making it illegal for foreign entities to finance third-party advertisers. Now, if this amendment was to actually assist in any of the useful work of this legislation, I'm sure folks on this side of the House would actually consider supporting it, because that would be a good thing.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Of course. But after carefully looking at this amendment and comparing it to the purposes that the United Conservative Party has for bringing forward this legislation, seems very much inconsistent. Very much inconsistent. So it's and here it's on section 26 or section 25. They want to amend by striking out an annual membership fee and substitute an annual membership fee paid for by a person for the person's own. Well, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, this is, I'm not sure how that actually does what the NDP says they want to do, is keep big money out of politics. It seems completely inconsistent with that. It sure doesn't block the AFL loophole, but wait a minute, they don't want to block the AFL loophole. They invented the AFL loophole, and why wouldn't they? It only benefits one political party. It's an attempt to stack the deck in the NDP's favor, which really is it's problematic. It is. And this amendment doesn't do anything to fix that. So as I consider this, their amendment doesn't help ban foreign money from interfering in Alberta politics. It doesn't help keep big money out of Alberta politics. It doesn't block the AFL loophole. And in fact, here's the thing. The Honourable Justice Minister supported an amendment that was actually consistent with some of the better things that the NDP asked for, right? So, Madam Chair, I guess if they stand up and say we just voted against this because the NDP brought it forward, I don't know how they could, because some of the other amendment that was supported by this side and by the Justice Minister actually was quite consistent with at least some of the things that the NDP asked for. So this isn't about, this is just about making better legislation. And what is here in Amendment 8.1 doesn't really meet the standard, does it? No, it does not. So, Madam Speaker, I just got to say that if this was an active part, this amendment, of making better legislation, I'm sure that under the guidance of our Justice Minister, whose legislation this is, that we might get behind it. We might vote for it. We might say this should be a part of our legislation, and we might all get behind it and vote for it. But I keep looking at this, and I just don't find the improvement to the legislation that I think Albertans deserve. And because of that, I have to say, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to support this. And I would recommend that all members of the House don't support it. In fact, heck, assuming that the NDP wants to make the legislation better, they shouldn't support it either, because the amendment actually doesn't improve the legislation. So thank you for this time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this amendment.
Any other members to Amendment A2? Seeing the Honourable Member from Tinglenora.
Very much, Madam Chair. I just really want to, here we are 32 minutes into the pressing 1 hour that the government House Leader told us that we needed to get to work. We have many amendments, Madam Speaker, that we would like to bring forward. I'd call on the government to stop their shenanigans. Let us vote on this amendment. It's clear that they don't want one member, one vote, that they want to be able to have rich, deep pocket friends of the Premier come in and buy 424 memberships and individuals' ridings to potentially work against them. This amendment is to stop that loophole, to mean that one member, one vote, that you have to buy your own membership. You can't come in and dump a bunch of memberships into somebody else's nomination race. If the government wants to vote against that, if the government thinks it's okay to have 424 memberships bought by one person, they can be on record for that. I'm sure members in this House who are nervous about their nominations will think about that tonight. But please, let's deal with this and get on to other amendments, because we have lots of business, and this government brought in a really heavy-handed motion so that we only have 25 minutes left, Madam Speaker.
Any other members to the amendment? Seeing the Honourable Member for Cranston Siksika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to rise this evening and speak to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member from Edmonton South, I believe it is, which reads that the Honourable Member moved that Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2, be amended by striking out Section 526 and substituting the following. 26, Section 25 is amended by striking out annual membership fee paid for and by substituting annual membership fee paid for by the person's own. And right off the bat, Madam Chair, I hear the member from Edmonton Rutherford heckling. He can't help himself. It was evident today during question period. We just couldn't hold back and say that people were dying on the previous
I would
watch.
ask that you stick to the amendment at hand. We do have a limited amount of time in which the majority of the members of the government are speaking to. And while I am extremely sympathetic to other members of this Assembly, I'm going to be very strict on relevancy, so you will speak to Amendment A2 and Amendment A2 only.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been practiced in the past that during Committee of the Whole there has been some level of latitude, but I take your advisements, or rather take your advice under advisement. I was just simply putting into context the nature of debate, and though members in the chamber may not like the fact that I have decided to stand up and speak on this amendment, as a duly elected member of this chamber, it is my right.
Here, here.
Whoopee. That's what the member from Calgary Buffalo wants to say. Whoopee. Saying whoopee to all the 40,000 plus constituents of Carson Siksika who rely upon me to come to this chamber and represent them. How dare that member disrespect those constituents? I have a job to do here. I was duly elected to do it, and I will do that without feeling intimidated by the member from Calgary Buffalo. Let's be honest, Madam Chair. That member doesn't intimidate me one bit. The worst finance minister in the history of this province does not intimidate me one bit. Now, on to the bill and the amendment at hand, Madam Chair. I would like to see amendments coming forward to this bill that deal with the spirit of the legislation, what the legislation is attempting to accomplish. And that is multiple points, the first of which is removing foreign entities from Alberta's elections. Madam Chair, these elections are decided by Albertans. And as the members opposite...
I hesitate to interrupt you again, and perhaps we could provide you with a copy of Amendment A2.
I have a copy right here, Madam Chair.
I would ask
and as I have said
speak
before,
specifically to the amendment. If we want to discuss other things, I'm happy to get to the vote. But if not, we are on Amendment A2, and you need to speak to that.
Madam Chair, I am well aware of the amendment that we are on at the moment. And as I said in the past, significant latitude has been given to other members.
Honourable Member,
as I prepare to get back to the amendment, I am allowed to elaborate with some degree as to how it's...
Honourable Member, are you questioning the chair in this regard? Because I don't think you're doing that, and I know that you have a considerable skill set in debate, and I look forward to the riveting debate on Amendment A2.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am honored by that compliment. I wish members of the House had voted for me as the best debater in this chamber, but that just wasn't the case. But that is for the people to decide, not for me. But yes, so what this amendment seeks to do is strike out in the bill, which would be, for those who are looking for it on page 123, 26, section C2, an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party, or in both, is a contribution by the person who paid the fee for the purposes of the Act. And Madam Speaker, this amendment to this bill, the one put forward by the honourable member from Edmonton South, doesn't deal with the spirit of this bill. This is a small change the members are trying to make to this bill that doesn't actually address the primary concerns that the bill was put in this House to deal with. This bill was put forward to deal with things like keeping big money out of Alberta politics. Is also meant to make sure that we are having a fixed election day, Madam Speaker, so that the government of the day can't use taxpayer dollars to campaign for an election when like we saw with the previous government, doing a tour around the province, making plenty of announcements on the public dime in preparation for an election that they knew when they were going to call, leaving the other members in the opposition at a strategic disadvantage. Anyone who knows who's running a nomination, like myself, who, when it comes to paying for memberships, ensured that every person who voted for me or the other member paid for their own membership. Now, I heard members opposite talk about one member, one vote. I am drawn back to the leadership campaign that I worked on for the Honourable Premier, then candidate and winner of the PC leadership race, then winner of the UCP leadership race. And that was a one member, one vote election. And won by a landslide by the now Honourable Premier. But going back to the purpose of memberships, all political parties have them, as they should. Having a membership entitles you to certain privileges that go along with being part of the club, if you will. Now, provincially, we are not affiliated with any party federally. We don't have any federal overlords, as I may say. We also don't have any union overlords. Now, in the NDP party, or the NDP, they have a membership, but if you have that membership, it makes you a member of the federal party as well as the provincial party, which I may add, as a side, has put them at odds on a number of occasions where their federal leader, their federal overlord, has certainly been in conflict of opinion with the provincial leader. But, I digress, Madam Chair. But the point of a membership within a party is to give you the ability to have say, to be a shareholder in that party, if you will, to attend things like conventions, to vote on policy, to join constituency associations, to be active. And my first experience in politics, I reflect on this with great fondness, was when I made a phone call to the constituency, or the Constituencies Association for James Rajat, the then member of Parliament. And I called a number of them trying to get involved. I was a young grad student doing my master's in political strategy, and I was trying to get involved in politics. And I thought it would be a great opportunity to do so federally. So I made some phone calls, and nobody returned my phone call. But Elizabeth Hughes, who was then the president of James Rajat's board, called me back and invited me to her meeting, but made it clear that, to be a part of the Constituency Association, you had to have a membership, which I did. And I got on that board. And having a membership gave me the opportunity to jump on the board and be involved locally, both on outreach in the community, knocking doors, getting out the message about the federal Conservative Party, about the then Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, greatest Prime Minister this country has ever seen. And wherever he may be at this time, I hope he's getting some great rest. He put in tremendous work for this province and for this country. And sitting right next to him is our Honourable Premier in Ottawa. Honored to have that member leading our party at the moment. But Madam Chair, when it comes to memberships, there's so much involved in that. It's so important that people get involved and have memberships in a political party. So I encourage members of the public to be involved, get a membership, regardless of your political stripe. But this amendment, in its attempt, fails to address the spirit of the bill. And that, of course, is that we would like to make sure, for example, that their act gives flexibility for increasing the number of advanced voting stations where needed to make it easier for Albertans who want to vote early. Now, I don't think there's anybody in this House or in the sound of my voice who would disagree with that principle. Higher turnouts in elections is good for politics. It's good for democracy. And if I can reflect back to April of 2019, we saw over 1 million people come out and vote in droves for the now governing party, because we put forth a message that was far more favorable than the members of the opposition. Now, a large part of that was because we had people who were engaged in the process. And that process starts with things like constituent associations, and being part of a constituency association requires that you have a membership within a political party. So what I would like to do is flip it over and potentially ask a question to the Minister of Justice and ask him why memberships within political parties are such an important fundamental piece of the political process, and why it's important to address memberships within this bill.
Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little frustrated myself because I also had an amendment and it was going to deal with this situation here, and it was simply to ask that if you're buying a membership for somebody, that you would actually get consent from that membership. I'm obviously not going to get that opportunity to do that, which would have helped to correct this bill, so I will be standing up in this House and voting against Bill 81.
The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie, Central Peace Notley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And obviously what we're seeing here is a very gross and disgusting display by the government side in filibustering the time that the little time that they've allotted opposition to work in Committee of the Whole. For those watching at home, Committee of the Whole is a time for some discussions back and forth with the Minister. It's an opportunity for opposition to bring forward amendments. So far in Committee of the Whole, the government has brought forward an amendment, so they've taken most of the time themselves with their own amending their own bill, and the opposition has brought one amendment forward, of which now the government, who never cared to talk about it yesterday when it was brought forward, now all of a sudden they all want to talk about it. And now they're wasting the time of opposition that should be having this time here to bring forward amendments to make this legislation better, to represent our constituents. But of course, this government has wasted now 45 minutes of time just talking amongst themselves, and I think that's disgusting, disrespectful to Albertans and to our constituents and the people we're here to represent. We have the government House leader got up and said that they had to bring in time allocation because there was filibustering going on. Well, the only filibustering going on is going on the government side. So obviously this amendment that we have before us should be voted on. If this government doesn't like it, vote it down and carry on. But this, what's going on here is again a disgusting display and takes away the democracy and the ability for people to represent their constituents in this House. The NDP in 4 years brought in closure, I believe 3 times is all I could find. This government in 2.5 years has brought in closure 25 times. That's a horrible record for this government. I ask that they allow the business of this House to carry on and we be able to bring forward amendments as we see fit. Thank you.
Very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak on behalf of
Just a few things. First of all, I want to thank the minister for the amendments that he brought forward and for working with us on that. And I also want to thank Mr. Ressler as well, too, because though that interpretation might not be accepted, I do appreciate any interpretation that holds us accountable to be better and to be more transparent and to be more honest about how it is that we run our elections. The MLA that had brought forward the idea of having an amendment, should that happen in this House, the amendment was in order to, it was an ability to be able to look at, because right now, in my household, I can, between myself, my children, and my husband, I can buy 400 memberships per person, 1,600 memberships within my own family. That doesn't actually take the big money out in any respect. And if that's the way that we're going, well, then let's be transparent about it. Let's make sure that every single one of those memberships, Madam Chair, every single one of them needs to have a sign-off and needs to be acknowledged as a membership, so that, because where we'll go with those is that if those memberships can be purchased, any special interest group, Madam Chair, could come in. Any special interest group of any sort could come in and change the way that a nomination is handled. If you don't like the person who's running for it, well then stand up and say that loud and proud. You don't want that person, don't vet them, don't let them run, however you like to do that. That's an honest and transparent way to do it. But to pretend that we're going to have honest and free and democratic elections for our nominations with the ability to have that many memberships, then at the very least let's provide the fact that we need to have, we need to know that every single member knows that they're a member. Because if it ends up going to an electronic vote, and if those memberships are then transferred to a PIN, that means the person becomes a PIN. They are no longer a person that has conscientiously bought a membership and knows that they've bought a membership because they have not signed on the bottom line saying, yes, this is my membership. To be able to go into seniors' homes and be able to collect dollars and be able to put that on a credit card and put that through, that's happened in the past, that's fine. But to legalize something that's been illegal in the past is not appropriate unless we actually understand and make sure every single one of those members know that they have a membership. It is something I think that we've prided ourselves on in our party. It's something that we believe in. It's truly something that we want to see. And though I may not agree to the amendment that is on the floor right now, I would have really liked to have seen other amendments come forward because I really, really believe, through you, Madam Chair, that it makes this legislation better and that we have the conscience of the people. The MLA for Cardston, Siksika, had said that he would like to talk about what his constituents would want. Well, let me tell you what mine would want. Mine want to physically show up at a ballot box and put in their name on their favorite candidate. I hope we have these competitive nominations. It's one of the best parts about running in our party. One of my favorite pieces because I really believe it shows democracy in action. But to disallow that and for a person to have a membership bought for them without their knowledge, without their consent, goes against the fundamental principles of who we are, Madam Chair. So if we can allow that amendment to happen, I truly believe, through you to the minister, that this makes our legislation so much better, so much more transparent. If we are going to be able to buy multiple memberships, especially in areas where we might have multi-generational families, rural areas, I can understand the logic behind it. But through you to the minister, Madam Chair, let's allow the amendments to come forward so that we can actually make this legislation better. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Cypress Medicine Hat, followed by Calgary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just briefly want to say tonight is an incredible night of anti-democracy and anti-grassroots. The whole heart of this is we're going from a situation where you cannot buy a member for someone else to where you can now buy hundreds of memberships for someone else. Madam Chair, I believe that's the heart of what the RCMP investigation is from 3 years ago into this Premier and this leadership. And here we are tonight, denying Albertans the right to debate. Secondly, my amendment, if I'd have been honoured the chance, because I couldn't speak long enough, was to go with what the UCP members passed at their membership, where only could buy it for immediate members. And secondly,
Honourable Government House Leader.
explain your ruling to the Deputy House Leader while letting that rant go on about fake RCMP investigations, Madam Chair. Are you going to call the House fair or not?
Well, member, I'm about 44 seconds into listening to this member speak, in which most of that time has been listening to you yell at me from across the aisle. So quite frankly, I don't know what that honourable member has said yet, but perhaps you'll allow me the opportunity to listen to him, as other members in this House have had their opportunity to speak as well. We have 7 minutes remaining in this debate, and we're going to carry on. We are on Amendment A2, and I suspect the honourable member will be speaking to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholly support the amendment brought forward by the NDP to restore the membership obligation for one member to buy their own, and I hope that all members in here will respect that grassroots democratic right. Secondly, though, what this government's doing tonight, there's other terrible parts of this bill. It allows non-Albertans to participate in our electoral process. We have to flush that out. We have to define that. It also takes away so much of the grassroots opportunity for Albertans to be involved. There's a part in here where the elections officer may strike a party forming if it's before an election. Are we going to take away the grassroots democratic rights of Albertans? I am not, and I hope this government is not. Please all support this amendment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Fish Creek.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this amendment. I just wanted to say that I believe that I want people who are voting in membership votes to be deliberate, engaged, and informed, with an intent to and a knowledge of their decision to participate in the democratic process. I think that is the fundamental strength of us having party memberships. I don't want bulk participants. I want aware participants. I want people to stand up and to be there of their own knowledge and of their own avail. I want fair, open, and transparent principles to guide whatever we do in the spirit of informed, and in this case, written consent, which sounds like we won't get to that, but it's a very simple but subtle change. And Minister, I do thank you for the amendments you brought forward and for spending a lot of time listening to us. But the issue of written consent for these memberships, I think, is extremely important. It sounds like we won't get there. A decision to participate and arrive at a decision without any coercion or influence. Happy to hear Elections Alberta is going to keep the reporting system in place, so that's fine, that's good. Effective doubling of contributions, that's going to be the de facto effect of this bill if we include the nominations and through the party and constituency association and campaigns. Is this complicated? I don't think so. I think it's fairly simple, fair, open, and transparent. And I want to enfranchise our grassroots members, not to disenfranchise them by actually putting hundreds and hundreds, or if not thousands, of memberships into the pool that have not had that written consent. So I'm having a real challenge with this. This bill, without that written consent component to it, is going to be very, very difficult for me to support, Madam Chair. And I wish we could support this one and move to the next one, but we don't have time. So I would like to see us do this in a way which actually allows us to come forth with the best possible legislation, and I'm not sure we're going to have that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Justice, followed by Drayton Valley, Devon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you know, this Bill 81 is a bill that I, in my capacity as a Minister of Justice, brought before the floor of this Assembly. It moved through first reading, was debated at length at second reading, and I can confirm to the members of this Assembly that on this side of the aisle I have made sure that the content of this bill and the concerns that have been raised on this particular bill have been thoroughly discussed, have been thoroughly reviewed, and it was on the strength of those review and conversation that I then tabled the amendment that was passed by this House. And so, as far as I am concerned as a Justice Minister, and I'm a straight shooter, I am someone who stands on my record and will prepare to defend it anytime, any day. And to come before the floor of this particular Assembly and say things that are nowhere near the current provisions of the bill or suggested the amendment that are being sought for right now in the course of multiple conversations. It's disappointing to me. Disappointing. The member from, Cyprus Medicine Hat would want us to believe that, right now there is bulk membership. Madam Chair, that is not true. This is our party bylaw. Membership, Article 4.1.5 reads, members shall be Canadian citizens or permanent residents of Canada as defined by the applicable law who, 4.1.5, have paid the prescribed membership fee personally or through an immediate family member, spouse, child, or parent. Our own party bylaw went beyond the current provisions of the EFCDA to put restrictions and limitations around the purchase of membership. For anyone to stand before the floor of this assembly to impugn anything to the contrary is disappointing and is flat out inaccurate. Throughout the history of this young party, that provision have guided the purchase of membership and all of the contests that have taken place as a political party. And here we are. And what the members opposite would want us to believe, listen, we are a political party that is made up of people from all walks of life, from all backgrounds. Some of our members have language barriers and challenges. Some of our members barely speak English. As Justice Minister, I have a responsibility to protect each and every one of them. And we have elections, Alberta, that supervises our elections in this province. I am not going to go with an amendment that will create problems for many of our citizens. I won't do that. Let me be clear, I will not do that. I have a responsibility to think through the consequences of amendments that have been put before the floor of this assembly. Where it makes sense, I will take it into consideration, and I have. And they are all reflected in the amendment that I have put forward, passed by this House.
To interrupt, but pursuant to government motion number 113 agreed to earlier this evening, which states that after 1 hour of debate, all questions must now be put. So on Amendment A2 is moved by the Honourable Member for order. On Amendment A2 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton South. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. Now on, can we call division? Division has been called. Ring the bells.
Somebody say? Yeah. Right along. Where are you?
members, out of respect for the table officers, I will ask that you remain silent during the vote count. A division has been called on Amendment A2. All those in favor, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Ms. Gray, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola, Mr. Barnes.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Mr. Long, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Mr. Pond, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Reed, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mrs. Zahir.
Did you get Minister Nixon? He wasn't sure if he was counted.
Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 8, total against 40.
Members, that amendment has been defeated. Now to the bill, Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Number 2, on the remaining clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Honorable members, a division has been called on the remaining clauses of the bill. All those in favor, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Mr. Long, Ms. Armstrong-Humanock, Mr. Churton, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Pond, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mr. Gottfried, Mrs. Ahir.
All those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Shepherd, Ms. Gray, Member Hoffman, Member Ceci, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Member Loyola, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
Madam Chair, total for the clauses, 41, total against, 9.
Honorable members, that is carried. Honorable members, on the title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. The Honorable Government House Leader.
I move that we rise and report Bill 81.
Heard that motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. We shall now rise and report. Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee of Whole has under consideration a certain bills. The committee reports the following bills with some amendments. Bill 81. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date of the official records of the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
The government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2. Honourable Mr. Madhu.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to move third reading of Bill 81, the Election Status Amendment Act 2021, number 2. I have been encouraged by the debate about this important piece of legislation. Bill 81 is an important step forward in this government's commitment to strengthen democracy. This is a commitment that we take seriously. By allowing only those who live in Alberta will be able to make election advertising contributions during an election period, and banning people living outside of Canada and non-Canadian corporations or organizations from making political advertising contributions. This legislation would help remove foreign money and influence from Alberta elections. Foreign entities have no business interfering in Alberta's elections. This province belongs to its people, and elections must remain a time for Albertans to discuss and determine the fate of their province without undue influence. As this government promised, Bill 81 contains a limit of $30,000 for donations to third parties, or what is commonly referred to as Political Action Committee PACs. Political parties, candidates, and constituency associations would also not be able to make political advertising contributions to third parties. The Chief Electoral Officer would also be able to refuse to register a third party if the third party, is affiliated with a registered political party. Through debate, Mr. Speaker, we discovered that the criteria for the Chief Electoral Officer to consider were too broad. House amendment was introduced yesterday, proposed to narrow the criteria by removing the need to examine the following: the activities of the third party, political parties, the constituency associations, and candidates, the involvement of the third party in campaigns and their public statements in support of a party or candidate, and political programs, advertising materials, and policy statements of the third party or registered party. Mr. Speaker, under Bill 81, the Chief Electoral Officer would be required to consider the following: how the third party is organized, including whether a person who is the Chief Financial Officer, signing officer, or principal of the third party holds a similar position in the political party. Interactions or agreement between the third party and the political party, including those that indicate that the third party is under the control of a political party, and how much the third party participates in a political party's decision-making. Mr. Speaker, Bill 81 would also increase the amount political parties could spend on elections by removing the flat rate and introducing a formula for determining the amount. This would put Alberta in line with other Canadian jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, we have talked a lot about nomination contest during the process of debate on Bill 81. This legislation would increase the expense limit for nomination contestants from 20% to 25% of a candidate's limit. It would also make it so contributions to nomination contestants are not part of a donor's maximum contribution limit, and they would no longer be tax deductible. House amendment introduced before the floor of this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, also introduced a limit of $4,000 to nomination contests or a combination of nomination contests. In addition to these important changes, Bill 81 would establish a set election date for Alberta elections, the last Monday in May. This would level the playing field for all political parties and remove any advantage the ruling party might have in scheduling an election when it suits them. The amendment would also make it easier for Albertans to vote by allowing for the increase of advanced voting stations and helping voting stations run more smoothly. Bill 81 would also update Alberta's election legislation by adding references to the Recall Act and the Citizen Initiative Act and modernize their language. Mr. Speaker, Bill 81 has always been about strengthening our democratic process in our province. Albertans want foreign money, dark money, and undue influence out of our elections, full stop. Through Bill 81, this United Conservative Party government is making that happen. Albertans deserve to feel confident in their electoral system, and these changes would increase transparency and trust in the system. I want to thank all members who have participated in the debate on Bill 81. I ask for your support for third reading of Bill 81, the Election Status Amendment Act 2021, number 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chestermere, the honourable, yeah, it's okay. The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora, followed by Chestermere Strathmore.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that we have an opportunity now to speak to Bill 81. Certainly would have appreciated the government actually demonstrating a commitment to what they said, which was that they wanted us to bring in amendments and have an opportunity to consider them and debate them, but definitely we saw behavior that didn't reflect those words in committee just now. I would say it's probably one of the most overt anti-democratic moves we've seen from the current government in this place. So as we consider Bill 81, the Election Statutes Act, here under consideration, I want to begin by speaking to the bill in its final form with regard to the piece about buying memberships on behalf of others. And I think that that is, if you were to talk to a grade 6 class, that the current curriculum talks about democracy in grade 6, and you talk about becoming a member and choosing to join an organization, whether it's a club or a political party, I think most kids would know that you should be expressing your own intent. Somebody else shouldn't be able to sign you up without your consent. So it would have been great if we would have had a chance to consider that amendment. It would have been great if we would have seen a commitment to one member, one vote, as was very accurately highlighted by the MLA for Chestermere Rocky a family of 4 could donate the max through buying memberships for others, and that would mean over 1,600 memberships in one specific nomination potentially. And we know that that would flood anti-democratic sentiments throughout the party. And I have to stop and take a little trip down memory lane to reflect on why it is that the government might be choosing to try to bring in such an anti-democratic move through the addition of being able to buy memberships for somebody else. And of course, we know that there have been multiple RCMP investigations into the UCP leadership race, as well as some nomination contests. And rather than seeing these investigations, heeding their caution and changing their behavior, the government instead has decided to try to change the law. So here we are, considering this on Tuesday night in the bill in its final form. Now, some would say, well, other parties give away memberships or make it really easy for people to become members. And absolutely, we've seen that. Both of the parties represented in this place currently, I believe, have a $10 membership fee. But we have seen times where political parties will have a no-cost membership fee, where they'll say, you feel free to join, but they actually make the individuals join themselves. They don't allow other people to sign them up without their consent. And we saw that in the Alberta Liberal Party in this place when the leadership review was happening and subsequent leadership race that resulted in Raj Sherman becoming the leader of the Alberta Liberals. And take that outcome for what you may. There was significant uptake in the number of memberships because their party made them free. So why won't the UCP, if they want increased memberships and increased engagement, then make their memberships free or make them $1 or do something? If cost is the barrier, then find a way to reduce the cost. But the truth, Mr. Speaker, is that they don't want to reduce barriers. They want to increase opportunities for people with deep pockets to have undue influence on the democratic process. And if this was only about a private club or a private organization deciding how you become a member, so be it. But it's not, because this private club happens to be a political entity that in turn has the opportunity to present ideas to the people of the province, run for government, and sometimes even end up in the seat of power. So if this really was about just creating opportunities for increased membership and increased engagement, the government would not need to bring in a bill. They could just reduce the cost of memberships within their own party constitution, with their own party operations. Instead, they're changing the law to make it that people who have extra money can have extra influence, extra say, and in turn, increased access to power and influence. And we saw this again very recently highlighted by folks who received correspondence from their employer encouraging them to come out to the UCP convention to throw support behind the current premier. And again, this relates, Mr. Speaker, to Bill 81, the Election Statutes Act, because This government, under the leadership of the current Premier, I think the government whip referred to the Premier right now, or the leader right now, at the moment, those are the words, the leader at the moment, has created this massive opportunity for people with deep pockets to come in and buy 424 memberships each. And this absolutely will have an impact on democracy. And as some have said, you know, have fair and open elections, have opportunities for people to be engaged in the democratic process, which the government House Leader and others like to talk about in this place regularly. But what they've actually done through this bill is reduce those opportunities by creating an unfair, unbalanced playing field for those who have the deepest pockets to have the most influence, the most memberships. And perhaps it will result in less work for the police, because the RCMP won't be able to investigate this, because they're actually changing the law to try to make it legal for them to have this kind of undue influence, undue anti-democratic membership sales to tip the balance of power. I also can't help but wonder, oh, it's interesting. Sometimes you start a sentence, again, Michael Scott, sometimes you start a sentence, you don't know where it's going to go, and you hope you find it along the way, right? That's a paraphrase to The Office fans. I'm sure it's not a direct quote. But the interesting timing of the fact that we are presently in a nomination race in Fort McMurray, Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche, a nomination race that seems to be quite hotly contested, and now the government is creating an opportunity for people to come in and buy hundreds of memberships on behalf of others in that one potential under close watch nomination race that's presently under consideration. And the other interesting piece, of course, is that one of those nomination contestants was the opponent to the Premier in the UCP leadership race that resulted in significant accusations, the RCMP being called in, and still to this day, as last reported, an investigation to actually come to some sort of conclusion about the wrongdoing that took place in that nomination contest. So again, we have a government here that has decided that they are going to say that they rarely bring in time allocation, except, you know, they've done it 25 times, and they just did it to their own caucus members in this place, who clearly had ideas, concerns, and wanted to have an opportunity to raise them in this chamber, to have their colleagues consider amendments to make this bill less bad. And the government instead decided to invoke the very heavy-handed measure of closure, and then in an even more overt, rude, aggressive manner decided to eat up the vast majority of the time so that nobody else could bring forward amendments. I guess I will say that the government acknowledging that their own bill was not fit for prime time through the amendments that they brought forward yesterday should be a testament to why it is that this bill is not fit to be passed a third time and therefore proclaimed. I think that if the government, if the Justice Minister would have taken proper engagement within his own caucus, within his own party, within the province of Alberta, he would have received very useful feedback that could have been incorporated in this bill to make it less harmful to democracy. We've already heard independent members talk about how this doesn't reflect the will of the UCP membership in terms of some of the changes. And we've also heard that it doesn't reflect the will of some members of the UCP caucus, again, highlighted in this chamber. And I will tell you, it definitely doesn't reflect the will of our caucus or many Albertans who've been reaching out to us to express their gross frustration with this government of such significant scales. So I also want to say that there are a few other key points that we haven't had an opportunity to address yet this evening, as most of the conversation at this point has been about the government's choice to create a massive loophole so that rich people can buy memberships on behalf of others. But as we've also seen, that the government has regularly refused to do proper consultation to actually get feedback about what needs to be fixed We saw that the Justice Minister did bring in a last-minute amendment himself here last night. I think that speaks to the fact that he acknowledges that there are issues with this bill. His caucus members, many of them have acknowledged that there are issues with this bill, and I think it would be wise for us to heed those concerns as we continue to debate this here this evening. So, again, if this is about wanting to drive up memberships, there is nothing saying that the party can't reduce the cost of membership, the cost to play, the cost to enter into these engagements. I also want to talk a little bit about the third-party advertising piece. As it relates to Bill 81, it creates a set of criteria to put limits on who is and is not allowed to express political views as a third-party advertiser. And I have to say, I spent a lot of time on the other side listening to members of the Wild Rose talk about small government, small touch government, keep government as minimal as possible. Don't stifle freedom of speech. Don't stifle people's ability to express their opinions. And then here we have a government bringing in a bill that is absolutely putting limits and curtailing freedom of speech. And I would say to many of the colleagues who sat in this chamber and expressed libertarian views, I think that this definitely is an extreme overreach. And I think it is an attempt for the Premier to create an environment where those who are dissenters don't have an opportunity to speak. So that's being done in this legislation, and we saw earlier this evening it also being done in this House through the attempt to bring in sneaky maneuvers to actually stifle caucus members. This from the Premier, who once talked about how it was fine for people to have dissenting opinions when members of his own caucus were talking about things that he said he didn't agree with when it came to the way that COVID was being handled in this province, for example. He said, oh, he was fine for people to have dissenting opinions and to have lots of different feedback, and there was room within his caucus for people to express their different opinions when it comes to questioning the science behind the spread of a deadly virus. But when it comes to expressing concern about the undue influence of folks who have deep pockets having undue influence and the opportunity to buy hundreds of memberships on behalf of others, with that note, got to bring in the whip and got to definitely shut down conversation and opportunities for people to express their opinions, bring forward amendments, and try to create a balanced playing field within their party, within the province, and within all political parties. So while this bill has been amended by the government, the proposed legislation still has long-lasting implications for the elections in Alberta, and many of them, I say, will be harmful to the democratic process. One of them, of course, is that participation in third-party advertising remains limited. And let me give you an example. I don't think they often spend money, but any of you who've been to process, and really there haven't been as many able to gather in the ways they have in the past, but I would say the raging grannies, who are mostly elderly women across the province who get together and sing political songs, definitely have from time to time taken angles of attack against individual political parties. And telling these grandmas that they can't get together and be third-party advertisers on issues that matter to them, their families, their grandchildren, in times of an election, because it's clear that this government doesn't want to have opportunities for those who oppose them to be united in their voice, I think is incredibly disrespectful and anti-democratic to the raging grannies or any other group that wants to have a chance to get together and have their voice heard. What it does is it encourages other groups to pop up, and for those established groups that have already made their opinions known on a variety of issues to have their free speech curtailed in a significant way. It does change how elections are run in this province in a number of ways, and we know that the implications won't be fully known until we can see the impacts on voter participation. But it's important to us that we bring forward an opportunity for this government to pause and take a sober second thought, Madam Speaker, because we've seen already that this government's admitted that They got some pieces wrong in their original draft, and I would say they got more pieces wrong that they have refused to acknowledge and refused to even allow debate for in this place. So specifically, again, I am deeply concerned around creating massive, I don't even want to call it a loophole because it's so intentional for the government to create opportunities for the Premier and others who are organizing within the Premier's office to go out and buy memberships on behalf of others, or to support others in buying memberships for individuals, when we know that that is not the foundation of democracy. The foundation of democracy is people, individuals, volunteers, getting out, doing the hard work, talking to one another, not manipulating the system to try to create as much purchasing power for deep pocket friends as opposed to ordinary citizens. And I think that we've seen tonight just how nervous this government is when it comes to talking about democracy and the changes that they're making to the way parties are run and elections are held. And for good reason. There is a long track record of political interference and misconduct when it comes to leadership races, as well as some nomination contests. And of course, there have been moments where the RCMP is being called in to investigate fraud, forgery, and bribery. But the solution isn't to change the laws to make it easier for you to do those things that are currently classified as fraud, forgery, and bribery. The solution is to stop doing those things, to pay the fines, own up to the mistakes of the past, and for those members to start anew with proper, fair, democratic engagement. So this bill definitely is not a step in the right direction. I would say the amendment that came forward last night is to cause slightly less harm, but there is a significant harm being caused to democracy through this bill and through these provisions that specifically attack freedom of speech, and also the provisions that further the influence of those who can afford to pay for more memberships. Again, parties determine what their membership rate is. So really, if the parties want to find ways to get more people engaged, they can do that. But they shouldn't be doing it by saying, you can go and buy memberships for others. So those are, I would have loved to have had an opportunity to consider some of the other amendments. I think one amendment, I love the amendment that we put forward, the member for Edmonton South, specifically saying the person has to consent to it and pay for it themselves. But I also think that there were probably a bunch of other amendments that could have come forward, saying things like you can only buy for people in your immediate family, for example. Or you can only buy if that person has formally consented in writing that they actually want to be a member. I imagine that there were many places between what we were proposing and what the government has decided to ram through that could have been considered. And when we talk to those students in grade 6 democracy classes and we're explaining to them about the role of this assembly, and we talk about how there's 3 stages of readings of a bill, and in committee is when we have an opportunity to bring forward our best ideas, and every member of this place, all 87 of us, even if we weren't the bill sponsor, have an opportunity to contribute to try to make it better. The government has, I will continue to say those things when I go into classrooms, but I don't know how the government that just put such a leash and really stifled the voices of not just the opposition, not just the independent members, but of members within their own caucus can talk about the 3 fair stages of bill consideration and engagement when it comes to the behavior that we've seen displayed in this place this evening. I guess one way the government could show that they are not as divisive and focused on shutting down their own members would be to consider whether this bill needs to move forward at this time, and if it doesn't, creating an opportunity for this bill potentially to be something that we work on together. We've seen this in the past, that we've created some all-party committees, and I would say that there's significant interest from private members within the government caucus, from independents, and of course from the NDP opposition to be engaged in this legislation, and I hope the government takes that into consideration this evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Didn't you move the bill? You moved third reading. You may have the opportunity to intervene on a subsequent speech, and you will definitely have up to 5 minutes to close debate, but you've already spoken to third reading, and so unless there's an amendment or otherwise, that's your opportunity. Prior to the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora, I had mentioned that the Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore, then we will go to the Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat, and then Lac St. Anne Parkland. The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate this debate. And again, I have to say a hearty thank you to our Minister of Justice for the immense amount of work that he did working with us to look at this bill. And I want to make sure that, you know, what I'm saying right now is not in any way to suggest that he didn't work with us, because I know that's some of what the opposition was saying. That's not true at all. In fact, he's an extremely honorable man and worked really hard with us to try and get this legislation to be where it is. So I just need to say that. Having said that, there were a lot of issues with the bill, and I'm not a lawyer. And through you, Mr. Speaker, it took a lot of work and a lot of energy to try and understand where this bill was coming, especially, Mr. Speaker, because I'm so honored to stand here on behalf of the grassroots today. This legislation pours with the intention of what the grassroots want from us, what their expectation is. Of course, as government, you can't always put what is in grassroots legislation directly into policy into legislation. That's not always feasible. But the minister had mentioned it before, and again, another beautiful statement regarding the bylaws of our party and how important that is. But we also know that things that are put into statute, should there come a question as to which one is going to fall at the end of it, the statute will always supersede what happens in the party bylaws, which is of course normal because it's a statute. So the reason why that I need to speak about this is a few things. One of the things is that we talked about purpose and commitment, removing big money, all of those kinds of things. And again, if the intention is that we are able to have multiple memberships bought by one person, and if that is feasible, let's just make sure at the very, very least that we have consent for that. Let's make sure that we take the time to acknowledge that every single person that has a membership has signed on the dotted line saying, yes, that's my membership. In my constituency, when we door knock and when we go out and see people, I mean, I think the minister of municipal affairs was saying about how we go to Tim Hortons and go table to table, and good Lord, I'm sure it's every coffee shop in every one of our constituencies. And one of the most admirable nominations that I saw was actually for the member from Brooks Medicine Hat. She ran a tremendous nomination and worked so hard in a competitive nomination. And can you imagine what that would have been like? Because people were saying things about her, that she was young and that she was inexperienced and she didn't have it. And she's a rock star and phenomenal and completely amazingly competent and future leaders of our parties. These are the kind of people that we hope run for our parties, so that when they're here, that they'll be able to take these parties forward. I've said this to her on many occasions. But imagine, Mr. Speaker, if the legislation was legalized at the time for some special interest group who doesn't believe that a young woman in a rural area in her 20s is capable of running for a nomination, and decided to use those nomination vote opportunities to vote her out. Imagine if a whole bunch of people got together deciding that the member from Brooks Medicine Hat, and because of, for whatever reason, and that she was not capable. And in fact, when she ran her nomination, she had to fight really, really hard against some people who actively attacked her for those exact reasons. And because of the way that the nomination was run, and because she ran such a strong nomination, because she door-knocked every door, and I would have to say the member from Banff Kananaskis equally, we called her fierce during the election. Fierce nomination. She wore through a pair of her running shoes, running from one end of her riding to the other. Again, another young candidate who put everything on the line to be here in order to be able to stand up for her constituency. Imagine if people felt that these incredible young Conservative women were not capable to do their job and decided to run a campaign against them because they can buy memberships without any accountability and without any consent from the folks that they're selling their memberships to. I am absolutely certain. I know the work that the MLA does in Brooks Medicine Hat. I know the work she does with her board. I know how much she's in her community. I know her commitment. I've heard her speak on many occasions. She is a very, very fantastic speaker. And as a person who is double her age, I'm very impressed by the human that she is. But you can imagine my concern knowing that somebody with her capacity and her ability may be targeted. Or perhaps if I look at my own riding, being an ethnic female in a rural area, that maybe somebody would think that that's a bad idea, or that a woman running in my riding is a bad idea, or anything. I mean, I could pick 1,000 different things. I get all the time the variations of not being conservative enough, being too conservative, whatever it is. There's a bazillion reasons why people may or may not want you to be elected in your area. And if it comes down to fair nominations and somebody else is chosen, so be it. All the power to them. I love democracy. In fact, I love it so much that it's a worthy sacrifice to make to do all the things that we do here, but also to be not chosen, because that's how important it is. I think that when we look at that accountability and that transparency, it's one of the pillars of why I'm part of this party. It's what I believe in. It's the way I live my life, at least to the best of my ability. I'm sure I fail on multiple levels. But I want to be able to go back to my constituency and say that your membership matters, it counts for something, it's legitimate. I do not want to be legalizing something that was once illegal. In order to, I don't understand this huge gaping hole that you can drive a truck through at this point in time that allows us to be able to do that without consent. And so with that, I'd like to present an amendment, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
In the name of expediting the process here, if you just want to pass that to the page, we'll get it delivered here, and then we'll proceed as soon as we have... Honourable members, the amendment will be referred to as RA1. The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move that the motion for third reading of Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021 be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. That Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2, not now read a third time, because the Assembly is of the view that the bill fails to require the express consent of a person of their intention to participate as a member of a political party or a constituency association of a political party. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a really, really easy amendment to make. It is in the spirit of the entire bill, which I believe holds to the principles I know for myself, and I hope for the people, my brothers and sisters I'm here with, in order to make sure that we are able to do what's in the best interest of democracy. I was told by somebody that if we put the bill off for some reason, that we will not be able to proclaim it early enough and get it in before nominations get going. I'm fairly certain that with the will of the legislature and the proclamation of bills, that we can get this legislation fixed, passed, and on the docket as soon as possible in order to make sure that we have the very best legislation in front of us, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to uphold what it is that we all came here for. And that is so that we honor our members and that that membership means something and that a physical human body gets to show up at a nomination race to put their paper in the box to determine whether or not we should be here. It's an absolutely amazing opportunity for us to do engagement and reach out to our constituents as well, Mr. Speaker. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And again, I want to thank the Minister for all of your help and all of your work. Thank you.
Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin first and foremost by thanking the member from Chestermere, Strathmore, for her contributions to debate on Bill 8081 and the progress that we have made so far. And I do want to thank her for the spirit behind this amendment. That said, Mr. Speaker, I have committed extensively my time in making sure that I address every single concern that has been raised with respect to Bill 81 before tonight's proceedings. What this amendment would effectively do is to say that this Assembly is of the view that the bill fails to require the express consent of a person of their intention to participate as a member of a political party or a constituency association of a political party, and therefore should not now be read a third time. Mr. Speaker, this is unfortunate because tonight we've seen the expression of how our democratic process is supposed to work. We voted. We voted on the amendments that were before the floor of the House, and the majority expressed their view. That is how our system is designed to work. And the will of the Assembly has been expressed tonight. The majority will of the Assembly has been expressed tonight. You know, there is nothing I want to repeat. I, as Justice Minister, brought before this Assembly Bill 81. There's nothing in Bill 81, in the current EFCDA, and we've had the time since the introduction of this bill to debate the actual bill itself, some of the provisions that some of our colleagues have got concerns with. We've had the opportunity to debate the actual bill, 81 Election Status Amendment Act 2021, number 2, before the Assembly. We've had the opportunity to consider some of the amendments that have relevancy to Bill 81. This amendment that talks about consent of a person, of their intention, is nowhere to be found in the present bill, in the present act. It's not in the present act. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, 2018, the NDP made a series of changes. If they had a concern, and I think it's important for all members of this Assembly, you know, to really think through the consequences of the amendment before the Assembly. 2015, the NDP made a series of changes that struck Section 26, 27, and 28 of the Act. If there were concerns, if they had thought that interpretation of Section 25 was problematic, that would have been an opportunity for them to also strike Section 25, or perhaps amend it. They didn't do that. And I have the bill here that tells you the amendment, what were repealed in 2015, right here. They also made changes in 2018. That was not an issue because throughout the existence of the EFCDA, that has never been an issue. That has never been a subject of contrary interpretation until Bulletin number 6, released November the 19th, came to surface. And until some of our members, in the course of debate on Bill 81, decided to raise that particular issue. The question I have for each and every one of them, why this time in the game? It wasn't raised with me. Why now in the game? This late hour. And I understand that we may have our individual concerns, our individual differences, perception on what a perfect bill ought to be. But at the end of the day, we are called upon to express the will of the majority. It cannot be that unless I have my way, the high road, or we implode. That is not how our system is designed to work. I want to be clear. I have enormous respect for each and every member of this assembly, regardless of your political stripe or party. The tradition of this assembly requires that. First and foremost, we are human beings before we got involved in politics and before we got elected. By my very nature, I have enormous respect for every human being, regardless of where they come from. But I also demand of my colleagues what I demand of myself. And I want to underscore this point. It is not acceptable in a pluralistic society or in a democracy to say, unless I have my way, I am going to destroy the block. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's not how our system is designed to work. There is nothing, and I say this in the context of what I'm beginning to see, because, Mr. Speaker, right now, you can sense the frustration in my voice. I have had, since the introduction of Bill 81 and since second reading, I have had at least 4 meetings to walk through with my colleagues the concerns that they had with respect to Bill 81. This amendment that deal with consent. The first time I came about it was yesterday, in the late hours. It was yesterday. And prior to then, I have worked with my colleagues to go through the concerns that they have with respect to Bill 81. And I have implemented the changes requested by the will of the majority of our caucus. By the majority. And that's how our system is designed to work. I think we should all respect that. There are things I haven't liked, even as a member of government. But that does not mean that I am going to bring down the government that I helped to elect because I didn't like a particular course of action. That's not how our system is designed to work. I have had, concerns. I don't think it's a secret. I have had some concerns with some of the public health measures. But I haven't had to say we must destroy the government that all of us worked so hard to put in place because of that. Because we do have a responsibility to strike the right balance. And it cannot be my way or the high road, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be. So, sadly, Mr. Speaker, And I have enormous respect for the member from Strathmore, Chestermere Strathmore. I consider her to be a sister. We are friends. But I think that this amendment is misplaced in the most respectful, constructive manner. This cannot be happening in this late hour after all that we've been through with Bill 81. My hope is that we focus on the reason why we introduced Bill 81 in the first place. Each and every one of us ran on our platform commitment on what we will do if given the opportunity to govern in a platform mandate. Each and every one of us stood by that platform commitment. Bill 81 accomplishes that. And we have not just a legal responsibility, but a moral responsibility to uphold that. We committed it to Albertans that we will get rid of big money, and that money created by AFL loophole that allowed the NDP to funnel tens of millions of dollars. Guess what? Bill 81 accomplishes that. Rather than tens of multi-millions of dollars coming from the AFL, it is now limited to $30,000 as exactly written in our platform commitment. We made a commitment that we will get foreign money out of Alberta politics and election advertising by people who live outside of our province, whether in other parts of the country or overseas. Guess what? Bill 81 accomplishes that. We committed that people who have an affiliation, third parties who are deeply affiliated to political parties, would be limited as to how they can influence our elections. A typical example is Alberta Federation of Labour and their affiliate, deeply written into Section 7 of the NDP Constitution. Guess what? Bill 81 accomplished that. Upon the request of the Chief Electoral Officer to clarify Section 25, we did that. We didn't have to do that in the first place, and nothing would have changed from the current interpretation. Nothing would have changed. We did that. We accomplished that. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the Albertans want us to focus on amendment and statutory provisions that would impact their life in a significant manner, or in the case of our election, in a negative manner. This amendment is seeking to do what Section 25 doesn't talk about. Our party, all of us, work together to come together to build a united Conservative Party. And following the establishment of that party, we instituted a bylaw. And that bylaw talks about how we deal with membership. By the way, and let me, in case I haven't said this before, let me be clear. For me, the state, I deeply believe that the state have no role to play in intra-party business. In case anyone is in doubt, that is my own personal belief. The state have no business in how, societies, political parties deal with their internal affairs. Nomination is deeply a matter for the political party to deal with. That said, I recognize the NDP, don't run nominations. They do not. In 2015, I was in this town. I couldn't find it. The member from Edmonton City Centre is heckling, but I can confirm that there was no nomination that took place in Edmonton City Centre. I can confirm that. And I stand to be challenged on that. There was no nomination. And in so many of their ridings, there were no nominations. So they are actually pushing for something that they can use to go after conservatives. No, I won't allow that because it doesn't impact them. It doesn't affect them one bit. I won't allow that because it doesn't impact them, and that tells you it has no relevancy to how we conduct our nominations. So it's on that particular basis, Mr. Speaker, that I would respectfully urge all members, in as much as I have enormous respect for the member from Chestermere Strathmore, that this amendment is ill-conceived, has no relevance to Bill 81 or the current state of the law, and it should be voted down.
Prior to the moving of the amendment by the Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore, I had made a commitment to the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat and Laxington Parkland. Not sure, you will be on the referral amendment on RA1, if you'd like to do that. Oh, correction, on the reasoned amendment, RE1. Okay, the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr.
Followed by the Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from Strathmore, Chestermere for bringing this amendment forward. At this point in time, I fully believe to honour Albertans, to honour our constituents, we only have two choices, and that's to vote against this bill at third reading, or accept the amendment and move it on to where this bill can be fully analyzed, fully debated, and made best as possible for Alberta families and Alberta communities. I want to clear up a couple of misconceptions that the Minister of Justice had talked about with the idea of honouring Albertans, honouring our constituents. You know, my goodness, tonight in here I saw my colleague from Central Peace Notley, from Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, and Calgary Fish Creek, and Chestermere Strathmore, all stand up and try to be involved, to try to honour and be honoured by their constituents, to make this bill better, to at least understand it. It's a sad night in here, and I'm going to come back to that, when we were so stymied. And Minister, let me be clear. You said that we had lots of chance to talk. Not once did you and I have a chance to talk outside this room about this law. I'm in here a couple nights ago, and debate was adjourned by the MLA from Leduc-Beaumont just before I was going to speak. Okay, maybe it was time to go on to something else. But that's what tonight was for. That's what tomorrow could have been for. This was our chance to talk, and you took it away. Shame on you. Also, you talked a lot.
I just remind the member that he ought to pass his comments through the chair, and making a statement like "you" is likely to create disorder. So just remind him to do that.
Thank you very much. You're so right, and I apologize. And you talked lots about all the work you've done on this bill, and it sounded like you were saying that it's going to be bulletproof and it's all this great thing. I've been talking to legal people out there. I've been talking to members of this House who say this bill is so full of holes, it's almost certainly to go to court. 18 months before the next election. Mr. Speaker, 18 months before Albertans get that democratic God-given right once every 4 years. This dramatically changes the way nominations can be held. And as the Honourable Member from Chestermere Strathmore said, 4 family members can have huge influence on a nomination now and an outcome. The legal system, the court system is a necessary check and a necessary guide to what we do in here. But my goodness, what we do in here and the thousands and thousands of Albertans that we all represent is as important and needs to be respected. not time allocation where government members stand up and use all the time. When honorable colleagues, in the most respectful way, wanted to understand this bill better, wanted to change it, wanted to make it better. So again, I'm so supportive of this amendment because it will give us that chance to do it. And I honestly believe that our only two ways to honor our constituents, and keep in mind, they're the ones that will be holding us accountable in 18 months, is if we do one of two things now. Vote no at third reading, or accept this amendment, and let's spend the proper time and the great resources that we have with all the staff here and outside this legislature to make this bill as good as possible. You know, I think back, you know, one of the great things about being in here almost 10 years and 3 elections, and I'm so grateful to the people of Cypress Medicine Hat. But I've seen at times when governments in here haven't been accountable and haven't respected what Albertans were saying. And I've seen what happened. I remember Sky Palace. Millions of dollars spent behind Alberta taxpayers' back. And ministers pointing at each other, pointing different ways, nobody taking accountability. You couple that with empty airplanes flying around Alberta at taxpayers' expense and nobody willing to take accountability for the logs. Hiring an ex-husband to handle a legal tobacco gate case. And a governing party after 44 years was reduced to 9 seats. That's accountability, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I'm seeing from this government tonight. When we just wanted to stand up and ask questions. We wanted to make amendments. But as the Honourable Minister said, we knew we weren't going to win them all. We knew that there was going to be some other good ideas heard. We knew that other Albertans were going to have their voice heard. But we didn't think we would get one of the most important bills of the fall session reduced to where we could talk for 2 minutes. But that's exactly what happened. And that's why I'm sorry, I'm back to we have one of two options. Either we're voting no at third reading, or we support the honourable member's amendment and we do this right. Now a couple things that I briefly alluded to earlier that I want to go back to. And I'm on page 105 of Bill 81, clause 2.02. Please allow me to read, Mr. Speaker. The Chief Electoral Officer shall refuse to register a political party that seeks to be qualified under Section 6, subsection D, if the information referred to in that section is provided to the Chief Electoral Officer fewer than 60 days before the issuance of a writ of election. It says shall. It doesn't say may. And I wonder why this is in here at all. Why are we taking away the democratic right of fellow Albertans who have to go out and get, I think it's 9,000 signatures, have to go out and develop ideas and interest? And think of not that it would happen, but let's say a political party is starting and it's got some momentum. How does the UCP stall up the momentum? By calling an election. Is that the kind of province we want to live in? Hey, Mr. Speaker, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's more to this. But what I'm not wrong about is I didn't get the chance to find out tonight. I didn't get the chance to debate this. The 50,000 people of Cypress Medicine Hat that I'm so grateful to represent didn't get a chance. And I believe that people will be held accountable for that. You know, the other one that I wanted to talk about tonight is an amendment vital to protecting Alberta's interests and our democratic process from partisan foreign influences. As it is currently written, I believe that Bill 81 throws the door wide open for who can register or donate to third-party advertisers for Senate races or our referendums. Of course, I don't think the citizens-initiated referendum law has been proclaimed yet, but hopefully it will someday. And, and under the current EFCDA, only Canadian citizens that are ordinary residents of Alberta are eligible to register to be third-party advertisers. In addition, only individuals, unions, and corporations that normally reside in Alberta may contribute to third-party advertisers. This is a reasonable position, I think. It prevents outsiders from attempting to hijack electoral process. And my goodness, Mr. Speaker, didn't our taxpayers, didn't our government just spend like $10 million on a study and an analysis and spent 2 years looking into this, and now we may have to spend more tax dollars on defending the lawsuit? But here we are one day saying, oh, let's make sure that we're Alberta first and we're protecting Alberta families and communities in the great agriculture, forestry, resource development, and all the diversification we had. The next day, we're putting Bill 81 on the floor that says, no, it's all right. We'll let non-Albertan money come into our Senate races and our referendums. Really? That's how we do things here? And Mr. Speaker, maybe I'm wrong. But I'm sorry, I just wanted to find out. 2 hours ago at Committee of the Whole, I just wanted to find out. And now I can't do that. So at least with the honourable member from Chestermere-Strathmore amendment, it will give us a chance to bring those people in. Yeah, sure.
Thank you for allowing me. And Mr. Speaker, pleased to ask the member for Cypress Hills, Medicine Hat, to perhaps comment as he speaks about the amendments before the House about the period of time that we have between now and the next election. He indicated in his remarks 18 months was the period of time before the so-called statutory period that we would have to have the election held by. But I'm wondering if indeed the member figures that the bill before the House and the amendment that addresses it is something that was brought to us, this House, as an effort by the government to protect their own political survival rather than improve the democratic process in the province. Because it seems to me that a lot of these elements in Bill 81, including those addressed by the amendment here, are aimed at improving the prospects for the government to become re-elected by tilting the balance in their favor. And I'm wondering if the member could talk to that.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for that. I don't know, but I've heard that from many, many Albertans. This looks like this looks like it's obviously being forced through. It looks like it's not being fully debated. Call a spade a spade. There's still a lot of concern over what happened 3-4 years ago under the RCMP investigation on the unity election and then on the leadership, and Albertans are wondering, and that is another reason, honourable colleague, as to why this should have been debated in full. That's a whole other reason why we need to go slow and thorough. I think often of that family person, that single person who works hard and pays their taxes and is counting on us to get it right. When they go to the polls once every 4 years, they want to know that the system's as pure as possible, that vote is as good as it can be, and everything is on the up and up, and that's what we lost tonight. That's what we lost tonight. Mr. Speaker, I've yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking last week in Medicine Hat with some friends about the situation, and they're disappointed in the direction of the government, not meeting expectations, not delivering on the many things that were promised, and we can go over that later. But some of them mentioned to me some of the Liberal government's problems and how the Liberal government has avoided those. And yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm talking about the WE scandal. I'm talking about the sponsorship scandal way back when. I'm talking about SNC Lavalin. And do you recall, Mr. Speaker, that the federal Liberals passed a deferred prosecution agreement to change the history? And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, Albertans are asking me about these things. Albertans are saying, you know, is our system honorable? Should I get involved? Here we are tonight, where we're here for 6 weeks. We've been here all week. We got 2 days where we could have sat and we could have really worked on this for Albertans. And Mr. Speaker, it did not happen. Instead, in addition to the concerns I mentioned, we had a law and an interpretation bulletin from the elections officer saying you couldn't buy a membership for someone else. You couldn't. Some of my honourable colleagues thought that there was a mechanism to find some halfway mark, and I would have loved to have heard that debate. I'll bring up again what the UCP member said. And Mr. Speaker, they said the boundaries with money in a family are different between parents and kids and spouses. You know, it's usually one pot. So, okay, it makes sense to do it in there. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it have been good for Albertans if we could have debated that tonight, just for 20 minutes, just for half an hour? Wouldn't it have been great if we could have talked about that, and then when we're sitting in a coffee shop a week from now, we could have talked about how it's a way to get your 15-year-old daughter or your 75-year-old aunt involved in politics. You know, instead, Mr. Speaker, you know, almost in my 10th year, I'm looking at the night, of all the nights that I've been in here, where this is the night where the people of Cypress Medicine have had the least opportunity to have influence on their future, and that's why we need to vote no on third reading or support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to start by, I got a little worked up there when I wasn't allowed to get my amendment forward. And just to clarify, I did give the honourable minister that amendment yesterday, so he was aware that I had it going forward, and it was still delayed. My amendment was fairly simple. I was adding 7 words, and it's at the clause that says an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person, and I just wanted to add with the written consent of that person. Now, is there anybody in this House that would not recognize that as an individual's right, that if someone's going to buy a membership on their behalf, that they should at least know about it and maybe pass their consent? Is that unreasonable? I didn't think it was unreasonable, and I know that it came up in discussion. I know I'm not supposed to talk about what takes place in caucus, so I'll stop there, but there has been discussion on this issue. There was 2 major issues. The minister did address one of them in an amendment yesterday, and I thank him for that. I do appreciate that. But I'd just like to read you something here, and this is right from the UCP membership. It's membership application terms. There's 2 boxes that you check. One of them, it says you've got to be at least 14 years of age and indicate intention to join the UCP by personally authorizing this application for membership in the UCP. We did that during my nomination process, during the leadership race. Every person that bought a membership filled out this form, signed their name for it. I've got no problem competing in a fair nomination. And last time I did, it was some very prominent individuals in my area. And guess what? I just worked harder than they did. And that's what it should come down to. I don't want interference by a PAC, whether it's a PAC that's going to buy UCP memberships or a union PAC, the Alberta Federation of Labour, that's going to come and interfere with my nomination process or your nomination process or yours, Mr. Speaker. People need to know if you're buying them. I wouldn't buy my wife a membership in a political party without getting her consent. You know, and in all due respect to the minister, Mr. Speaker, I actually requested a delay to this bill yesterday. This is not new. Thank you for the member from Chestermere for bringing this forward. This is not new. There was so much discussion and so much dissent in our discussion on this bill that it obviously is not something that's agreed on by everybody in this House. Now, we're going to get, by 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe 4, we're going to end up voting on this referral or on the bill. And as I stated, when I couldn't get my amendment through because of time allocation and the filibustering from my own party that interfered with my ability to act on behalf of my constituents, that's where I got my frustration from. And I said at that time that I'm not going to be voting in support of this bill because of this little clause. This little clause. It would have been so simple to the minister through you, Mr. Speaker. The reason that they don't want to delay this is because we have upcoming nomination races and maybe a possibly leadership. And you know what, if we delay this bill and get it right so that people can't interfere with our political process, that's what we're trying to protect, is our party and our political process. This opens it wide open. This doesn't protect us. You may think that, oh, we can work and influence the candidate that we want as a party that's going to be best for our party. But it also opens it wide open to somebody like the Alberta Federation of Labour or another union that could come in and dump a bunch of money into your constituency race and interfere with that. I'm not happy with that. I was happy with the process that we had. I went out and knocked on doors and talked to people, got their support in a brand new constituency. And I went and knocked on their doors and talked to them and convinced them that I was the best man for the job. And you know what? Some of the folks that I talked to said, no, you know, we're supporting this other guy. And what I asked them then was, okay, well, if I'm not your first choice, make me your second choice, because we have an open election nomination process. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, it was those people that got me across the line, because it came to a very close vote. I didn't have 51%, and the lowest guy dropped off, but all of his supporters supported me, and that's how I won my nomination. That's a fair nomination. We all worked, all three of us. This is interference in that process, and my apologies through the Speaker to the Minister. All due respect, I cannot support this bill because of this little clause. There's a lot of good stuff in this bill. I agree. A lot of really good stuff. And I thank the Minister for the amendment that he put forward yesterday. But this one little piece just goes above and beyond. And because of that, I will be voting in favor of this referral amendment. And if that fails, I will be voting against this bill. And I have to stand up in the House and vote against my own colleagues and my own party. And I ask all of my colleagues to look within yourself and see if you're happy with the fact that somebody can buy a membership on your behalf and you don't even know about it. They don't have to get your consent. You're happy with that? Right here, I'll be happy to table it at the next session. I'll table a copy of the UCP membership application form where it specifies that you authorize the purchase of this membership. All right. So why can't we accept a simple little amendment like that? We could have had it. Thank you. Order, please.
Order.
That, folks, is the reason for my frustration tonight. Again, I apologize for the bit of an outburst I had. But when I saw what was happening, the interference with the process, time allocation is one thing. Time allocation is one thing. But when members of cabinet stand up and filibuster the whole process, it's embarrassing to me. I was absolutely embarrassed to witness that, and very disappointed that I couldn't get this simple amendment put across that I think could have been supported and would have made this bill better, and I could have supported it at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo, followed by the honourable member for Central Peace Nine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I won't take a lot of time to address the reasoned amendment put forward by our colleague.
Yeah, you will. You'll take 20 minutes.
A new play from Chestermere Strathmore. And I want to thank her for bringing this forward, Mr. Speaker, because I too, like the previous speaker, believe that there are problems with this bill that need to be addressed, and this side has tried to address those from the get-go. We have put forward amendments. We have argued for a number of changes, and those were all voted down, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, I find it stimulating and exciting to listen to the most recent speakers talk about this, because what they're really talking about, Mr. Speaker, is democracy and how the government is abrogating that with this bill, how the government is essentially stacking the deck with this bill. And I listened to the Justice Minister, the Solicitor General, talk about, you know, how, and I'm paraphrasing here, and what I heard was, you know, his intentions were pure, he's pure of heart, he's just worked hard to bring this forward. Mr. Speaker, there are huge problems with this bill. And while he may have changed one aspect with the unlimited contributions that could go to nomination contests to one contestant, I just don't get how he can have that much of a blind spot and still say this is a great bill. And yes, he changed it as a result of hearing all of the problems, all of the concerns brought forward from this side, from people here, and he brought in a $4,000 limit. Any one person can give up $4,000 to one or as many nomination contestants they want to. But Mr. Speaker, how can he claim that this was a good bill with that huge of an egregious problem in the bill? It just doesn't make any sense. And it is a way for big money to enter politics and to open the floodgates to contributions in nomination contests, to do what they want to do. Oh, sorry, didn't see it.
Well, I am very interested in what you're saying about the return of big money into politics. And I wonder if you actually might take a minute to talk about what is the effect of that big money in politics, and how does that actually subvert democracy, and how does that actually change the outcome for average Albertans who perhaps don't have all that amount of money, and how that is really not in the tradition of Western parliamentary democracies, and the desire for a democracy where it's one person, one vote, and how money is has an effect that is contrary to the underlying principles of what it is that we wish to do as members of this really great democratic tradition that we have been handed down, and the kind of the shame of us destroying that.
Yeah, I appreciate that intervention, and you were right there, and you should have said something to me. The whole thing about one person, one vote is what's at the basis of democracy, and to change that with the way that this bill is changing it is frankly an embarrassment to this province. I, like all of the people on our side, sold memberships. One person, one vote. And those memberships, if you're lucky enough to get a person to buy them from you, buy it from you, and come out to your nomination meeting and support you, you've made a connection there that you can count on. And that's what I think is being lost here by the minister who is changing that. And I think early on we were told that Saskatchewan had made this change, and we should follow Saskatchewan. Well, why? Why should we follow Saskatchewan on this issue? Other provinces, and it's the $4,000 or the unlimited contributions, I guess, in particular that Saskatchewan has done, or the Saskatchewan Party has done. That is just egregious. It's egregious because it allows essentially membership brokers to come into the process, line up people to go to nominations. And that's, yes.
Well, thank you for allowing the question. I'm very interested in this concept of a membership broker because it certainly speaks to the fact that the people who are buying memberships may or may not even be members of the party themselves. They could be persons with a third-party interest, an outside interest. And they may actually just be wanting to have a large influence on the outcome of the actual nomination process, so that they can therefore, sort of make sure they're lined up and have a larger influence on the decisions of the government. And I'm very curious as to who you think might be the type of group that might be interested in pushing government down the road by using their access to high levels of finances to do that.
Yeah, I said membership broker because I think there's memberships of opportunity that will come forward as a result of this Bill 81. And we heard people talk about, hundreds and hundreds of memberships can be purchased on behalf of somebody else, and they don't even have to know about it. They just have to show up, and they can vote. That's not what democracy is all about. That's not what informed. I heard my friend from Calgary Fish Creek talk about an aware person in the electoral process. That's not what this is all about, unfortunately. It's about stacking nominations. And there's no other way to say it. It's about stacking nominations so that people can have an unfair advantage over other people who are playing by the rules. The rules go out the window with regard to Bill 81, and that's the root of my concern. There is no longer one person, one vote. One person who knows that they gave money to a person to go out and support in the future. And that's not one person, one ballot. That's unfortunate.
Thank you for allowing the intervention. I am interested in this whole concept of the one person, one ballot, because, of course, that has not always been true in history of the world, and that someone along the way had to come to the place where they decided that was so fundamental that it's an expression that we use all the time now. And I just wonder how, what happens if we just cast that noble tradition of democracy out the window, as you say, and we suddenly move away from one person, one ballot to one person, many ballots, and in fact, so many ballots that that one person could actually buy more memberships than normally vote in any normal nomination campaign. There are a few that go up, but not many.
Yeah, I've seen some of the problems that happen when attempts to stack nomination meetings take place. And I've seen busloads of people being driven up to voting stations. I've seen people walk into the voting station with the candidate's name on a piece of paper because those people were not proficient in the understanding electoral process or English was their second language. I've seen all sorts of things like that, and it concerns me that Bill 81 is potentially facilitating that sort of action going forward in this province. And I'm disappointed in large measure that we're even contemplating this Bill 81 in its current form. The concerns brought forward are in the referral, the RA1, I think it is, are clear in terms of needing more time to actually get this right. And the fact that there was one amendment supported that took unlimited funds down in a nomination contest down to $4,000 is not enough to make this bill worthy of consideration and support by this legislature. We need to not only be seen to be doing the right things, we have to do the right things. It's as I said, I've been saying egregious a lot. It's not right that democracy is undermined in this way. Nomination contests should be a time when people come together, they debate ideas with each other, they support or not support the person, a person, and a person comes out knowing that they won fair and square. And this is anything but fair and square. This is all about lining up potentially hundreds and hundreds of votes via the ability to pay for those people. And if they don't even know you're paying for them, then all sorts of problems will take place. And like the previous speaker before me, I would never think of buying a membership for my spouse. That's her responsibility. That's her right. It's not mine to take that away from her and to go to and purchase it on her behalf and say, we're going to vote now. That wouldn't fly in my family, and right. I don't think it should fly in any family. I think it should be the person has to make a conscious decision on their own to actually pay for a membership because of the views of the person they would like to support, because of what that person stands for. Yeah. And to have this membership broker kind of decide that I'm going to put support behind that person and I want you to take this membership. Well, Mr. Speaker, how does that make our province better? How does that improve the quality of civic understanding around a person's civic duties? It doesn't. All it does is load up one potential candidate to get the vote of a whole lot of people. And so I'm very disturbed that the minister has brought this bill forward and wants us to support it when there's gaping problems with it, when there's huge issues with this bill that should, frankly, go back to the drawing board. We've got 18 months. Sorry, I think you've had 4. Yeah, that would be 4. Yeah. Thank you very much for the consideration and the instruction from the Speaker. I think, you know, the issues that I've brought up, that other people brought up before me, are so significant that we can't just sit here and gloss over the fact that this bill is before us and potentially we'll have a guillotine in terms of time discussion on it. We need to see it go back to the drawing board and really see this amendment have the time to do what it needs to do, which is, in this case, from Chestermere Strathmore, the member from Chestermere Strathmore is talking about express consent of the person of their intention to participate. So that's the kind of thing that will help this bill be better. And that's what I would vote for, Mr. Speaker, if we had the opportunity to actually get back to digging into this bill, which is not a good bill. We have seen some improvements to it, but as I said, they were egregious, and it's only been made a little bit better by putting a $4,000 limit on nomination contributions. And so, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your time to speak to this and the interventions from my colleagues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Peace Notley has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak towards this amendment brought forward by the member from Chestermere Strathmore. And I guess I kind of think about what led us to this point where the member felt that she had to bring this one forward, this reasoned amendment. And when I look at how the members of this legislature were treated here just a few hours ago in Committee of the Whole, it made me think back to 2015 when of course, we had the NDP government, and we were debating a bill called Bill 6. And obviously, Bill 6 was a pretty contentious bill, and in fact, I think that was the only time that I could find that the NDP invoked closure in their 4 years in government. Was 3 times on Bill 6. Now, there could be more, but that was all I could find. But I'm going to read you a quote from this time, and just ponder this as I read it. This government has made some mistakes in this bill, and they're running scared. And so what they're doing now, Madam Speaker, is they are trying to stifle debate so they can get through this. They can hopefully change the story and get home for Christmas. But that is unacceptable to Albertans, and it should be unacceptable to Albertans, because this is the assembly where their issues are supposed to be dealt with. This is where democracy is supposed to take place. This is where debate is supposed to happen. And by the government taking this action, they are stifling debate. They're not just stifling opposition members, they're stifling the people who sent us here to represent them. And I think, Madam Speaker, they very much should be ashamed of their behavior. I will very much be voting against this motion, and I would humbly ask all members of the Assembly, including the backbencher NDP MLAs, who do represent their constituents, who will be very upset about this decision, end quote. Now, that was the government House Leader, the current government House Leader, from December 11th, 2015. So maybe I'll just read some of the highlights again. This government has made some mistakes. They're running scared. They're trying to stifle debate. They want to change the story. They want to get home for Christmas. This is unacceptable to Albertans and should be unacceptable to Albertans. This is the assembly where their issues are supposed to be dealt with. This is where democracy is supposed to take place. This is where debate is supposed to happen. They're stifling the people who sent us here to represent them. They very much should be ashamed of their behavior. Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess that's what goes around comes around, and I guess when the government House Leader uses words like this and then all of a sudden does the exact same thing to this House today.
25 times.
In fact, yes, this government has done this 25 times in the last 2.5 years. They're setting records.
Whoa.
And so,
Oh my goodness.
so Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy is astounding in this place. It's astounding. This government has a majority, but they still feel that they have to bully the opposition around and stifle debate and do all the things that they were opposed to when they were in opposition. And I think they're scared. They're scared because their own members have problems with this bill, and we're bringing forward amendments. And they were scared to have those amendments come forward. They were scared of being embarrassed. And they should be embarrassed when their own members don't feel that they're listened enough to in caucus, that they have to bring amendments forward on their own into this House. Mr. Speaker, the ministers talked earlier today about how he thoroughly reviewed Bill 81. Thoroughly. He mentioned it a couple times, how thoroughly it was reviewed. And then, of course, when it gets to Committee of the Whole here, what do? Well, they bring forward some amendments. How thoroughly was it reviewed when the government itself has to bring forward amendments and use Committee of the Whole time, which is an opportunity for the opposition to bring forward amendments and discuss the bill, when they take that time to amend their own bill? Now, we've heard the minister say many things in this House during this debate that have turned out to be not correct. And but I do want to point out a couple things here. For one thing, the minister said that we're here to do some work. Well, unfortunately, because of the actions of the government, they didn't allow us the opportunity to do the work that we are here to do. They rammed it through Committee of the Whole in the most despicable and cowardly way possible. They invoked closure, and then they intentionally burned up all the time. And I'll take the intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the current speaker, to the motion for reasoned amendment. I guess the member talked about the government being afraid in his remarks just a few moments earlier, and I think he probably knows many of the government members better than I do and better than most. And I was wondering if he might elaborate a little bit on what he thinks the government is afraid of and why it is that they would take this opportunity to stop their own members from actually engaging in debate. What would be the motivation and what would be the benefit to the government stopping the members from actually engaging in democracy, private members who should have every right to be a part of debate and consideration and bring forward amendments into this place? What would be the government's motivation, and what are they afraid of? Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member.
Thank you very much, and I do think I know what they're scared of. They know that they have a flawed bill. They know that this bill done very little to do with what they said it did. They said it was to close the AFL loophole. 2 pages of this 150-page bill deal with the AFL loophole. What's the rest of it have to do with? Well, membership sales. That has nothing to do with the AFL loophole. Allowing organizations from across Canada to infiltrate money into our political process here. That has nothing to do with closing the AFL loophole. So they know that this bill is flawed. They know that this bill was designed to allow for manipulation of the party process by the Premier and his enablers. That's what this bill is about, and that's why I won't be supporting this bill. It isn't because it closes the AFL loophole. That's great. But unfortunately, it does so much more bad stuff that takes away the opportunity for the grassroots members of our political parties to have their say. That's the problem with this bill. Now, the minister also said that he respects each and every member of this legislature. But collectively, the minister has shown no respect for any of them. That's why they did what they did in committee of the whole and invoked closure, and then intentionally stood there and burned up the time, knowing full well that their members wouldn't have an opportunity to bring amendments forward that they wanted. That's not respect. That's complete disrespect. And I'll yield to the member.
Thank you very much, member. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the member that I can tell from the time that I've known this member and the interjections that he makes in this House, I can tell that he cares a great deal about his constituents, and that our duty inside of this House is to balance the representation of our constituents, no matter what political stripe they are, and balancing that, of course, with our own political party and the objectives that we have as a political party, but both of those have to be done. So I was hoping that the member could speak a little bit more about how he feels his responsibility to his constituents is so important, and making sure that that's heard inside of the House.
Thank you, and I think that's a good point, I think, to bring forward. Obviously, we as elected members in this legislature, most of us would have went through a nomination process where the members of the party within our constituency nominated us to run in the election. Those same party members would have worked for us and worked with us in the campaign. They would have donated money to our campaigns. So these party members are the base reason why each of us is here in this legislature. And when we bring forward bills like this that disrespect those people that brought us to this House to represent them, that's disrespectful. That's not showing the members of the party respect. By allowing people to buy hundreds of memberships without any regard for who these people are, or even if they want a membership or even exist. That's not respect. Now, I heard some members across the way talk about that the state has no business in party business. Well, I guess if the state has no business in party business, then I'm not sure why we have a bill or election rules at all. I guess we should just throw it all out and just let the parties do what they want, I guess. But unfortunately, there's a reason why we have these rules and these regulations. That's right. It's because the people of this province expect fairness in elections. They expect that when they go in and cast their ballot, that they know that the process has integrity. Obviously, we just had a leadership race where there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines levied. That just doesn't happen randomly. That happens because people were breaking the law. There's investigations still going on. There's still accusations over that leadership race. So Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how people can sit there and say, well, just let the party decide. Well, obviously that's been a problem in the past, letting the parties decide. And that's why we have this situation where we have legislation to help protect the integrity of the election process in Alberta. I'll allow an intervention.
Thank you, Member. I am just very interested in hearing what you're saying about the fact that there are hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines being levied against the party and party members. And you were a member of the party at the time, and I would really like to know what that feels like when you're part of a party that you have gone to intentionally to participate in a positive way, and then your own party suffers the fines of, well, amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. How does that undermine your own sense of participation and your own satisfaction with the party which you did freely join?
You know, Mr. Speaker, when things like this happen, this casts shadows and dispersions on the party itself. And that's not what we want. That's not what we want for the political party that we represent. That members have, you know, bought memberships in, donated money to, given time to. We don't want to. They don't want to have that stain on them from people that were breaking the law. That's not what they want. They want to, and that's what happens when the processes are manipulated by people for self-interest and not for the good of the people, not for the good of the party, not for the good of the province, and that causes irreparable damage to the party. You can go on Facebook any given day of the week now, and just about anywhere you can see people that still haven't forgot about the leadership campaign and all the kamikaze candidate and all this stuff going on. People still haven't forgot about that. You know why? Because they're disgusted by it. And what does that do to the party name? That helps destroy the party name. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we have an amendment before us right now that I believe has become necessary because of the process that we've seen unfold here tonight. Now, there was an opportunity, there should have been an opportunity for amendments to come forward here in Committee of the Whole. Of course, that didn't happen because the government House Leader, contrary to what he said in the past, decided that this was the time to, take a big shot at democracy and close debate, and then intentionally have ministers of this government waste the time that was allotted for opposition to bring forward amendments. One of the amendments that we missed bringing forward had to do with the membership sales. Now, I know that the minister, he keeps talking about, well, this bill is all about the closing the AFL loophole. Well, when I look at page 123, I don't see any part of these amendments that has anything to do with closing the AFL loophole. Nothing. In fact, all it has to do with is membership sales. And I'll read two. An annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party, or in both, is a contribution by the person who paid the fee for the purposes of this act. So, Mr. Speaker, it clearly says in here, an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership. That wasn't there before. It wasn't there. It was put in by Bill 81. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not choosing to interpret something. This is in black and white. I'm reading right from the bill. So to suggest, I've heard the minister even suggest that he didn't change anything in 25. Well, he did change things, and he did add things. It's clear. It's in black and white. I'm reading it. I'm not interpreting it. I'm reading it. So Mr. Speaker, there was an amendment that was going to come forward that would have brought in line Bill 81 to member past policy of the UCP. Now, I don't understand what anybody would have a problem with when it comes to including in the bill member past policy of the party that they represent. I don't understand. And of course, again, we still, even the member from Leduc-Beaumont, he said, let the members decide. It's like, okay, the members have decided. They've told us it's in member past policy. Why not put it in Bill 81? But why put in the parts that are in here now when you could have just as easily put in member passed policy? I'm guessing it's because they didn't want to. They wanted to open up these opportunities for other people to influence the political process. Another loophole that we would have liked to close with an amendment was barring the third-party advertisers that are from outside of Alberta from influencing the political process in Alberta. We talk a lot in this House about outside influence on Alberta and saying we need to get that out. We spend millions of dollars trying to figure out how much money has come into Alberta and into Canada to negatively influence the processes and the policies here in Alberta. And now what we've done is, in Bill 81, we've allowed corporations and organizations from outside of Alberta to bring money into the political process for referendums and Senate votes. We could have had that amendment brought forward and we could have closed that loophole. And that's another thing that had nothing to do with the AFL loophole. So Mr. Speaker, we had an opportunity here to do some good work here tonight. The government was too scared to let it happen. They cowardly backed out and invoked closure to stop the process, and then intentionally filibustered so that the process couldn't happen naturally, which would have allowed these amendments to come forward. And then they could have voted them down. That's what the majority could do. They could have had that opportunity. They could have voted it down. But in fact, they were too scared to even hear it. Too scared to hear their own members express their frustrations with this process and this bill, which is why we should not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Anne Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And originally I had stood up to speak to the main bill to try to set the record straight in a few things. And firstly, I appreciate the Hoist Amendment that was brought forward. I appreciate the commentary from my colleague from Bonnyville Cold Lake. I appreciate the minister for taking the time to go through everything with us in the front end. I appreciate the members opposite for expressing their concerns and talking about the freedoms of democracy and everything that we take so near and dear to our hearts. And Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act, it's some old vernacular, Mr. Speaker. It might still have a little hair on that dog, but I think the dog's still good enough to hunt. So we went through a lot of issues and conjectures to try to get it around as a group on our side. I would like to also give credit to the member from, and I don't want to mess it up because there's only a few of you over there I really like and will talk to. So I don't want to mess up the ones I do like. So the member from Edmonton Millwoods, we had some constructive dialogue, and this is, through you to the members opposite, Mr. Speaker. One of the best times that I've ever had here is as I still find myself as an interloper to this process, and I had mentioned that to a couple of ministers in the back as well. Because when I was on projects, we would have high-performing teams. You would have literally thoroughbreds that, in the words of one old superintendent, old Roy McKay out there, when you have thoroughbreds, every once in a while you get some stall doors kicked. And that's what happens. But when you hook those ponies up all in one team and they pull, then you really got a winning team. And when I first got here, I thought that, debate in these houses were literally debate. You would go back and forth with some of the interjections they're having going back and forth here tonight. I think that's part of it. And I really naively thought that we could get along. Some of these things we get so fixated and cross-threaded on in our ideologies or where we come from. I even heard the member from Ellerslie earlier in the evening describing our place of who we are and privilege and those type of items, and obviously doesn't understand because we've never had a chance to really gel or get to know each other. So the members that I do appreciate from the opposition when they do stand up is Edmonton Millwoods, Edmonton Castle Downs, Edmonton Beverly Clairview, and Edmonton Decor. So when these folks say something, I perk my ears up. And it's one of those things, Mr. Speaker, when you have respect for people, we might disagree where we come from, but you have that level of respect. I think it's in that spirit that our own colleagues internally from our two parties that were formed in the past, because we want to start talking our history and where we came from, have upheld that idea of democracy so near and dear to our hearts. that we want to make sure that anything that we do, not only when we have an election, but also with some of our nomination contests, are also upheld near and dear. So for me, being a little naive, I'm not a lawyer. I used to run contracts, so I understand the issue with contracts law. Being a new politician, you basically give me a rule set and I'll figure out how to play in that sandbox. And where it gets folks concerned is when the rules start to change. But understanding some of the history here and hearing being spoken of what happened before, these rules have been changed once before, and it sounds like, and I can appreciate that, we're trying to reset a few things to make sure that it's level and playing field. We've heard some of our members saying, and myself actually included, I feel so strongly in our party's policies, a lot of the policies that we have developed, both through general meetings and policy councils and everything else, that literally forms our part of our platform. Now, I feel so strongly in our party that if I was just looking at that lens, I would apply that completely to this law. Like, that's what I would do. But understanding that not all parties are created equal, that not all of them function the same way, that would be, quite frankly, overreach. So you always have to flip it on the other side. Now, the member from Bonnyville, I won't take an interjection now. Sorry, I'll keep going. I'll give you a bit, though. I'll let you stand up, because it'd be fun to go back and forth with you. But the member from Bonnyville was concerned literally about having that, and in my opinion, again, having that acknowledgement of understanding who had those nominations. Now, again, not understanding the other parties, how they work or anything else, but in our context, how we understand it, knowing that any membership sold, that you can trace it back to it. Now, I think it's been debated back and forth, and whether we got that into this bill at this time or not, I think in principle, I think everybody from the Conservative side believes that. Now, it might be a matter of a debate, it might be a matter of nuance of when we can get this in. If it happens tonight, great. If it doesn't, I'm okay with that too, in the context that we're still debating and having that dialogue, because to me it's still alive. And if we can get an amendment or we can put something else out later, what I really think needs to be done, from being a contract guy, trying to follow this, Mr. Speaker, and then trying to find the act, and then looking at 2 or 3 acts that are all separated, what I would propose should really be done, maybe it's a good housekeeping measure, spend a couple of years, get all those acts put into one, clean up house, and then we can stop some of the conjecture that's going back and forth, and then maybe we can have some really good ideas in that point put back in too. The other thing I've heard about talked here at length tonight was, well, I don't know what it's like to be a UCP backbencher. And I hear these days gone by of antiquity and how cherry it was to be an NDP person, and how they're going to start exerting how we should run and how desperate it is. Not the member from Millwoods and not the other members I mentioned, but some of the other ones. So I'm going to read you something that was sent to me as a new backbencher from a former NDP MLA who told me how desperate and lonely it was in that side of the equation of how they were felt. So I'll table this tomorrow or today if we have time, or however that works out, Mr. Speaker. So I will read a couple points here, so I'm just trying to get this. Oh, here we go. Well, it starts off as it doesn't look good. I always maintained that the legislation was good and there was no need to rush through it. Indeed, many of the NDP bills would have benefited from more time. It would have made them more stronger. I can tell you that the first rush of excitement that comes with passing bills, I strongly believed in, as through MLA Luft, or former member Luft. I found that being a government backbencher from the MLA was deeply a depressing job. A deeply depressing job. You carry the weight of having to hold quorum in the House. You spend many hours being told by the official opposition that you're running the province wrong. You have few opportunities to speak. Now, I don't know, as an MLA, I get up and I chat my jaws off lots, and I represent my community and rep my areas. I have no problem with speaking here, and I have no problem saying my peace of mind. And anybody who sat in a caucus room knows that. But if you're an NDP MLA, maybe that's a different aspect. Here we go. Because the deal's made within the opposition of speaking time. So again, they're being allocated time, they can't go back and forth. And you realize quite quickly that nothing gets said that will change anyone's mind anyway. So again, coming back to being naive in debate, thinking that when you're speaking in here, you might have a chance to change people's minds. Apparently that didn't happen on your side either, members opposite. So I wouldn't be pointing too sharp a stick over this direction. In majority of government situations, all the bills are going to pass, given the right amount of time. So there's nothing you really say matters in this book. What I've learned about politics from Graham Steele, and she goes on, but being a government backbencher, I don't know what it is. All the decisions are made by other people, and you have to defend them. as if you made them yourself. Okay, so that goes give and take back and forth each way. But you can see here on this side, Mr. Speaker, that government members of the caucus have free votes here. We have free voice, free speaking. Now what's going to happen is the opposition is going to try to hold that against us because there's dissension in the ranks. What you have is some thoroughbreds here that are bringing ideas to the forefront. They're expressing that freedom. They're expressing that democracy. They're making what this place was meant to be, open debate. Now, we're all looking at time. We're trying to get home. We're trying to get home to our families, and that's where we're a little depressed. We've been doing a ton of work. So my colleagues that were, in our party before that now sit opposite to us, they know why we're doing some of these time allocations in the past. It was to literally undo a bunch of things that they didn't agree with before. So we're trying to put those policies and those platforms forward. Now, is everything going to be perfect here, folks? No, it's not. It's not. But to say that we're all divided and pulling each other apart and we're even, concerned about this now, that's not fair. I think we got a lot of really good people here trying to work on this together. And again, I still feel like an interloper. I don't know if I fit in this party. I don't know if I fit and belong here. I don't know if I'm a good politician or a bad one. All I'm doing is my best. And I think we have to understand that we all feel the same way. We're just trying to do our level best. And we're trying to defend our rights and our freedoms, and we're going to maintain that. And sometimes those stall doors are going to get kicked. And to the opposition, again, when we work together, we can do some really good things. But we start dragging the puck, we start dragging things out and pointing fingers back and forth. It's not going to work. And I will take your interjection now, sir.
Thank you very much for allowing the intervention, member. I think, Mr. Speaker, that a few of those thoroughbreds that the member mentions have actually left the pasture and are looking at that from the other side of the fence. So perhaps the member could explain to this House how indeed his caucus is so full of singing kumbaya together when in fact many of the members who he exclaims have the ability to speak freely in caucus are actually standing here in this House tonight suggesting that they are unable to bring their own amendments in because they are stifled in debate within their own caucus. So something's incongruent here, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like the member to explain that difference.
I have no problem explaining that.
Speak to the interjection, of course. What I would say, though, is, and I do appreciate the fact that at the beginning of the speech he acknowledged that he had intended to speak to the motion and now we're on a reasoned amendment. Perhaps he would use some creative and ingenuitive ways to tie his remarks to that and make his comments a bit more relevant.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the interjection from a socialist member understanding and not understanding how it works when you have free-spirited and free people talking and into having disagreements. So with the amendment, the Hoist Amendment, it's suggesting that at this time the bill fails to meet the required elements and it should be hoisted. So I'll get back to that and where I feel, and right now I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but I do appreciate the member bringing that forward because we can have these discussions and continue a bit more. Now the member from, you're going to have to remember where you're from here, and I'm starting to go blank. What is it?
Edmonton-McClung.
Edmonton-McClung. So the member from Edmonton-McClung is on record as asking why we have members in this House standing up and saying that weren't necessarily heard or that we never necessarily got things through. Well, I think that would have to be posed back to those members. So again, I can't speak for them. But all I can say is we're definitely showing differences of opinions depending on where you're sitting and where you're at. There's concerns over it, but each member did also acknowledge the effort that the minister went through. Now, if we didn't get the timing on and we don't agree with those things, and again, to the member of Cold Lake, in principle, again, I agree with you. 100% haven't changed. I agree that if we were to do this and had a chance to get it through, then that's what we'd put in place. Now, if there's concerns on it, and I also spoke to the minister, and in concept, I mean, that principle is there. So whether it's a matter of timing or we didn't get it through or we couldn't work it out, that's one of those things. It's like having a big happy family. But again, to the members opposite, I don't think your family history is so good when I got former members reaching out to me over a year ago now at this point telling me how desperate they felt in your organization. So again, careful on pointing sticks because they just might come back and swat you. So with that, I think that Bill 81, still some hair on that dog. Still think that there's work to do on it, but I don't know how much more that we can do given the time we have. And I don't know that... Thanks, Uncle Fester. I had a crazy Uncle Fester once. It's okay, Mr. Speaker. I'm okay with those things. So with Bill, I think there's still, a lot of hair on the dog, and I appreciate everyone's efforts here because we are trying to work together for the best thing. And what I'm going to ask people in the spirit of the season and everything else, let's try to get this thing back together. We can express our concerns. Oh, sorry. Sure. Another intervention. This is my lucky night.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So a couple questions through you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if the member for Black Sea and Parkland can maybe elaborate on the process which caucus goes through. I don't believe that would be breaking anything kind of confidences. What kind of a process that we go through and the Minister of Justice has gone through with our caucus in order to get this bill to the floor in the first place? I know I myself, I had some things that I wanted to see changed, Mr. Speaker, and I brought those forward in caucus, and those changes were made, and I feel very satisfied with that. So I'm just curious if the member for Laxina and Parkland can maybe elaborate for the people watching. I know there's many watching intently right now, what those processes are, and how a government who works together gets through those things.
I appreciate that, member, and again, in the spirit of the hoist and the intent of this, we even have a private members caucus now, Mr. Speaker. So, we've got private members that come together because, again, when you've got this many people and that much stuff going on right now with COVID and everything else, it can sometimes be, and I'll say this, off the cuff, sometimes it seems like a bit of a fire hose. Like when you're in the main caucus and you're trying to deal with everything, it's pretty tough to get through that in the time allotment we have. So a bunch of us private members got together to have like a working group. That was the intent, to have a private caucus, so that we could work out a lot of these things, member, and we've left that open to all the private members. We've had different ministers come in and try to work through these items, and that's where we can get what we found here most recently, a lot of the heavy lifting done. With the COVID restraints and constraints we've had on us, it's been very difficult for everybody here, the Zoom meetings and everything else. We also have a thing called members' policy committees, and they're chaired, and a lot of the regulations and legislations coming through is put through there. Now each one of those policies tries to put as much information as they can in, and again, nothing is ever going to be perfect. So again, I think there's been a lot of depth and breadth on this. If I had my way, sure, we would take more time, we would kick this back, we would get those other items, and probably if I had my way, the opposition sure as the heck wouldn't like it, because I would make it that you'd have to play exactly by our rule book, but then that wouldn't be fair either. So again, with that, I really appreciate the member bringing this forward so we can have the hoist amendment, we can talk about it, we can get some of those things out, we can express our concerns. Member of Bonnyville and Cold Lake, I'm with you in concept of how I would like that for having the membership signed off and having that within the Act. I don't know if that's reasonable at this point. The minister's done his best effort, and with that, I would say we get back to the bill, talk about those items, see if the minister would take that, but I'm not at this point ready to support a hoist. So, well, I'll take that guy over there.
He'd like to speak next.
Oh, he's speaking?
So
I'm good. I'll wrap it up.
the honourable member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this reasoned amendment, which I think is well positioned in debate tonight. Mr. Speaker, I just want to share some things here, and you know what, I want to start out by saying, you know what, we have a caucus and colleagues and friends here, but we also have, back in our constituencies, our boards, our members, and which make up the members of the broader party, and of course our constituents. And I'm thinking of them tonight here as we're debating this issue here. I think really what I want to relay here is who put us all here. Well, guess what? It's the voters and really our supporters, the volunteers that put us here, the people that are sitting on our boards. We had a board meeting in my constituency tonight and had to send my regrets to that. So those people are out there supporting us and really giving us advice as we move through this process to make sure we're representing them and the membership and then the broader constituents we have back at home. And Mr. Speaker, I guess that's in the context that I want to talk a little bit about the grassroots that we've spoken about here, and I want to position that. We are the grassroots party. You know what? The UCP is a grassroots party, and it was formed because 95% of the grassroots members from 2 legacy parties voted to put us together in this room, in this assembly, to represent them. More so than what we see from our friends opposite here, because that was a grassroots movement. It was one that recognizes that we needed to do what was best for Alberta. Many of us supported that. We spoke about it. We brought it forward. And we live it here today. 95% from 2 parties. So we can't choose when we're going to work with that 95%. Actually, we're beholden to them. We are accountable to them day in and day out. And we'll live that. We'll live whether we have actually succeeded in delivering that accountability to them as we move forward, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the talk about 1 member, 1 vote. And again, coming from a party that rarely holds nominations, maybe they're going to have some this time around, but that 1 member, 1 vote thing resonates with me personally. I take that very seriously. And I take the memberships we sell very seriously. And that goes back to the grassroots guarantee, which was brought forward by our leader back when he was running for the PC leadership. And then as we were talking and we were moving forward with the unity movement as well. It's part of our DNA, that grassroots guarantee. And I, Mr. Speaker, personally intend to uphold that to the highest level that I can, as I committed to my constituents, committed to my members, committed to my board, and I'll continue to do that. As well as pushing forward and standing up for and providing leadership around the issue of fair, open, and transparent, which I also believe this party was built on and is part of our commitment to our members. Part of that, I think, is making sure that we have the legislation that we bring forward reflecting that. And again, I want to thank the minister. We had this was a very, very complicated bill, 159 pages. Pages and pages of amendments. And we worked through some of that, and we worked through some of that successfully and gratefully for the changes made with that. But we didn't get to one of those opportunities to amend this bill with a few words, quite frankly. That was was going to be brought forward by the member from Bonneville-Cold Lake, and I appreciate this is something that was done, hard work on the fly, no staff supports really, done by the grassroots, us, here in this party, in this building. And we didn't get a chance to get there. We filibustered ourselves to be able to have that debate, to be able to put that on the table. And if it was voted down, we're all big representatives here. If it was voted down, that's democracy. And as sometimes said, that's politics. But you know what? I believe that politics, we are politics. And we have a commitment to our constituents, to our boards, to our members, to Albertans, to raise the bar on that politics. And that's what I believe was the intent of this bill. And I think we have an opportunity to get there through the reasoned amendment brought forward by the member from Chestermere Strathmore. Yes, you may.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to also suggest, along with what the member is saying, is that there were multiple, like I said, thank you again to the minister, but there were lots and lots of concerns that I think that were not completely covered, as the member from Lac St. Anne had mentioned. And I think that when we raise ourselves to that level, when that bar is in the intention, that taking a little bit more time, which I know I had brought up, I know that you had brought up, I know several other people have brought up, it's not about, it's actually about giving this legislation the time that it needs in order to be able to pass. And I really appreciate what the member from Medicine Hat, from Brooks Medicine Hat said, because she's right. You know, there was many things that she brought up that were dealt with, but there were many things that I brought up that were not dealt with. And I just wanted to pass it back to you, to the member from Fish Creek, about some of those things that, you know, are concerning, that I think it just, and I don't think it throws our timelines off that much. And that any time that we have in this legislature, whether it's the last moment or now, it's important to deal with that.
Yes, and thank you to the member for the intervention. And in that line, again, we were doing this because it was a big piece of legislation. We've had a very busy session here, dealing with a lot of legislation. So getting through that 159 pages, in fact, it's double that as we look at the existing legislation through it. And we don't have a lot of support staff to do that. And we're not lawyers, so we have, it takes us time to do that. And so as we work through that and we try to work with the minister and our caucus on that. And I think, again, we had some very fruitful conversation, and the minister made himself extremely available to us, but on short notice, short timelines here. But I hear that we are talking about this being enduring legislation for all parties across that can be utilized for years and years ahead. It may not be amended for many, many years to come. So the question I have for myself and for my colleagues is, then why are we rushing this? Why could we not pause this and make sure we get it right, at least amongst ourselves here, and that we can make sure that there's no unintended consequences? Make sure that we're honoring, even within our own party, but certainly across Alberta, for all parties, that we're honoring some of the concepts here of fair, open, and transparent that we can build within this. And I had some other ideas, when we were discussing this, and I thought that there were some other things, having been through a couple of nominations, that we could improve. And I realized that, some of my ideas maybe were not actually the right ideas, and we had that opportunity to bring that forward. But what I'd like to, again, the idea of us raising the bar here, the idea of us really living and bringing forward the opportunity to improve this legislation to the best way we can do it so that it can be enduring. So the question I have is so why the rush? Is there a rush because we have to have this done by March or April or May or June? Or could we bring it back in the spring and address some of these issues and get it really right for Albertans, for all Albertans going forward? Can we raise that bar? And Mr. Speaker, I look at this, the consent issue here that we were talking about earlier that has not made it to an amendment on the table, but I believe that consent needs to be brought in because, an individual can buy 422 memberships. So 5 people do that, and you've got over 2,000 memberships in a constituency. Well, that'll wipe out the grassroots if that's brought in, particularly if without consent, without the consent of an individual to put that in there. And those few words mean a lot, I believe, to what this legislation could mean. And I wish we could, move forward. But I have concerns, Mr. Speaker, that we change this in the legislation, that becomes the bar. That is the bar. That's the bar. Have we raised it? Have we lowered it? And then we have the parties that will reflect upon that and say, well, the bar's been set by the legislature through the new legislation and new statutes here. So we just need to do that. And quite frankly, we've heard here that, well, we already have that protection within our party, and maybe that bar could be lowered instead of raised to ensure that we have that. And I am concerned about that, Mr. Speaker, that we don't have the ability to ensure that there's parity and there's balance between what we're doing for everybody in this province, for all parties in this province, and what we're doing here. So I would really, yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, my honourable colleague. I appreciate the opportunity to intervene. And I heard you saying, things have been rushed here. I'm curious about your thoughts because we only had an additional 1 hour at Committee of the Whole. The time was occupied by government members essentially filibustering themselves. And yet we've now been talking for about 2.5 hours at third reading. So perhaps if you think perhaps we could have spent more time at Committee of the Whole, and maybe there might have been some time tonight to get into some dialogue if the time had been used differently. And then I'm also curious, because we're talking about why the rush, the nomination contest that's happening up in Fort McMurray right away, do you think that these changes are being rushed through now and it may have an impact on that nomination contest? Because that between now and spring, that is the thing, and it's happening right away. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Thank you to the member for your intervention. And, I'm saddened that we didn't have an opportunity to bring some of the other amendments, and may not have been just one from a member from Bonneville Cold Lake. There may have been others from other parties here. There could have been multiple. Give us an opportunity for robust debate, and I'm concerned that was the way that we addressed it, but that was the will of the House here, and I'm okay with that. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing right now, possibly, because in fact that was probably one that we were saying, that was the last little piece that we needed to make this right for some of us here. I'm not going to speak for others in the House, but so I'm not going to get into the time allocation. The timing of it, I'm more concerned about the fact that what is the rush, and is there a sense of urgency for us to do that, or is it better for us to have the time to get this right through the reasoned amendment that's been brought forward by the member from Chestermere Strathmore? Maybe I'm a get it right and not get it fast kind of guy. That's the way I like to do it. Self-admitted anal Virgo, as I often put it. Cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure you get it right. This is our chance to get it right here. And that's why I will be supporting the amendment to put forward by the member from Chestermere Strathmore. But again, I want to get back to the idea here of us raising the bar here and making sure we're doing it for the right reasons, that we are taking a look at the unintended consequences that come from that, and that we are, for me, it's about the principles we bring forth. It's about the brand we build for the party that I believe in, that we all fought so hard for, and honoring that to the grassroots that created this party. I will do that. I know many of my colleagues, most of my colleagues will do that upon reflection. And I think it's important, if we want to keep this party together, we want to build this brand. I'm an old branding guy. That's what I do. I look at the brand, and maybe you take a look. The Rafter AB brand that sits in the lounge here. I look at that almost every time I walk past it. That's the brand we need to talk about more. The brand of Alberta. The brand of Alberta energy. The brand of Alberta agriculture. The brand of us in this house. And we will be judged on how we act and the principles we bring to the table, on whether that brand is a trustworthy one. Whether we are the trustworthy people that are representing that brand. Whether we are honoring that grassroots that put us here. So, Mr. Speaker, it's an opportunity here really just to share my own principles and the way I view that, in the role that we play in this, the role we play in passing every piece of legislation in this building. And I just believe that this amendment here is one that could be passed and brought forward so that we can actually take that time to cross that last T and dot the last I. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, are there others? The member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say how incredibly hurt I am, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Lac St. Anne just doesn't like going back and forth with me. Because I love going back and forth with him, right? I think that, I'll say this, I have nothing but deep respect. Oh, by all means, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that, member. So no, the comment I'd made, just to clarify, it wasn't that I don't mind going back with you, it's just I don't really like you. So the ones that I do like and have respect for, again, I'll point that out again, is Edmonton MLA Millwoods, Edmonton Castle Downs, Edmonton Beverly Clairview, and Edmonton DeCorp.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under 23 HI&J, the language being used is absolutely likely to create disorder and is intended to disrespect other members in this place, fairly deliberately. And I would request that the member be more respectful towards colleagues in this place.
It's getting a little punchy in the morning here, so what I meant to do is to clarify my earlier point. It's not that I don't mind going back and forth. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine. I will accept your apology, but I will remind you that you ought to speak through the chair under any circumstance. And while what you said was unparliamentary, it was added to by the fact that you also weren't saying that unparliamentary thing through the chair. And so that can also add to a lack of decorum. The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland has about 35 seconds left.
Yeah, again, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member opposite, I retract the comment of saying I didn't like him. I was just clarifying that we would go back and forth. So I respectfully withdraw that comment. I do have respect for those other individuals I had mentioned because we can meet middle ground, and I find the other ones are very difficult to do that, and hopefully that clarifies the item.
Mr. Speaker, in sharp contrast, I would like to simply state this, that I have nothing but deep respect for every member of this House because they were elected by Albertans to actually represent in this House. And every member deserves the dignity and respect of that office Because when they're here, and as I'm seeing from many members in this House, they're here to represent the opinions of their constituents. It deserves our admiration. It deserves our understanding. You know, with the member from Calgary Fish Creek, I've had the honor of serving with this gentleman for a very long time. I have nothing but deep respect for him. Many times we've encountered one another in the hallways of this very building. And I know that for a fact, with all the members of this House, which I've had the opportunity to encounter in the hallways, I demonstrate nothing but respect. When we're inside this House, yes, we get into political debates. But when we leave this chamber, Mr. Speaker, we are all human beings, worthy of respect. And it saddens me, really, to hear the comments by the member from Lac Saint and Parkland, because I don't think I've ever done anything personally to him to acquire the admonishment that he has towards me, other than just get up in this House and represent my constituents as I see fit. And it's in that context that I think it's so important that this debate is actually happening tonight. And why it gives me great pleasure to hear this recent amendment coming from the member from Chestermere Strathmore. And what I'm noticing through my experience, now this is my experience and my own humble opinion. I'm not saying it's the opinion of everybody, nor should you have the same opinion as me. But I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker. Now, last time I got up to speak to this bill during second reading, I took our friendly conservative members down memory lane talking about actual conservatives that supported brutal military dictators. And they're on record for doing so. Now, this saddens me. But what I'm seeing, Mr. Speaker, and how it is exemplified with the fact that the RCMP is actually doing an investigation about the actions of this premier in his own leadership race, with allegations that there was a kamikaze candidate. Now, the only thing that I can see from this experience, Mr. Speaker, is that there are conservatives that respect democracy, that actually want to make sure to conserve democracy and preserve the honor of grassroots democracy, like we just heard from the member from Calgary Fish Creek, and we heard from other independent members here in the House. And then there's some conservatives that go to the far other extreme where they don't really respect democracy. And I'll cede to the member from Edmonton Woods.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Speaker, certainly respect for democracy is something we've heard throughout this debate. And when it comes to grassroots democracy, and we've heard the terminology grassroots, I think that one of the major issues that we have this reasoned amendment is because of the change in Bill 81 from today, Albertans not being able to buy memberships for others, Albertans buying memberships for themselves, to post Bill 81, when someone will be able to buy many, many memberships. And the idea that an amendment to put some reasonable limits on that should have been able to be made. And I'm curious, as the member is talking, when we're talking about nomination contests, when we're talking about leadership contests, if somebody can buy $4,000 worth of memberships, how does that influence that process? Could that not be problematic?
I want to thank the member from Edmonton Mill Woods for her interjection, because it's a great question, right? Because what we're seeing here, Mr. Speaker, is that there are some conservatives that want to circumvent the grassroots democratic process of really respecting democracy. They try to find loopholes. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take us back to 2015, where...
I just might interject. Perhaps it would be helpful if the member would take us back to the amendment as opposed to 2015, unless 2015 is specifically relevant to the amendment before the Assembly.
And Mr. Speaker, I could assure you that going back to 2015 is exactly about this amendment, because the amendment here is actually causing us to reflect on how to get this bill right. We've heard it from the independent members. We heard it from the member from Chestermere Strathmore. We heard it from the member from Calgary Fish Creek. We also heard it from the member from Bonnyville Cold Lake. All members who I deeply respect, along with every other member of this House, because they're bringing their opinion about this bill into debate. Now, the reason why I'm taking us back to 2015, Mr. Speaker, is because we saw the fact that people were trying to circumvent democracy by actually buying memberships for other people, which is exactly what this bill will do. And if you don't want to believe it coming out of my mouth, well then believe it coming out of the mouths of the members that I just named here in this House. So this particular bill, and the reason why we need to support this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is because the bill is not 100%. And you know, and I heard the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland. He's like, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, but we need to move it forward now. Well, this is where we differ in our opinions, Mr. Speaker. If I don't recognize that a bill is in tip-top shape and that not all members in the House are in agreement, then let's debate it. Let's debate it. As the member from Calgary Fish Creek said, he's a stickler. He wants to make sure to get it right. And honestly, I think that that's what we're here to do. That's our role as legislators, to make sure that any bill that comes into this House, we're going to make sure to get it as close to 100% right as possible. And I'll cede to the member from Edmonton Decor.
Well, thanks to my friend from Edmonton Ellerslie. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the amendment before us basically says that the language currently contained in Bill 81 is flawed. There's a problem with it. And so what I want to do is I want to tap into the member from Edmonton Ellerslie and his time in labor. And he was alluding to how we might be rushing this bill forward too quickly. I'm wondering if he can think back in his time as a labor advocate, when language might have been rushed, what kind of consequences that created, and how that ties to Bill 81 and the consequences, the unintended consequences, as I remember from the 29th legislature, which you served in as well, and the effects that kind of thing could have, simply because we're in a rush to check a box off to say, well, you know, promise made, promise kept. And what that does is it just works against people.
Well, thank you very much to the member from Edmonton Decor. And yes, most definitely in, you know, having been the president of the Non-Academic Staff Association at the University of Alberta, and going through labor negotiations, wording was everything. Wording could have made a big difference to the benefits that our members would have gotten in a particular instance, whatever that may be. And sometimes it was as simple as changing a word as simple as That could have made all the difference. So, and I want to thank the member from Bonnyville Cold Lake, because he's saying, I believe he said it was 7 words. 7 words could have made the big difference for the member from Bonnyville Cold Lake to actually vote in favor of this here particular bill. Now, the reason why I was taking us back to 2015, Mr. Speaker, again, was because at that time, there were members of the Progressive Conservative Party who were seeking nomination in the riding of Edmonton-Ellerslie, and they were going out and then buying en masse memberships so that those people could then vote for them in the nomination meeting. It was already happening, regardless of the fact that I assume that at that time the Progressive Conservatives actually had a rule in their own party that would state that it was 1 member, 1 vote, 1 membership, you buy your membership. But regardless of the fact, see, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that when you give opportunity for people to circumvent the rules, unfortunately, there's going to be people that are going to take advantage of that. And that's why we need to make sure, and it's my opinion, not asking you to hold the same opinion as me, it's my opinion that we have a level playing field. And that the rules around nomination and around memberships actually be established in legislation, because in that way then it applies to all the political parties. Now, the member from, or the Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs, was saying that, our parties are different. But let me tell you this, Mr. Speaker, when I intended to seek the nomination back in 2012 for the Alberta NDP, it was suggested to me, you do a lot of activism, you're involved in your union, why don't you give it a try? And at that time, I knew that there were other people that were actually interested in the nomination of Edmonton-Ellerslie. Mr. Speaker, so then what ended up happening is I said to myself, okay, well, how is this process? Because I was new to the whole political process back in 2012. And then members of the party said, okay, well, if there's other people that are interested, this means it's going to be a contested nomination. And I took up the challenge. I think I probably signed, I can't remember the exact number. If I told you the exact number, I'd be saying a mistruth, Mr. Speaker. But it was a lot of members that I ended up signing up because I thought it was going to go to a contested nomination. But I went out there and I did the work, and much like the member from Bonnyville Cold Lake, I went out there and I talked to people on their doorsteps, and I asked for their endorsement and for them to become members of the Alberta NDP so that they could support me in a nomination race. And I signed up a lot of members, Mr. Speaker. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, Mr. Speaker, is that I think that having a level playing field for all political parties, and that, yes, the state should be involved in prescribing specific rules when it comes to nomination races. This makes sure that everything is fair across the board, no matter what political party you're in. You have to go through at least a similar process. It might be a little bit different if the party decides to add another rule here or another aspect in a different way. But essentially, all political parties will have to succumb to the same rules when it comes to nominations, people getting memberships in the party, so that we can have a stronger democracy at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. So then the question that every member in this House needs to ask themselves is, am I going to stand by a grassroots democratic approach, or am I going to support Bill 81, which is essentially allowing a loophole by which people who want to circumvent the democratic political process that actually respects and strengthens democracy, that they're actually going to allow for people to circumvent it and actually allow people to buy memberships en masse for other Albertans without their consent, and then say, okay, well, then those people are going to vote for me in a nomination meeting. And those people and the amount of membership dues that are brought in by that process will actually then go into the party. Member, would you like to intercede? Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague for Edmonton Ellerslie. I know that he has been involved in our party for many years, and I was wondering if...
My apologies. We've already accepted 3 interventions during the member's remarks, so the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir. So, this is what it comes down to at the end of the day, and what every member inside of this House needs to ask themselves if they're going to end up supporting Bill 81. Now, no disrespect to the Minister of Justice. I'm sure he did his homework to the best of his ability, consulted with as many people as possible, people on his staff within the ministry that brought the ideas to his attention, put it in the bill, consulted with other members of the party, all of those things. It's no disrespect. It's not about saying that you messed up. But this is about how we can make sure that we can all agree that we are going to put our name to a bill that is going to be 100% the best for Alberta democracy. That's what the debate is here in this House tonight. That's what this debate is all about. So,
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard some riveting debate in here tonight, but I move to adjourn debate.
Honourable Members, having heard the motion proposed by the Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. Hang on.
Under Government Motions, motion number 114, the Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Government House Leader to move Government Motion 114 on the order paper. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith.
Honourable members, this is a time allocation motion, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has up to 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is absolutely incredible. In the middle of a debate on the biggest violation of democracy we've seen in this province and its history, here we have time allocation being brought in by this government. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do first when we leave the House later in an hour, apparently now, perhaps, if that's the way the vote goes. But first, I might stop by my grandfather's grave, who fought in the First World War for democracy, just to apologize that we haven't been able to protect that which he fought for. And after I do that, I might just put in a call to Democracy Watch to, to see what they have to say about this kind of thing, because this is absolutely appalling. We have a government that is actually using voter suppression on their own members here in order to not hear them about the fact that they are subverting the democracy that they stood up for when they went to their nominations and when they went to their elections in their electoral districts. This is absolutely incredible. We've been wondering what the purpose is for the government. Why are they doing all these things? And, so much of it has come to light this evening here. One thing I've been wondering a little bit about is why the government hasn't called a by-election in Fort McMurray, Lac La Biche, in all this time. And now I finally understand that they knew they had to pass a bill that would allow them to subvert democracy before they went into that by-election. And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing a concerted attempt to actually ruin the process that has been created in this province by MLAs for over 100 years to make sure that we live in a country that is the envy of all the world. And now we have a government that has decided that it doesn't matter, that only their own personal well-being and their future is guaranteed when they can see the writing on the wall that Albertans are fed up with them, Albertans do not trust their leader, and Albertans do not trust this government. And now we can see why they don't. Because we can see that there was an intent to move this bill first so that they can engage in the process of subversion of democracy in this province. And given the fact that it isn't that long ago that members of that very party expressed concern with the process of the electoral process that resulted in their leader being elected, and that resulted in an investigation from the RCMP that is ongoing today, 3 years later. All of that is being totally ignored, and yet now we learn that that is not accidental, but that is intentional. And that's what we're seeing today. And this bringing in this closure is a part of a very devious, anti-democratic process that we should be ashamed to watch happen in this House. I, for one, want to be on the record for my grandchildren read what happened in this House, that I was against it. And the members of my party were all against it. We stand united in a way that this party will never understand in terms of being united. This divided party that fights itself, that suppresses its own members. We absolutely will stand here as long as we are allowed to do so to tell you that what you are doing is unacceptable in a democracy, and you should be ashamed for being part of it, and the record will show that.
Order. I hesitate to interrupt. I understand this is a very passionate issue, and members have the right to be passionate. What they don't have the right to do is direct their comments directly at individuals inside the House. They ought to direct those comments through the House. And I just might add that I offered my services to all members of the Assembly last week with respect to pointing at other members in the Assembly. If you need to point at someone, you're welcome to point at me. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has 40 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My intention isn't to point, but to accentuate.
To the sky.
To the sky. I will keep my hand up that way. I think I have made my point. We on this side are fully against this closure. We are fully against the anti-democratic procedures of this government. And we know that within their own party, they are recognizing and reflecting the anti-democratic nature of this bill, of this decision by this government, and we are on the record for all of history to say that we oppose you and you are wrong. Thank you.
All right. We oppose them and they are wrong, I think would have been through the chair, but I'll leave it at that. Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation on behalf of the Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree to the motion, Government Motion 114? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, the division has been called to Government Motion 114. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, Honourable Mr. Madu, Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Orr, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Ms. Pond, Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Reed, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Horner, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Gottfried.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Shepherd, Ms. Gray, Member Hoffman, Mr. Fian, Mr. Egan, Mr. Dack, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Sabir, Member Loyola, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 37, total against 10.
Motion is carried and so ordered. I see the honourable member for Edmonton City Centre has risen. I'm not sure what he'd be rising for, given there's nothing to speak to, but okay. Fair.
Government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Schweitzer.
The honourable member does have 15 minutes remaining should he choose to use so. The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, in this House we've had an immense amount of debate on this bill. I just want to provide some context and clarity for a lot of those folks here, particularly on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, that have an immense amount of interest on the grassroots efforts of this side and as to how we handle our nominations in the UCP, Mr. Speaker. This is an activity that we do door by door by door, earning trust of voters, one person at a time, Mr. Speaker. Our Minister of Justice has gone through this in great detail, working with people on this side of the aisle to hear their concerns, address their concerns. Mr. Speaker, now is the time to vote on this matter, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we can have this Elections Act amendments put through, Mr. Speaker. It's the right thing for Alberta, and I'm proud to vote in favour of this bill when I have the opportunity.
City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at third reading to Bill 81, the Election Statutes Act. And indeed, we've heard from a number of members here tonight. Not too long ago, well, a little while ago, we heard from the Minister of Justice. And he expressed at length and repeated many times that this is not how our system is supposed to work, particularly in reference to his colleagues who have brought forward amendments, and indeed this recent amendment that we are speaking to now. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be absolutely clear. This is precisely how our system is supposed to work. This is precisely how private members are supposed to take opportunity in this House, to engage in debate, to bring forward amendments, ideas, and indeed to challenge their own colleagues at times if they feel so fit. So while I recognize that on, I think, probably a very wide breadth of things, whether it be policy, legislation, or even philosophy, you will probably find a lot of agreement between myself and the member for Chestermere-Strathmore. Well, of course, we have many things that we do share in common, I think, but admittedly, in this here, though, I absolutely support her reasoned amendment and her reason for bringing so, and I absolutely disagree with the Minister of Justice that this is somehow inappropriate or a waste of time. This is elected representatives doing precisely what we were elected to do. I would also disagree with the Minister of Justice in terms of his chosen views on how this legislation handles memberships. Now, Elections Alberta has been abundantly clear about this bill. Or, well, pardon me, not about this bill, but about how they interpret the existing Elections Finance Act in the province of Alberta. They say Section 25 prohibits an individual from paying for annual membership fees for political parties and constituency associations on behalf of others. In short, only individuals can buy annual political party and constituency association memberships, and individuals can only buy memberships for themselves. Now, the minister spoke at length about how his colleagues should not be bringing forward these amendments or these things because it is missing the spirit of the bill, Mr. Speaker. But yet, when it comes to the act, he is insistent, he is an originalist, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing that can be interpreted that is not directly, explicitly written here, but yet he is insistent the bill must be passed immediately tonight because of the spirit of the legislation. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, this is a concern I have had with many actions of this government repeatedly on many bills, going back as early as before even we had the election in 2019, the Minister of Labour offering his opinion that despite the opinion of Elections Alberta and many others, that two political parties, when they merge, could not simply, to create a new entity, could not simply transfer their money over. The Minister of Labour then put out his own opinion that all of those experts were wrong. We then saw him in his role as the Minister of Health introduce Bill 22, which awarded himself the power to tear up government's agreement with Alberta doctors on a whim. He argued, Mr. Speaker, that that power already existed in the legislation. He was just clarifying it by writing in something that was never there before. Again, precisely what we again see this minister doing here with this bill in terms of memberships, writing his personal view into the law and claiming that it always existed there. Just over 6 months after Bill 22, the Minister of Health brought forward Bill 10, another bill that awarded himself sweeping powers to, in the event of a public health emergency, not only change or alter any existing legislation, but create and implement entirely new legislation without ever setting foot in the legislature. And he again argued that in his view, that power already existed in the legislation. He was just clarifying. We saw how that ended, Mr. Speaker. That ended with incredible pushback from many of this government's own supporters, calling a special committee of the legislature to go back and look at what they had done and refused to back down on, and then them eventually backing down on it and removing all of those provisions entirely. So again, we have a repeated pattern of this government deciding what they think should be in legislation, going and making that change, claiming it has always been there, and then seeing that pushback from Albertans. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think of Bill 46, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. Speaking of consultation, Mr. Speaker, speaking of listening to expertise, which is the concern here in regards in particular to this section on memberships. Bill 46 came forward, put forward by the then Minister of Health with no consultation with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, while making vast changes to the legislation. The member for Innisfail Sylvan Lake is concerned about the relevance. I can tell him I am speaking to, again, this government's decision to change the membership rules because they believe they have a better interpretation of the legislation than the experts.
He doesn't.
They did not consult with the Information and Privacy Commissioner on sweeping changes to health information and privacy law in the province of Alberta. No conversation whatsoever when she responded and raised a wide number of concerns, suggested changes, some of which I brought as amendments here into this House. They were all rejected by the minister. He stated that he or his staff would follow up with and consult with the commissioner afterwards. Just last week at the meeting of the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices, the commissioner revealed that more than a year later, there has been no outreach, no conversation from either the former or current Minister of Health. So that, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, is why I support this referral amendment. There are concerns that have been brought forward by the opposition. There's concerns that have been brought forward by government members. And I recognize the changes that were introduced by the Minister of Justice. I will give him credit for, after having doubled down repeatedly, reversing course and removing the opportunity for unlimited donations. Now, I disagree that we need to have a way for individuals to donate another $4,000 on top of the $4,243 that they're already able to contribute to political ends. But it is a good sight better, Mr. Speaker, than allowing unlimited donations to flow through. So those remain my main concerns, Mr. Speaker, and those are the reasons I will be voting in favor of this referral amendment and against the bill. And I will be continuing, I think, to talk with Albertans about these concerns and watching closely what the behavior of this government is in the upcoming by-election, and in certainly the months to follow as we see further nominations amongst UCP. And that is one other thing I will note, Mr. Speaker. The minister claimed that there are no nominations with the Alberta NDP. Going into the 2019 election, the member for St. Albert, who sits in this House, won a contested nomination in her constituency. The member for Edmonton Meadows won a contested nomination in his constituency. We just had a contested nomination with multiple candidates in Lethbridge East. We just had a contested nomination in Calgary-Kerr, with much engagement from many new members, who those individuals went out and found and signed them up one member at a time. They didn't buy them in bulk, Mr. Speaker. That isn't to say that we have no faults, Mr. Speaker. I certainly do. We certainly do as a party, and we continue to work to get better. And we have certainly seen incredible growth, and much of it thanks to the behavior and decisions of this government. And I certainly look forward to many more contested nominations, Mr. Speaker, and the next election. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton Decore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to speak in support of this referral amendment. You know, Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. I have seen this government fail to read the room. But to say that they've failed to read the room on this is a spectacular understatement. The job of opposition, we criticize legislation that comes forward. We try to point out where the mistakes are made. We try to offer some solutions on how to fix it. That's just the way it goes. But you have members of your own caucus telling you what, of course, I keep trying to tell you on an ongoing and regular basis, is that your language that's proposed is failed. It's going to create, having had the opportunity, again, like I said, to sit in the 29th legislature and be a part of the Ethics and Accountability Committee with some of my colleagues, and remembering some of the debate that went on there. And I remember members of the opposition at that time walking out of the committee room, every last one of them, because they thought elections were getting rigged. And yet, here we are with language that I bet you again, if roles were reversed, be setting your hair on fire. I'm almost certain of it. So I remember the opening comments, and I did pay attention to them earlier this evening from the Minister of Justice when he opening up third reading of Bill 81. And I remember the part where he was, quoting from the Constitution of his party. Who would stand up and say, well, look, our language in our party is better. Then why would you bring forward language that's inferior to that? If anything, you would either want to equal that bar, if not, move it higher, not move it lower. That's completely counterintuitive, and some of your colleagues realize that. When I'm campaigning, Mr. Speaker, and I'm knocking on a door and I'm asking for a lawn sign, I honestly will not deliver a lawn sign unless I'm convinced that the individual knows why it is they're hosting that lawn sign. I just don't accept, oh, yeah, go ahead, put one on there. No, do you understand why you're putting it there? Because if you don't, then you really shouldn't put it up there. And yet, here we are proposing to allow somebody to buy multiple memberships on behalf of somebody. And I'm sorry, given the track record that we've seen, and funny, listening to the Minister of Jobs, Economy, and Innovation, who was one of the individuals that, hit the alarm button around voting. Oh, there's a problem with voting. Where are these memberships? And yet here we are now. Instead of trying to fix something like that from ever happening again, we're now enabling it to be able to happen. That is not how you bring forward better language. So pro tip here, you always aim to try to move the bar up, not down. And just like I had said earlier in debate on this, you'll wonder why Albertans, when you show up at some of their doorsteps and they go, well, I don't trust politicians. It's because of this language that's contained in Bill 81 that gives them that reason not to trust, frankly, anyone. And so I want to thank the member for Chestermere Strathmore for bringing this forward, because she's right. The language is flawed, and it needs to be fixed. And it sounds like, and I missed this part unfortunately, but 7 words, we couldn't fix 7 words. And now here we are on time allocation, something that members of the government bench and members of the government caucus, when they sat in the 29th legislature, had a really, really large problem with. And I remember it, yeah. The NDP government brought in time allocation, 3? I thought it was 4 times. You all have beat that just today, let alone what we've already seen in the 30th legislature. 25, my friend from Edmonton Ellerslie for bringing me up to date. 25. I'm curious what y'all would have done back then if the NDP government had done that. I bet you, Mr. Speaker, there would have been some really loud voices in this House if that had occurred. But, as I said, we've seen a pattern. This is about silencing people, including members of your own caucus. And so I'll leave you with this thought. If the government is prepared to put your own team at risk, which one of y'all is next?
My apologies, I thought you were intervening, which wouldn't require my assistance. The honourable member for Calgary, Boular McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against Bill 81 and the closure motion, because I believe that this bill and the means employed by the government to pass this bill are both heavy-handed, are both undemocratic, and they erode our democracy. From 2017 Premier's leadership campaign, there were many allegations still under investigation. One of those many allegations was that there were many people who made memberships with their own money, here in Calgary, here in Edmonton as well. Member from Falcon Ridge knows those people. Member from Calgary Cross knows those people. Member from Calgary North knows those people. And essentially what government is doing with this piece of legislation, they're legalizing all that. So after this change, all those wrongdoings would now be legal. A member from Calgary, Falconridge is pointing towards member from Calgary East. I think he went even one step further. But let's not go there. But what's happening with this piece of legislation is that someday it's possible that anyone from that side, even Minister of Justice, might buy a UCP membership for me, God forbid. And that will be still legal. Minister of Justice or anybody from that side won't need my consent to buy a membership in whatever party they think they need to buy that membership. This is what this bill is doing to our democracy. And earlier I was listening to Minister of Justice. He said that the changes we are making to nomination has nothing to do with NDP because they don't have nominations. That's the best argument Minister of Justice could give in favor of this flawed piece of legislation. That's, Mr. Speaker, it's really shameful. This bill is an attack on our democracy. And while it's now been time allocated, in 5 minutes or so, we will be voting on it. And that's an important vote for everyone. Will they stand by this government and their plan to attack democracy, or will they stand with democracy? That's what we will be voting on. The changes contained in this legislation are allowing for big money to be used to hijack democracy, to cling on to the power. With current limit of $4,300, now anybody will be able to buy 430 memberships. And with 3 or 4 rich friends, you can buy 2,000-3,000 memberships. That's what this bill is doing. And I thank all the members, a couple of members from government side as well, who spoke against these changes. I think people will remember the names and faces who stood by democracy and who were supporting this attack on democracy. Earlier member from Saint Anne, member from, I'm forgetting the name of the constituency, member from UCP side, he was talking about one of the former NDP member, that how that member felt while part of the government caucus and not part of the decision making. He didn't need to go that far. He should have looked at his colleague, some sitting in that legislative Siberia, some sitting here. They were talking against the government bill. They were talking how they felt how government is making decisions. And even when time was allocated on Committee of Whole, the government still used its own ministers, its own members to filibuster that time so that nobody can bring forward any amendments. All it has come down for the government was issue management. And I think all those who are going to vote in favor of this bill, I guess we will call them complicit in this attack on democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think when we rise in this place, we often talk about bills and the impacts that they're going to have on everyday families and individuals outside of this place. And that is certainly the case with this bill, but it is also going to have direct impact on members inside this chamber. And I think that's why a number of people from within the government caucus have raised concerns. We've already seen time and time again the way that this premier has handled politics and the types of questionable behaviors at best. We've seen kamikaze candidates stepping forward. We've seen allegations of hundreds and thousands of memberships being purchased illegally in leadership races. And now we see a premier bringing forward a bill through his cabinet that is going to make some of that legal. And I have to say that I think that there are a number of people in this place who are probably thinking, yeah, but that won't apply to me. This won't negatively impact me. And I hate to say, I suspect it probably will. And I think some members of the government caucus have already come to that conclusion on their own. And that's why they've rightfully brought forward amendments like the one we're considering at this time. So I sincerely hope that members of this House on all sides stop to take a moment to pause, to reflect on conscience, to determine if this is indeed a move that will improve democracy in Alberta, because many arguments have been made as to why it won't. And to the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland, mentioned that the minister's doing his best. I hate to say that the minister's best is not good enough. And our job in this place isn't to pat somebody on the back and say, well, you did your best and move their bill forward. It's to make laws that govern our province. And we will not be doing our best if we defeat this amendment. I hope that members take this opportunity to support the amendment, to actually put forward a bill that we can all stand by and create laws that will actually support democracy instead of erode it, and create more opportunities for the premier and his insiders to buy more memberships and have more races end in their preferred fashion rather than in the fashion that is most democratic, one member, one vote, consenting to a membership, being actively of the choice to actually become a participating member or not. So I hope members will support the amendment as proposed by the member for Strathmore Chestermere. Thank you.
Others, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the reasoned amendment from the member from Strathmore Chestermere, as well as so many people who've already spoken in support of this. What will happen is today, the Chief Electoral Officer has been very clear in his guidance. Albertans need to buy their own political party memberships. He's clarified this in a bulletin, and this is how it has been working. And after Bill 81 passes, that will no longer be the case, and someone can spend $4,000 and buy 400 memberships and influence a nomination contest or a leadership race. Behavior that Albertans are not supportive of. And in fact, we know that there has been, in recent memory, leadership races, large concerns about the legitimacy of the results, as well as official investigations, and a lot of concern about the ethical behavior of those who engage in such activities. But Bill 81 is going to do that. Now, in this case, not only, I think, is the will of Albertans when it comes to protecting their elections being ignored, but the will of this Premier's own government members when it comes to this. We've heard quite clearly that concerns were raised about this membership clause at caucus meetings, that concerns were raised to the minister well in advance. And yet, rather than deal with those concerns and address them legitimately with amendments by working with his own caucus, we saw this government limit debate to a single hour and essentially block those amendments from being able to be introduced. And we saw the outrage by those impacted. And now, not only can that amendment not be passed, but we have a bill that is going to be passed that is going to introduce great big loopholes that is going to allow $8,000 of donations within a single year if someone's donating to the nominations and to parties. And I think we see really just a shameful behavior when it comes to protecting our democracy, because this bill does the opposite of what this government has said that they were interested in doing and purported to doing. So I certainly support the reasoned amendment that we are now debating, and I do not support Bill 81. In its current form, it will continue to eliminate and make worse freedom of speech for a number of organizations with the third-party advertising rules, which, while improved, continue to be an overreach. It removes the need for quarterly reporting for constituency associations, a lack of transparency on something as vitally important as our elections, as well as when we're dealing with such large amounts of money that we are when it comes to the fundraising happening at constituency associations. That lack of quarterly reporting is going to be a problem, particularly when people are donating to more than one constituency association. And Elections Alberta is trying to adhere and enforce donation limits. That is an issue that this government chose not to resolve, although it was raised repeatedly in debate. And most problematic of all, of course, is the change to memberships, and it is a change. It is not a clarification. It is not anything other than today an Albertan can only buy a membership for themselves, and after Bill 81 passes, someone with money will be able to buy memberships for other people and influence nomination and leadership races. And I just have to be completely crystal clear about that because I think there's been an attempt to confuse this conversation about what is happening in this bill, and it's really important to make that clear. The attempts by government members and by independents to move amendments to improve this bill were thwarted deliberately with an attempt to suppress their thoughts and an attempt to leave this government, this premier, with this caucus, with the ability to control future nomination races and leadership races in a way that they find utility in. This is not the first time, of course, that this government has been called out for trying to set elections up in their own favor. I think this has been pretty blatant, though. And certainly I've heard my colleagues referring to it as hijacking democracy and attacking democracy, and I have to agree, because this is absolutely going to diminish trust in our democracy by the Alberta public, especially as Albertans see these rules in action and realize that the busloads of new people brought out to nomination meetings, why that is happening and how that is happening. We've talked in this House about why this is being rushed through so quickly. We know that we have the nomination process happening for the Fort McMurray by-election right now. We know that's a highly contested nomination process, and I am very curious to see how the changes in Bill 81 are going to impact that very important nomination race, particularly for the UCP. Because obviously, this government was willing to have almost 3 hours of debate at third reading, but only a single hour at committee of the whole this afternoon. And during that single hour, only allowing government members to stand and block the ability to pass an amendment so that future amendments could be added in. That was deliberate. It was called out by the members who were watching it happen, and those who participated in it will need to own up to that. The reason for that happening, I think, will become more and more clear as we go forward. But what's happened here with Bill 81 is incredibly explicit. The rules today are going to be changed by Bill 81, and democracy is going to be damaged by it. Faith and trust in democracy will be eroded, and I do not support Bill 81 in its current form. I do support the reasoned amendment that has been put forward by my honourable colleague, and I would encourage all members to consider the state of this bill and the opportunity the reasoned amendment presents for us to do better. And with that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak very briefly on this recent amendment to Bill 81. And I thank the honourable member from Chestermere for bringing this forward because, in fact, it's it's a bit of an instruction to so many members that are sitting right here in this House here tonight, right, to know that with Bill 81, as it's written, there is a way by which other people can buy memberships and thus subvert the democratic process and subvert your ability to actually get reelected in this House, quite frankly. And, democracy is a bit of a tough game, and quite frankly, the very member who is probably most responsible for this bill, the Edmonton Southwest member, is probably the person that's most vulnerable, quite frankly, to this very bill. Because what will happen, Mr. Speaker, is that if someone is not looking as though they can win an election in a nomination or a general election, then with this bill, as is written, they will buy memberships so that you will be subverted. And so, Mr. Speaker, through you, the honourable member from Edmonton Southwest must be very concerned about this, or is even writing his own resignation form, quite frankly, because, if he's not producing, as he clearly is not, I'm not a student of the polls, but I can look at trends, but let's say, for example, Edmonton Southwest over the last 10 polls, let's say, is definitely not going to win the next election, and then, the powers that be will, quite frankly, buy memberships under this current form of this bill, and he's gone. Even before, he is actually even going to be able to run. He will not even win the nomination, and I will bow to the member from Edmonton, McClung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for yielding, member. I know that as the almost longest serving member in the House, pretty close to that, Mr. Speaker. The member from Edmonton Northwest has certainly seen his share of antics in his day in this legislature, but I'm wondering if indeed he has witnessed anything so crass as this use of time allocation for a bill so fundamental to our democracy as the Election Statutes Act and the amendment, the reasoned amendment that we are now under time allotment debating. Indeed, it's shocking, Mr. Speaker, that we are actually here under time allotment, and I'm wondering how many times this member has actually witnessed such an abuse of the democratic exercise as we're seeing tonight in the House, where the government will filibuster its own bill, its own amendments, so that its own members who will bring in those amendments won't have an opportunity to debate. So it would be very interesting to see if he's witnessed something like that in his time as a member, and wonder if he might comment on what it makes him feel as one of the longest-serving members in this House when he thinks about the distortion of democracy that we're witnessing here tonight, and whether indeed we're setting some kind of record for mutilating the democratic process that we all are here to support, yet indeed this is not what's happening tonight.
Well, thank you
Sorry.
for those comments from the honourable member
that's
from McClung. And yeah, I mean, I quite frankly, I've not seen this in all the years that I've been here. And, I was happily ensconced in my home, right? Maybe I was even sleeping a little bit. And then I came back, as an instructive moment to some of the members that are sitting in this house right now. This bill will be used against you, right? The honourable member from Calgary Elbow, for example, right? This bill will be used against you. You are not, through the Speaker, of course, if you're not performing properly, right? If you're not getting the numbers that you need, they will use this bill against you to not even allow you to even get that nomination. So, make sure that seat feels warm and comfortable right now for many of you, because quite frankly, it's all about the polls and it's all about what's going on in electoral politics. And the government is bringing this bill specifically to aim at you, right? Again, the Minister of Health, which is one of the major ministers in the government, again, you're only as good as the next thing you do. And quite frankly, right? The polls are, as you can read them, I'm sure you have been, right? That quite literally, with this bill, with this provision in the bill, they will use it against you, right? And suddenly you feel so very fancy and brave, and you have so many workers with you and so forth, and then suddenly, boom, nomination meeting, and you're gone. Simple as that, right? I mean, think about it, right? The whip, or one of the assistant whips from Leduc, same thing, right? You might think that you just got promoted by the same government, but you know what? It's only as fast as they can pull the rug from under you, and this provision of this bill will pull that rug from underneath of you at that very circumstance, right? It's as simple as that. And so, I came here as a cautionary tale. Quite frankly, I was happily sleeping in my bed, and I came back to just remind you, right? The honourable member from Sherwood Park, same thing, right? Poll numbers aren't looking so good, right? They will use this provision of the bill to buy memberships to make sure that they put somebody else in place. It's as simple as that, right? And Calgary East, right? Chestermere, all of you, right? They will use Red Deer, same thing, right? You think that you are so, put on a pedestal of what you happen to be doing now, but quite frankly, this government, this premier, has built this provision into this bill to subvert anything that you have done over time. And Mr. Speaker, I hate to, suggest that maybe you are in that same situation, but you are, quite frankly, and, oh, there we go. I'm sorry, there you go. I will,
Thank you, Honourable Member. I appreciate the chance for the intervention and to ask you a question. I appreciate the years of experience that you've had in this legislature working on behalf of your constituents as well. And tonight it was really, really odd. We saw a government filibuster itself. We saw a government filibuster itself on closure and voter suppression. Now, to me, that's like next question period, the government standing up and asking the official opposition a question. Now, I know the government loves to stand up and rail about something you guys did as government 3 years ago, but can you tell me your thoughts on, have you ever seen when the government has filibustered their own members? Have you ever seen a situation where they have forced closure on their own backbenchers and their own voters?
No, I appreciate that question, and the honourable member, I think hits a very telling point in the history of this current government, and how there's obviously a problem, and there's obviously a problem of communication, And instead of communicating inside of the caucus or inside of the cabinet, instead they're communicating and sending you a message through this bill, quite frankly. And the bill says that, yeah, you know what? We have a legislative way by which we can take you out. Simple as that, right? And take you out in a very undemocratic way. Buying memberships from somebody else. I mean, can you imagine just describing that to a grade 6 class or anybody in a high school class around democracy and saying, you know what? Hey, we've built a new bill and we've decided that you can buy memberships for somebody else in a political party. The member from Calgary East is looking suddenly very interested in this for sure. You know what? They will do that against you. It will actually happen in your area if you are in any way subverting the party line, right? And so it's not only anti-democratic, but it subverts the whole rationality of the way by which we conduct ourselves, right? And so, you know, I mean, let's not send a message. I know that these same UCP government has written a very poor curriculum, right? But the best way by which you can understand, Mr. Speaker, these things is not just by what they write on paper in laws, but by their actions. And so this action, quite frankly, right? I mean, the Minister of Education is sending, if she votes for this thing, quite frankly, she's sending a message about the subversion of democracy here in the province of Alberta as well. So, you know, honestly, I'm really glad that we have this amendment from the member from Chestermere, and I really appreciate her considered opinion on this. I know that the Minister of Justice knows implicitly and explicitly that this is wrong, and I know this is a desperate attempt by the UCP to try to control their party. But they can do, I guess, whatever they want with their party. But when they're sending messages like this outside of just their own party malevolence and confusion, right? But otherwise sending a message to the larger community about, say, buying memberships and, you know, trying to control the democracy inside their own UCP party, right? Which is, seems not functional at best at this moment, Mr. Speaker. But it also sends a message out to the larger community in regards to democracy writ large. And so, you know, I hope that all of us understand this. I hope that every member, every MLA understands what the implications are. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's you're also, Mr. Speaker, and I bow to your position, but you also are a MLA as well, right? And, you know, they're going to use this same tool in the broadest way.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest, being the second longest serving member in this assembly, knows he ought not bring the speaker into debate for whatever purpose that he may be desiring to do so. The honourable member.
Yes, I know, I do understand that, and I do retract that. But that being said, glad to remind you, myself, of being the second longest serving person. You know, again, I just do make an impassioned plea to everyone in this House to look to a way by which to support this amendment. And yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for allowing me intervention. And I wanted to once again ask the member from Edmonton Northwest to impart upon us some of his historical knowledge of this place when he alluded earlier to not ever actually hearing the like of the attack on democracy that we've witnessed here tonight. If he, in fact, understands what the government has actually done tonight in terms of halting the democratic process and preventing its own members from presenting amendments to the legislation and indeed using up and wasting the time that was allotted by their own invocation of the closure amendment to members to debate this measure and subverting the democratic process. I don't know if you've ever seen such a display.
Yeah, no, thank you, Honourable Member. And no, I don't think so. And, on two different levels, I mean, we have a subversion of democracy by using closure, right? But you also see an undermining of the democratic process by which individual MLAs can assert their sovereignty over their election, quite frankly, And, if I was to try to explain that you could buy memberships for other people to get involved in any level of election, right? It could be a school sort of thing or whatever, right? Then, conventional wisdom, right, common sense would say, no, you can't do that. Of course you can't do that. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absurd, right? And though here we are in, the highest level of governance in this province, debating that very thing, And this bill has done that. We did see the government pull back on a ridiculous loophole by which people could donate to a nomination process, and we saw them pull back. And last night I was very moved and interested to see that the Justice Minister would choose to bring a government motion to pull back on that, right, from allowing just a limit of $4,000, and we supported that, right? And then this same Justice Minister tonight, I mean, I know he must know in his heart of hearts that this same bill, this same provision of buying memberships from other people would be used against him in Edmonton, Southwest, right? Simple as that. That literally would happen, right? It's like this, obvious tool that the government would use against him. And so, I defer to the common sense of others to vote for this amendment.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise on this amendment before the House to essentially kill the legislation in front of us. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening, and frankly, I don't think that I'm likely to support the amendment, but on the debate on that, I have to say, here's the good news. I think the opposition's out of gas. I know they're complaining the entire time, but they actually haven't really spent more than a sentence in the last 10 minutes actually talking about the bill. So which tells me they haven't got anything else to say to it anyways. So that would probably a relief, I'm supposing, that the bill, that the motion, the time allocation is on, because, Mr. Speaker, here's what's really interesting. Despite all the angry protests from across the aisle about democracy, the fact is every vote that's been made in this House tonight has been a Democratic vote. Full stop. How do we know that? Because the definition of democracy is that the majority rules. Every vote, whether it's for time allocation, for accepting an amendment, for turning down an amendment, every single vote that's taken place in this Legislative Assembly tonight has been a Democratic vote, Mr. Speaker. Now, the folks on the other side can try to deny that, but I guess all they're really saying is they're angry at the Albertans because they don't have the majority. Because the fact is, that, see how angry they are, Mr. Speaker? They're so angry that Albertans didn't give them the majority. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, every vote that took place in this legislative assembly tonight was a democratic vote where the majority of the voices in this place, every voice in this place has value. Every voice in this place was a member, no matter what party they're with, that was sent by the voters of their riding. Every voice of every member, when that member showed up here to vote, their voice was counted, not more than some other voice from a different party, not less than some other voice from another party, but Mr. Speaker, exactly equal, just the way democracy is designed to be. So despite all the protests about there no democracy happening here, Mr. Speaker, the fact remains nothing but democracy has happened here tonight. And now, Mr. Speaker, not everybody's happy with the result. I get it. I'm not always happy with the result when there's a vote made. That's also part of democracy, Mr. Speaker. We all get our say. We don't always get our way. That's just part of the democratic process. If you happen to be on the side of a vote where more people vote the way that you're not happy with. But it's still democracy, Mr. Speaker. Still democracy, despite what the folks on the other side say. Now, some of the other things that they say is the fact is people could have bought memberships before this legislation went through. The folks on the other side are trying to make it sound like something big has changed. No, Mr. Speaker, essentially, that what they're most complaining about hasn't changed. What else hasn't changed is that when it comes to winning your nomination next time for all of us, the same as last time, we have to get more people to buy a membership and vote for us than somebody running against us gets to do. Nothing's changed that way. So the folks are trying to make it sound like there's some scary thing, but I don't know. We all succeeded in getting here 2.5 years ago with this scary process, and I guess we'll all be up against the same thing a year and a half from now in this scary process, Mr. Speaker. So see how angry they are? They can't stand that Albertans didn't send them here in the majority. They're still angry with Albertans for not giving them the majority in this place, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they're protesting against, they're actually the ones that are being anti-democratic by complaining that they're not winning a vote when the party they belong to didn't get sent here in the highest number by Albertans. So I guess they're really angry with Albertans, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I understand that. They got fired after 4 terrible years of government where they drug Alberta to a lower level than Alberta's seen in decades. They had more, I think there's 180,000 jobs lost when they were here, $200 billion worth of investment that went out of this province, Mr. Speaker. And Albertans also exercised democracy and fired them out the door at the first opportunity that they had. So, Mr. Speaker, and the anger, I could just hear the anger. It's so angry coming from over there, Mr. Speaker. So very angry. And Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't be angry about democracy. We are blessed to be here in democracy. No matter how much we like or dislike each other, no matter how much we disagree, we get to settle our differences in the most peaceful of ways by voting. And that's what democracy gives us, Mr. Speaker. It's a beautiful thing. Again, we don't always get our way, including me, including any of us, Mr. Speaker, but we always get our say if we just show up here and exercise the right that the voters that elected us gave us to do. So that's what's before us here, Mr. Speaker, a bill to make sure that democracy goes forward now and in the future in the most fair way possible. The Honourable Justice Minister has done his best. In fact, Mr. Speaker, here's the thing. The folks on the other side actually got their way through this democracy on some of the changes that they asked for, and they're still not happy. So that it goes to show, Mr. Speaker, apparently they can't put any water in their wine. If they don't get their way on everything, they're angry, and I can hear it. I can hardly hear myself speaking because of all the angry yells from the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. They're so very angry over there because the democracy that they cry for is happening and they don't like it.
Interrupt the Honourable Minister, but pursuant to Government Motion 114, agreed to earlier this evening, which states that after 1 hour of debate, all questions must be decided to conclude debate on Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2. I must now put the following questions to conclude debate on the amendment as proposed by the honourable member for Chestermere Strathmore. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That amendment is defeated, but a division has been called. Call in the members. Division has been called on amendment RA1. All those in favor of the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Hanson, Mr. Shepherd, Ms. Gray, Member Hoffman, Mr. Fian, Mr. Egan, Mr. Dack, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Gottfried, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Sabir, Member Loyola, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
All those opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, Honourable Mr. Madu, Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Long, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack. Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Orr, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Ms. Pond, Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Reed, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 14, total against 35.
Motion is defeated. Honourable members, the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved third reading of Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Honorable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2. All those in favor of the motion for third reading, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Mr. Copping, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Taves, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Honorable Mr. Horner, Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Long, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, Honorable Mr. Orr, Honorable Mr. Luan, Honorable Ms. Pond, Honorable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mr. Yassine, Honorable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Reed, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mrs. Fry, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh.
Opposed to third reading, please rise.
Mr. Hanson, Mr. Shepherd, Ms. Gray, Member Hoffman, Mr. Fian, Mr. Egan, Mr. Dack, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Gottfried, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Sabir, Member Loyola, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 35, total against 14.
Motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2 is now read a third time.
Prior to calling the Honorable the Government House Leader, I would just like to say a thank you to all members of the Legislative Assembly office who make the democratic process possible, whether it's members here that sit around the table and endure all of our riveting debate, whether it's members of the LASS who work day and night to keep us safe, pages who serve the Assembly so diligently, Bills and Journals clerk, Bills and Journals in 315, Hansard, or quite frankly, all of the other members that serve the LAO in their duties to ensure that we can fulfill our roles as members of the Assembly. This is the longest legislative session in Legislative Assembly history at 139 days or something. I know that each and every one of you have certainly served your constituents well, and I value and appreciate that. If you're traveling home, please go home, get some rest, and do that safely tomorrow. From the bottom of my heart and my family, have a very Merry Christmas, a safe and healthy, prosperous New Year. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to advise the Assembly that pursuant to Government Motion 108 that the business of the 2021 fall sitting is now concluded.
Pursuant to Government Motion 108, agreed to on December 1st, 2021, the House stands adjourned until February 2022.